Hey, meet Web AI, a second brain AI agent full stack app you build, test, and deploy completely for free. This AI agent can create, find, extract content from URLs, and even search the web. Built with Next.js, HonoJS, BetterAuth, Vercel, Stripe, and TestSprite. Speaking of TestSprite, TestSprite is an AI testing agent that makes it super easy to test your apps. All you have to do is to drop a prompt right in the code editor, and thanks to its MPC server, it runs the test instantly. It works for both backend and frontend with detailed test reports, and you can also run the tests in the TestSprite app, schedule them, and monitor progress to keep the project on track. And the best part is you can try it out with a 1 month free trial using my link in the description. Big thanks to TestSprite for sponsoring this video. So don't forget to subscribe and turn on notification. Now let's dive straight into the demo. On this beautiful landing page, first thing we're going to do is to sign in. So I'm going to click on the sign in, then log into my account. And once I log into the account, I'll be brought to this beautiful dashboard. So in this dashboard, we have the option to select multiple different model. The agent also, we have the option to select different tools. We have the create notes, search notes, and web search. So I'm going to create paste a prompt now. I'm going to tell the agent to extract content from this URL and create a note titled news intro introducing GPT-5 with a short, clear, and concise summary of the content. Then I'm going to click on enter, and this should go ahead and extract the content from the URL. So it's going to extract it using the extract tool. Then it's going to go ahead and create the note. So and we're using Claude and Sonic 4 to do this process. So we're going to wait for this to complete the process. And now we should be able to see it has extracted the content and created the notes. If I click here, we should be able to see the note. If I click here, we should be able to see the notes as open here. So we also have the option to also you can also ask the agent to search for search the web for information. So I'm going to search the web for the new iPhone 17 features, list at least 5 of them. So I'm going to click on enter, and then the agent is going to go ahead and search the web. So it's going to search the web and got the results from the web, and then it's going to outline or list the features that is found on the internet. So, and you can see Claude is doing a good work here. In this video, we're going to learn how to do all of this completely for free. So this is complete. We can see the details. You can click here to save the notes, or you can copy the notes here. So we also have the option to search for notes. So I'm going to go ahead and search for notes in my note list here. So I'll paste the prompt. I say search my notes for all my meetings. So I'm going to click on enter, and you should go ahead and search the entire note. And you should see that it has searched all the notes, and it's listing out all of the notes for me. This is so amazing. And we can see it has even given us summary of what was inside the note, and we can see content created and the focus in the notes. So I can also switch the model from Claude to Grok. But I'm going to select it to here, create a note. I'm going to ask the AI, I need a note about AI, and you should go ahead and create the note for us. So it's going to first of all acknowledge that it's going to create a note before you go ahead and create the note. So now you can see that it has acknowledged that it's going to create the note as requested. Then you should go ahead and create the note for us. So you should see that it has created the note for us. And let's wait for it to complete. And then it's done. So I'm going to switch back to Claude, and I'm going to ask the AI agent to write code for me. So I'm going to say write JavaScript link list example code for me, and this is going to go ahead and write the code. And we can see that the code will be formatted because we're using a Markdown to format the code. So this is going to complete, and let's wait for this to complete. And it's just going to give us a description of what it did there. So it's giving us a summary, and we can look at the code it has written. So you can do any kind of thing with it. So if we come over here, we can look at the history. So if I click on chat history, we can see all of the history of all chats we've created. So I'm going to just close this. Then I'm going to click new chat. You can click here, and this will open a new chat for us. I can ask what model are you, and click on enter, and this should go ahead and respond to us. Say Claude AI assistance, search, create, organize note, and find existing notes. So we can click here to save, we can click here to copy, then we can still ask more questions. We can click here on this page plus icon to create a new note, and then this is going to create a new note. We can see contents and click on save, and this should save the note. You can click on this and this will open a new notes, and click on save, and this should update in real time. So this is working fine. So if we go over to our billing, you should be able to see we have plans here. We have the free plan, plus, and premium, and we have 4 left to use. And after we've exhausted the 4 remaining generation, we are going to have to upgrade before. before starting with the AI agent. So I'm going to go ahead and exhaust all of the credit. So I'm going to go back to a new chat and I'm going to ask the AI what is in use about. So I just want to exhaust the remaining credit. So I'm just going to just give it a check and they should go ahead and can go ahead and search the web and it's going to get latest news. I should be able to see it's giving us a summary of what it has discovered from the internet. You can ask more questions here. So I'm going to go ahead and exhaust the credits so we can see the version where we try to send a new message. So now we can see that we have run out of free AI response. So I asked the AI agent how to convince viewers to subscribe, and this went ahead and searched the web to get some results. Then I asked it to write a big emoji subscribe. So subscribe and turn on notification. Don't miss out and hit the subscribe button. So now we've exhausted all of the AI response. So I'll go over to bin, or you can click here, and this will take you to the billing section. Then if you come over here, you should see where we have a free trial. We've exhausted everything. So I'm going to click on upgrade here, and this should uh, give us a checkout, and we should move over to Stripe. Then I'm going to fill in my card details here. So I'm going to select card. Then I'm going to fill in the card details, and then I'm going to click on subscribe here. And this should subscribe, and if we go, it will direct us to the app. So it has complete and this should redirect us to the app. And now we should see that we are in the plus plan. If I go over to the AI chat now, I can send a new message and then they should go through. And we are not going to be able to see the message showing indicating that our AI response has we've exhausted our AI response. Now we can be able to chat with the AI. Then if we go back to billing back, we can switch plan from plus to premium. So I'm going to click on switch plan and this should go over this should take us to Stripe and now you should see that it's asking us to confirm. So I'm going to click on confirm and this should go ahead and extract the remaining balance from our credit card and add it to our subscription. So it's going to be direct us back. And if I go over to billing, you should be able to see we are in the premium plan. So you can click here. You can see that here we have unlimited generation. So lastly, we can go over to the settings page and we can switch it from light mode to dark mode. And let's go over here. You can be able to see this in dark mode. So I'm going to also log out. We can log out from the. So I have my VS Code open. So the first thing we're going to do is to install Next.js. So just come over to uishanty.com. Shanty UI, just go over to Shanty UI website. Then click on Get Started. Click on Next.js. And then let's copy this. So make sure it's select npm. So open my terminal. And I'm going to paste this here. And I'm going to click on Enter. So this will install Next.js and also Shanty UI for us. So I'm going to click on it. So yes, then it's going to show ask us whether we want to install for Next.js or Next.js monorepo. So just click on the first one in Next.js. I'll just put dots, click on enter, and this should start installing. So we're going to wait for this to install. So this has installed, this has added Next.js to our project. So just click on enter. So it will add Shanty UI now and then Tailwind CSS. So if I open my sidebar, we should be able to see the files here. So it's okay, it's done. So I'm going to delete one and then I'm going to go ahead and you can npm run dev and this is going to run the server. So now we are done with this. Now let's go ahead and install and add some of the components that is needed for this project. I'll go over to components and then we can add some of these. So I'm going to test this out, then we can cancel it and add that. So I'm going to open my browser, paste it to localhost 3000 and you should make sure the server is running. We're able to see Next.js. So it has compiled, so it's going to be. Now we can be able to see Next. So this is working. So let's go back to Shanty UI and let's add some of the components. So I'm just going to quickly cancel the server and then let's go over to let's say Shanty npx Shanty cn add. I think it's add. I think this is going to add everything. Let me cancel this and do npx Shanty add. Just want to install Shanty UI again. So now we're going to select, so let's select alert, click on the space bar, then avatar badge and button, card, um, collapsible, dialog, drop menu form, input, label, popover, what again, select, even separator, fit sidebar, skeleton, Yasuna, and I think this area, I think that is all. So let's click on enter. So this will add all of this component into our component folder. So when this is done, we are going to install some packages. So this has installed. So now let's check out. We can see component here, and the component has added inside the components the UI folder. So let's install some packages here. So I'm going to just paste that. I'll say npm install uuid date function remix icon react Zostan and Tanstack React query. So just click on enter, and this is going to install all of this. It's going to install these packages. We're going to later install more packages as we're going. So let me wait for this to install. So this has installed completely. Now let's go into the app. Let's go into the layout. We are going to change the. Let me close this. We're going to let me remove this font. I'm going to leave this one. I'm going to leave one here. I'm going to say this. Let's take this, paste it here. I'm going to just call this class name. And we can add suppress. So suppress addition warning. Then we are going to add our provider here. So I'm going to say I'm going to create a. I'm going to call this providers, and I'm going to paste children here. So we're going to create this inside the context, and this is going to hold Tanstack Create query, the Nox, and also the Shanty UI toaster. So I'm going to just go over here. Let's create a folder. Let's call this context, and then I'm going to say provider.cxx rfce. Save that, and then let's import it inside layout. So now we're going to add the props here. But first, let's quickly create a file here, and let's call this query provider.txx. And then we're going to also, as we export default um, function, it's going to be our query provider. This is going to hold the Tanstack Create query. We're going to use this to wrap the entire app. I'm going to say children, and it's going to be our props. So let me come over here and let's create the props here. As an interface props, and this is of type React node. Let's import that, and now you can just call this. So we're going to just say constant query client is equals to new query client. So let's import this from Tanstack Create query. It's not coming up here. So let me import as Tanstack. Let me fix this here. So we're going to import query client. Yeah. And now let's return, and let's say query client provider. And then we're going to pass in the children here. So yeah, we're going to add client, and then we're going to pass in the query client here. So we are done with it. So we can take this and add it inside our providers. I'm going to rename these to providers. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to also export. We're going to also add pass the children here. Create interface props, then children is equals to um React node. So we're going to add the props here like this. Then inside here, we're going to return query query provider, and then let's pass in the children here. Then below here, let's add in toaster from Sona. We can see from Sona here. Let's add it here. I will say position top center. Let's give it duration 3000, and then reach color like this. So later on we are going to let's wrap this inside. Okay, the error has stopped. So we're going to add theme here. So let's go over. Let's first of all come over. Let me close this, and then I think we should go over to dark mode, not theme. Let's click on dark mode. Click on Next.js. Okay, yeah, we need to install Next theme. So I'm just going to paste this and install this. Then we need to create a file theme provider. So I'm just going to copy the name of the file, and then this was installed. So I'll close this, open. Then inside the context, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to paste that. Then I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Let's also copy use client, add it into the provider here. Then come inside the theme provider, and then we need to wrap this. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go over to providers. I'm going to wrap it here. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this and move this toaster inside. And then let me import this here from team provider. So let me go ahead and save this. So that is it. So we can change this to with AI agents. So now we need to go over and change the theme. So let's go over to global.css, and then here we're going to change the old style and also the dark. So head over to this just search for Shanty UI theme generator, and then come over to this website or shantystudio.com. Click on it, and then I'm going to click on this color here. Just click on the icon up here, and then when you scroll there, see, type in this color here, 10B981. Then once you've typed this color, you're going to just click on copy, and then we're going to copy all of the styles. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to come over here. We're going to just comment this out. I'm going to just paste it here. Then I think this also, so we need to also remove this. We need to also remove this one too, because we have it here already. Team inline. They added it too. You can see it here. So that is it. Um, so for the dark mode, I'm going to also modify the color. So I'm going to just replace this with this. So I'm going to change the color to 0.200 like this. So we are done. So let's go ahead and set up the app. So I'm just going to come over to the page. Let's just remove everything here. Just going to say div like this. Remove the images, the image. Then inside here, we're going to create a group route. So I'm just going to say routes. Then inside here, we're going to also have API. We're going to also have actions. So inside the route, we're going to create another group route. We're going to call this dashboard. And then we're going to also have we're going to have web. We're going to also have auth. Yeah. So this page, we're going to move it into web. Then inside the dashboard, we are going to have different we're going to have the home page. Then we're going to have the billing page, settings, and then the chat. So we're going to also have the layout here, .txs. Yeah. So we've completed the page. So let's go over to, I mean, the dashboard. Let's go over to layout and web group. Let's create layout .txx, and then let's write it. So I'm just going to say export defaults async function. I'll call this web layout, and then let's just, so yeah, we're going to pass in children. So I'm just going to go ahead here and just copy that here. And let me just add it here. I just say children react node like this. And then let's just have a div. Let's return, and let's have a div and then the children like this. So let's copy this, come over to dashboard, and then inside the layout for dashboard, let's paste it here. I'm going to just call this dashboard layout. And then the last one, we're going to also do the same for auth. So I'll say layout.txx, and I'll paste it. I'm going to call this auth layout. So that is it. So let me close all of this. So I think we are done with the route. So let's go ahead and then start building the layout. So inside the dashboard, so let me run the server first. So I'm just going to call this home web page or landing page. So we can see that when it loads. Then inside layout, we can have we're going to have the sidebar and also the main content. So let me just load the server, npm run dev, and this should load the server for us. So this is running. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to use the sidebar from our components UI. If you come over here, we can see the sidebar component. So I'm going to import that here. So inside the layout. So I'm just going to open this here, and then I'm going to say sidebar provider, and then we're going to have the sidebar insert. So yeah, I'm going to also wrap this in suspense because I'm going to be using a package called Nox here. So this is required because we're going to be using use search param, and then when deploying to Vercel or building it, you need to wrap any of the files or any of the files you used use search params. So I'm going to just use and Nox adapter use search param. So I'm going to just wrap it. So you're going to see where we're going to use that later on. So I'm just going to save this, and then I'm going to just import this. So let me import this from Nox here. So I'm just going to move this up. Let's import, let's import from, so I've imported it here. And now we can add a fallback here. Suspense, so I'm going to say fallback. I'm going to give a div here. And I'm going to call the icon from React remix icon React. So I'm going to say loader loader, and it should give us field. So let me see why I didn't import. So let me check. So let me try and import this here from at remix React. Let's import this here. So let's give this a class name width 16, height 16, animate as pin, and then give a text color of primary like this. So let's also add some class here. Class name is equals to a flex item center, justify center, and height screen. So save that. Now we are done with it. So let's come over to the sidebar. Then here we're going to have the app sidebar here. Let me just add it as a comments. Sidebar. We're going to create a component for that. Then this is going to hold the main content. So I'm just going to open this. I'm going to say class is equals to relative overflow. I'm going to make it overflow x hidden. Then I'm going to say pt0, sorry, like this. And then here we're going to just pass in the children here, like this. So we can go ahead and create the app sidebar. So I'm just going to collapse this here. Then let's scroll down to the components. Then let's first of all create our logo. So I'm going to move it up here. Collapse this here. So inside let's create the logo first. Inside logo I'm going to have index.txx here. Then below here, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call the sidebar. And this is going to hold the sidebar. So I'm just going to create index.txt here. We're going to implement the sidebar later. So I'm going to say REFCE. I'll call it sidebar or app sidebar. So let me just copy this. Come over to the layout. Sorry, to the dashboard layout. And then let's just add it here. And let me import this. So let's quickly do the logo, then we can go ahead and work on the authentication side. So I'm going to come inside the index.ts and let's have RAFCE. I'll just say logo. So let's change this to link. Let's import link from next link. So I'm just going to just copy this, paste it here, and let's import link from next link. And then we're going to set ref. So let's pass in a props because we're going to be using the logo in the authentication page and also in the dashboard in the sidebar. So I'm just going to set this to undefined to be optional. Then I'm going to let's get the URL from the props, and I'm going to say URL and the default is going to be slash. So I'm just going to replace it with the URL here. And there, let's add in some class to the link. Class name. You're going to say it's to flex, item center, and then gap 2. Gap. So I'm just going to give it width of fits. And then inside here, we're going to have a div. We're going to have class name. We're going to say flex, um, aspect square, size 8. And we're going to say item center, justify center, rounded MD. Then we're going to have overflow hidden. Then BG, we're going to have the background. Let's say it's to BG primary, text primary dash foreground. Then let's have remove this. Then let's have image. So I'm going to say src slash logo dot png. So you can check out the logo. I've added it already in the public folder here. You can see that in the source code. So if I click on this, you can see the logo here. So let me just remove this. So I'm just going to just remove this here. I'm going to set a logo PNG. Then I'm going to say width 36. Then height 36 here like this. So we can give this Auth. You can say with AI. And then outside the div, we're going to create a separate div. We're going to have class name. This will just hold the contents. So I'm going to say grid. Um, let's say flex. Sorry, flex 1. Text left. And we're going to give it a test space, and then we're going to say leading sites. Let's say span here, and let's say class name. We're going to say this is going to be font medium, and I'm going to say wave AI by this. So we're done with this now. So let's go ahead and set up our authentication because we are done with all of this. So let's go ahead and work on the authentication page. So our server is running. So before we go ahead and work on the authentication, let's first of all set up our database and Prisma. So for database, we're going to be using Neon. So just head over to neon.tech or console.neon.tech. So I've already, and then I'm going to sign up. So just go over to neon.tech and then let me log in. So I'm going to log in into my account. So I've logged in. So I'm just going to move over to this screen and then I'm going to go over to Neon because I'm already logged in here. So I'm going to create a new project here. So I'm going to just call this Wave AI. And then I'm going to click on create and you should create the project for us. So now we can come over here and let's click on connect to get the string, connection string. So I'm just going to copy this here. So let me just let's pick Prisma here. Sorry, not Prisma. So, connection string. And then let me just enable the password here. And then let me just copy everything from here. And now if you've copied this, let's go back to the code and then paste it inside the env. So I'm just going to close this here. I'm going to create the env and .env. So yeah, we're going to call this direct. Let's just call it database URL and let's paste it here. So we're going to go over back and then let's set up Prisma. So I'm just going to go over to Prisma. So go over to prisma.io, click on the documentation, and then we're going to click on Next.js. And then here we can scroll down and you can see how to install. Okay, scroll down. We've already installed Next.js already. So we can see how to install Prisma, and also you need to install Prisma extension storage and also Prisma client. So we can go over back to the code and let's install this here. So yeah, so first of all, let's install Prisma. So I'm just going to cancel this as a dev dependency. So make sure we have Prisma 6.15.0. So click on enter and this should install Prisma. Then we're going to go ahead and install the Prisma client and Prisma extension. So this has installed. Let me clear this. And then let's install the Prisma client 6.14.0 and Prisma extension storage 2.0.2. And this is going to install it. So let's wait for this to install too. So if we install this now, so let's go over back to this Prisma and documentation, and then let's continue. So I'm just going to scroll down here, and then we can go ahead and set up Prisma, but we're going to do that later. So we can go ahead and migrate after writing the schema. I think so. Or let's check. It's okay. Yeah, we need to first of all nps Prisma initdb output. So it's going to generate the schema for us. Then once we do that, we're going to scroll down here. And I think that is all. So if I scroll down to where we have and deploy with Vercel, you can see that Prisma says, let's go down here. Okay. So let's go ahead and set up that here. So I'm going to go over back to my code. Yeah, and then let's initialize Prisma. So I'll clear my terminal and I'm going to paste it, and this is going to generate the Prisma folder for us. So if you have any issue, so what you have to do is to just write if it's asking you to authenticate, just cancel it and just put nps Prisma in it, and this is going to just set up Prisma, and we can see Prisma schema is already here. So I'm just going to okay, let me see. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, set lib generate slash Prisma. So I'm just going to remove the lib. Instead, I'm going to just create a generated folder right inside here. Yeah, like this. So let's go ahead and then copy. Let's create a Prisma. Yeah, it's a Prisma.tx, and let's go over to the documentation and copy how to use Prisma with Next.js. So if you come over to the documentation, we should be able to see we have to create Prisma.tx, and we can copy it. So if you're using Prisma Postgres, this is recommended. Let me use other database. So I'm going to copy this. And if you're using Prisma extension accelerates here, I think we're going to also remove that what we install, because we're going to just use it without it. Because if you're using it with Prisma accelerate extension accelerate, you have to set up Prisma like this. You have to access Prisma. You have to log into Prisma. So I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to go back, and then let's just click on just select only the let me scroll back up. Just select only the other database, and let's copy this, and let's go back to the code, and I'm going to just paste it here. So I've pasted it here. So make sure you pick the one for other database. So I'm just going to remove all of this and just say to generate Prisma. We are going to generate that later on. So let's just leave it like this. Just save this. Let's save it. So we don't have any model yet. So that's why it has not generated that's not added Prisma into this generated folder. So I'm just going to leave it like this. Then think I think we're done. So let's go ahead and set up authentication with Prisma. So and inside the env we already have the database URL, and then inside Prisma schema we have the URL database URL. So let's go ahead and do that. So add authentication to our project, we're going to be using BetterAuth. So let's go over to BetterAuth process. I'm just going to open a new tab and I'm going to search for BetterAuth. So just click on BetterAuth here and then click on documentation here. So with BetterAuth, you can do variety of different type of authentication. You can have the socials here. You can see socials, email and password. You have different socials here. We also have database. You can see Prisma, Visual adapters. You can see database here. We also have plugins, and I think we have integration. Yeah, we have for Hono, Express, and also for Next.js. You can click here and you can see how to use BetterAuth if you want to use Next.js as a server and also as a client. So I'm just going to let's go over to get started, and then let's click on installation here. So we're going to install BetterAuth. So and then we're going to generate BetterAuth secret, and we're going to also add BetterAuth URL. This is going to be localhost 3000. Then we're going to create a lib folder, and we're going to create auth.ts and auth.ts and auth and client too. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to install Better. So just go over to my code and then let's install it. So let me open the terminal. Let me scroll down. Let me clear the terminal and then let me paste it here. So I'm using BetterAuth 1.3.7. So just click on enter and this should install BetterAuth into our project. So by default, BetterAuth is using cookie. You can also modify it to use bearer token or different ways you want to authenticate your users. So I'm going to wait for this to install. So this has installed. Let's go back to the documentation and let's see the next thing we're going to do after installing. So we're going to generate auth secret. So I'm going to click on this generate secret and this is going to generate a secret for us. So copy this and I'm also going to copy um, the embedder auth URL. So we're going to create an auth.tx file so we can paste this. So let's just go ahead and add those ones there to the env. So I'm just going to close this, then open the env. And yeah, I'm just going to paste it at the top here. So I've pasted it now. Let's go back to the documentation. And then the next thing we're going to do is to create the auth. So let's copy better auth. And you can see how to configure the database first. So let's go down here and you can see to this row, you can see Prisma. So this is how to configure it with Prisma. So we can just copy this here. So let's just copy this. And then we can then generate uh, the tables or the models. So if you come down here, we should be able to see the schema. So I think it show us here how okay. So let's just copy this first and let's create a file called sorry, this one first. So we have two files here. Okay, I think it's auth.tx. So just copy this. Let's go back to the code and then let's come into the lib folder and let's create auth.tx here. And then I'm going to just paste it here. So let me just clear out some stuff here. And then yeah, we're going to change this to Postgres because we're using Postgres, not MySQL. I know this file is not yet available. We're going to do that here. So let's just save this here. And then let's use BetterAuth to generate the model for us first. It's going to generate the user model and then we're going to push that to Prisma. So let's wait for that. So let's go back to the documentation and then let's go ahead and then copy the let's go ahead and say create tables. We need to copy the CLI and this is going to generate the schema for us. If you scroll down here, we should be able to see the database schema. If I open this, you should be able to see scroll down. Yeah, we can be able to see the core schema here. We have the user, sections, accounts, and also verification. Then you can add your own custom tables if you want. So I'm just going to go back and let's just copy that. Then once we copy that, we're going to enable email and password. We're not using social. So if you're trying to use socials, you will use social provider and set up and pass in the particular socials you want to use here. So let's go ahead and then generate the schema first. So let's go back to the code and then let me just paste this here and click on nps prisma and BetterAuth CLI generate. And this is going to generate it inside this. I'm just going to click yes. So this is going to install. Then it's going to generate the Prisma module for us. So let's wait for this. So I think this thing is failing to generate the schema for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the schema and then we're going to just let's just add in a simple model here. So I'm just going to say I don't want to use user. Let me just use post here and let me just remove this here. I'll just say text and then let me just remove this or let me just use notes. Yeah, so I'm just going to remove it later on. We're going to say UUID. I think TUID. Okay, yeah, UUID string. So let's try and generate this first. So I'll just go into my package.json and then I'm going to just paste in the this here. So I'm just going to paste in DB migrate and then DB DB studio. So this same thing we saw inside the Prisma documentation, nps Prisma dev name and init. So let's just run this and let's see if this will generate the folder for us. So I'll say npm run uh, db migrate. So let me save this and let's put an enter. Let's see if this is going to generate the will generate folder for us. Yeah. So the error is going to stop. So I'm waiting for this to complete. Um, so let me wait for it. So this has complete. You can see that it has generated the folder for us here, and you can see Prisma inside here. So we have. Let's just save. Let me save this. So now the error has stopped. So we can go ahead and then use the BetterAuth CLI to generate the schema. So let's just go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to then click on enter, and this should work now because we already have the Prisma inside the generated folder. So let's wait for this. So you can see that this is, let's just say yes, and then let's open. We can see it has generated the schema for us. So I'm going to take this down here. I don't need a verification. I'm just going to remove this. I think session user account is necessary. So before we push, let's complete the Prisma schema, all of the schema we need for the project. So let's modify this note. We are going to change this to title, and then I'm just going to say content string. Then we're going to have created at, and it's going to be date time, and we're going to set default to now like this. Then we have the updated at. This will be date time and updated at. Then let's have the user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then we can just copy this relation field and just paste it here. And then below here, we are going to just say let's change the name map, and we're going to say this to notes. So let's go ahead to the user and let's add notes here. So let's say notes, and it should stop. This error should stop. So we are done with this. We can also add, if you want to add index, you can add Next.js, and we can just say user ID like this. Yeah. Then we should have model charts, and this we have the ID. So I just copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to also have title. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, and then we're going to have created at and updated at. So just paste it here. So yeah, we're going to just have the same thing we have here, user ID, paste it here, and I'm just going to copy both of these, just paste it here inside the chat ID. This error should stop. Okay. ID at default UUID. So let me add the chat first in the user schema. Okay, let's change this to chats. The error has stopped. So now let's copy this and let's have message here. So you're going to just have messages here. So yeah, we're going to have ID. We're going to change this to row, to row, and there we're going to just set row here. We're going to define that at the top. Yeah, let's define it here. Let's say enum, sorry, enum row, and then we can have user assistance and system. So yeah, we're going to change this to, instead of user ID, we're going to have chat ID, and then we're going to change this to chat, and then chat, and then chat ID. Then we can have messages here, messages, so message, yeah, like this. So we are done. We can be able to push this now to Neon Postgres. So we are done with this. We can also have so I forgot, we need to also add parts. Yeah, and this is going to be JSON. And then let me just also add index for chat ID. Yeah. So I think that is all we need for this. So let's go ahead and then push this. So I'm just going to do the same to the DB migrate, and this is going to migrate the schema. So let's wait for this to load, and this should update this and generate schema here. No, let me just wait for this to load. So this has successfully pushed the schema to Neon. So let's go ahead and check that on Neon. So I'll go over to Neon dashboard, and let's go over to tables, and then it should load. You should be able to see all of the tables. Yeah, you should be able to see user, session, notes, message, chat, accounts, and then Prisma migration. So we are done with migrating. So let's go back to the code, and then inside the code now we can close this, and then let's go back to Prisma, and let's also create the Prisma client. So I'll just go over back to say Prisma client, sorry, and BetterAuth client. So I'm just going to go back to BetterAuth, and then let's go down and continue. So we've generated a schema with migrate. So now we need to add email and password. Yeah. Then once we scroll down here, we can come down here. We can see we need to create auth client.txt here. So this is for server. Let's use the client side here. Auth clients, and we can have the just add it here. So you can do this if you can add the base URL if you are using um different domain. But since we're using the same domain, there's no point adding this here. Then once you've done that, you can go ahead and use the create auth client. Oh, sorry, not create auth client. We can go ahead and use the auth client, and this is going to give us the a sign in, sign out, sign up, and then use section. So let's go back. Let's just copy this. Let's go and create the auth-client.tx. So let's go back to the code, and then let me create this here. Auth-clients.tx, and I'm going to paste it here. So there's no point adding the base URL. We're having the same port. So now everything is complete. We can make use of this now to authenticate user, or we can use this to also make sure user does not get to dashboard if they are not signed in. So we can go over to the layout and let's add it here to all of the layouts we have here. So I'll just come down here. So I forgot we need to also add in the auth.tx, we need to also add the email and password. So let's just add it here. Let's add email and password enabled true. So save that. Then we can just go back to the documentation for BetterAuth. Just click on basic usage, and then you can see we've added this to the auth. Then we can see how to make use of it. Then we can see that when you try to sign up, this will auto sign the user into the dashboard. You can also modify that to say it's to false if you don't want, if you want the user to sign up and then log in. Then I'm looking for the server side, how to use it in server side. Okay, this is when you want to sign up using the server side. Let's go to where we have sections here. So on the client side, you can just get sessions from the auth client. Or look at the server side, we can get it like this. And let's just copy this. We're going to use that in the dashboard layout. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's go back to the code. And then I'm going to just come over to the dashboard layout, and then here we're going to just add it here. So let me just move this import to the top, and then let me just remove this. Let's import from lib folder here, auth. So now we're going to check if the user does not have any session, we're going to redirect the user to the login page. So let's just check this. If it's not if the user does not have session, because we're in the dashboard layout, we're going to redirect the user to the login. So I'm just going to paste that in. So let's import redirect from React navigation here. So let's just create the folder for the sign in folder inside the auth folder. So I'll say sign in, and this will have page.txx collapses. Then we're going to have the other one for sign up, and then we're going to have page here .txx here. So inside the dashboard, we're going to copy the same thing here. Come over to the web first. Let's add it into the web layout. So I'm just going to just paste it here, and let me just import auth. So let me just copy the imports here. Let me move this to the top, and also copy the headers too. So I'll go over to layout. Let me bring this down, paste it here, and also paste the auth too. And let's import the redirects. So if there's session, just redirect the user to home. Let's just copy this again. Come over to auth layout, and let's add it here too. So I just go over to my layout here, and let's copy all of this. And then let's paste it here. And now this is going to redirect us to home. So we have added we've protected our dashboard from unauthorized user. So now I think the next thing we're going to do is to go ahead and set up the UI for the auth page. So I'm just going to open my terminal here, and let's just npm run dev. And let's going to start our server. And let's go ahead and let's open this. Let's open localhost 3000 in our page, our browser. So I'm just going to just replace this with localhost 3000. And let's wait for this to load. So we are the landing page. Let me just create let's RAFCE as a page. Or we can just change this to sign in if you want. I'll just leave it to page. Copy this and just paste it inside the sign up too. And then let's just say inside the sign up, we're just going to say sign up here. So save this and let's go over to /auth for sign up, and it should show sign up here. So now we have sign up here. So let's go ahead and then implement the sign up. So I'll just go over to Shant UI, and then if I go over to, well, let's just go over to Shant UI, review that in a large screen, and I'm just going to go over to Shant UI, click on Shant UI, then let's go over to blocks. Let's scroll down to where we can find the login screen. So this is it. We are going to make use of this component here, and we're going to modify it, right? So we are going to just copy this here. Let's just copy all of this here. So just copy this. We're going to also create a login form. We're going to do that manually. So let's just copy this part and let's go over to our code. And then we're just going to paste that here. Let me just remove this here. So we're going to call this sign up form. Let me just comment this out first here. So save this. So let's modify this. So I'm just going to remove the this, and we're going to just leave everything like this. So we're going to remove this logo. We're going to replace this with our own logo. So I'm just going to say okay, I think this is wrapping the entire app. So we're going to leave this part here. I think it's the place we have the a tag. So I'm just going to change this to div here. Let's change this to div, and then yeah, I'm just going to remove this here. Then inside here, we're going to just change this to let's remove the class, and also sorry, let's just remove this here. And then let's import our logo component. So I think I need to import this from component logo. Now I think we are done. Let's just add let me just remove this. Let's just add justify center and then widthful like this. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and then implement. Let me just add relative here. So let me go ahead and let's create this sign up form. So I'm just going to enable this, and I'm going to just call this sign up form. I'll copy this. I'll go into app route auth, and let's create a folder. I'll call this underscore common, and let's just say sign up form .txx RAFCE, and let's change this to sign up form. Let's go back and let's import it like this. So I'm just going to move this React to the top. So inside the sign up form, let's go ahead. I'm just going to close this. So let's first thing we're going to do, let's create a schema, Zod schema. So I'm going to say sign up schema is equals to z. Let's import z dot. Let me import zod here from zod, and then we're going to say z dot object, and then we're going to have the name. I'll say z dot string. Sorry, we're going to give this a minimum of two character length. So name must be. So let's give it a message. Name must be at least two character like this. Okay. We have the email. Z dot email. I'll just say invalid email, and then let's give this a minimum of one email required. Then we have the password. You can set that to sort string. Let's give this a minimum of 6 character. Password must be at least 6. Yeah, let's just add the character here. So we're done with this. So now let's go ahead and set a type here. So I'm going to say type sign up form value is going to be set. We're going to use sort interface. We're going to set a type. Sorry, we say type of, and then the schema, sign up schema. So we have this now. So let's go inside this, and let's create the form is equals to use form from react hook form, and then let's add a type here. Because it's sign up form value, and then let's add the resolver here, and it's going to be sort we resolver. We're going to pass in the sign up schema. So let's import sort. Let me import that here. So I'm just going to import it at the top here. So yeah, we're going to set the default value. Default value. So name is empty string. Email is empty string. And then password is empty string. So now let's just say async function on submit, and this is going to have values, and it's going to be of type sign up schema value, and there we're going to be using await auth client dot sign up dot email from BetterAuth. So let me just uncomment this out. So let me just open this. Let's import auth client. Sorry, should be capital letter. So let's import this from lib auth client. So I'm just going to set this to use client 2. Sorry, this should be capital letter U, not small letter U. And now it's asking us for the value. So I'm just going to output this. And then we're going to say email is going to be values dot email. Password is going to be values dot password. And the username, let me just move to the top. It's going to be values dot name. So now we need to add can add a callback here too. Just a slash home. Then we have other options. You can say, sorry, we have on request. Let's go callback here. I think we have on success. Let's check. Yeah, we have on success here. And we have on error. Like this. So we need to add the loaded state. So I'm just going to come back where we have this here. So I'm just going to let's import constant first router. So we're going to route user to the home page. It's equals to use router. Let me remove this. So make sure this is from next navigation. Then we're going to say constant is equals to use state. And let's say it's loading. And set is loading like this. So we're going to set this here. Inside on request, we're going to set this to true like this. Then below here, we're going to have on success, we're going to redirect the user to the home screen. And then we're going to set its loading to false. So just use router to replace home. And then for error, we're going to say toast dots, sorry. Okay. I think we've imported this. We've imported the toast sonar from sonar. Then we say that error. And then we can just get the error from here. CTX. We can just say CTX dot error or message like this. So we are done with this now. So let's go ahead and implement the UI. So I'm just going to remove this and I'm going to just set this to a class name. Let's say flex column and gap assist like this. So we're going to use the card component from Shanty UI. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to set this to background transparent. And then also border 0. Then let's get the card header. Let's say class name, text center. Then we have the card title. And the card title, we're going to just say create an account. Let's give this a class name of text XL like this. So we also have the description. So just going to duplicate this here. I'm going to change this to card description. Copy this, replace this here. And then inside here, we're going to just remove the last name. We can just say create with AI AI account. You can put anything there like this. Then now we are done with the header. Let's go over to contents card contents here. So inside the card contents, we are going to define the form. So let's import form from UI form from Shanty UI, and then let me just close this. And let's the structure and the form. Sorry, the form that we divided defined here. Then once we've done that, we need to also set form here. And there we're going to just say on submit. We're going to say form dot handle submit. Let's pass the on submit here. So we can also add a class name here. It's going to be space dash y dash sys. Yeah. So save this. So now let's get the form field from UI form, and then we can just it's going to we're going to close this. You can just have this multiple of this. So let's have control. It's going to be form dot control. We have name, and we're going to set a name field here. Render. Sorry. Open this. We're going to get the field, and let's just return this. We're going to say form item from Shanty UI. Then we have the form label. Let's set this to name. And then we have the form control. And inside there, we're going to import input. Sorry, it should be self close. And then we have the placeholder. We can just set this to John Doe or anything. Then we can just set dot field here like this. So below here we can have the form message. So let's import this from our UI form. Let's scroll back and let's copy this and then paste it. So sorry, I'm just going to scroll back down. And this is showing some error. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here, and let me change this to email. Change this to email, and then just let's say um, at example.com or John deal example.com, and then we're going to set this to type email like this, and let's copy this again and do for password. Let's change this to password, type password, and then I'm just going to change. Let's just do asterisk here. Then once we are done with this, let's call button from UI button. Then inside here, we're going to have sign up here. So here we're going to set type submit and disable is loading. Then we're going to have class name. We're going to say width full and then text white. So let's also say it's loading. Sorry, we're going to say RI. Sorry, we have to import from this icon, the loader to line. Let's give this a class name is equals to width 4, height 4, name it spin, and then let's see this. And then below the button, we're going to have a div. So this is import. So make sure you import it. I've imported from uh, at remix icon react. Then below the button, we're going to just have a div. I will say, let me import link from next link. I will say text and text more already has an account. Then we can have the sign in here. So I think that is it. We can test this out here. So I just go over to localhost auth sign up, and we should be able to see the form. So we're going to do the same thing for sign in. So I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm going to create a file here. I'm going to say sign in form.txt. And then we should be able to see this is showing this is okay. Let's just copy everything from sign up. I'm going to just place it in sign in. So let's copy everything from the sign up and paste it inside the sign in form. So I'm going to paste it here. And let's change this to sign in. So copy this. Let's go back up, change the component to sign in. So I'm just going to change most of these to sign in. Also, yeah, we're going to change this to sign in. So I'm just going to also change this to sign in schema. Copy this, paste this here, paste it here too. Change this to sign in. We're going to come back to the auth and submit. So yeah, I'm just going to let's remove the name. We'll have the email and password here. Then we can scroll back up and let's just change this to log into your account. To your account, we can set this to anything. Welcome back is okay. This is okay. So let's go down here, and here we're going to change this to sign in, and there sign up. So let's change this to sign up here. Already have an account. We just say don't have an account. Then sign up. So I think that is all. So yeah, we're going to change this to login. So I'm just going to say instead of sign up, we're going to use sign in. So we're going to remove the name. I think that is it. That's it. So we just redirect to home and so um let's pray also. Yeah, let's go over to the sign in page. Let's come over to sign up page first. And let's just copy everything here. Also in the sign in form, I forgot to remove the name here. So just remove this from the name and also remove the default value. Then I'm going to go back to the sign in page and I'm going to just paste what I copied from the sign up page. Just paste it here. Import the logo and then let's import the sign in form. So let's work. So before we go ahead and test this out, you need to so I'll click on sign in and let's see. So it's compiling the sign page. Yeah, I'm gonna see we have the sign in here. So before we go ahead and then complete it, there's something I forgot to do. Inside the API, we need to create an auth folder, and then we need to create a capture route. So let's go over to the documentation and then let's see that. So if we go over to the documentation here, let's go back to BetterAuth. So I'm just going to load this. Then we're going to go over to integration, then click on Next.js. Then we should see that in Next.js integration, we need to create an auth folder, catch we should catch all. Just specify dot all. Just copy this, and then we can copy this too. So once you copy this, let's go back to the code. I think we don't have any other thing to copy from here. So I'm just going to go back to the code, and then we're going to go over to auth here inside the API folder, and let's create that. Okay, three dots on all. So I'm just going to say routes.cx, and let me just paste it here. So I need to be sure it's three dots. So save this, and now this is going to catch any API call from the get or post. So now we need to add some plugins here because I want to also enable bearer token. By default, BetterAuth use cookie, save this session in cookie. So I want to also enable bearer token. So what I can do is I can go over to BetterAuth and then add in the bearer plugin. And if I want the documentation, then I can also add the plugin for that. So let's go over to the documentation and then let's do that. So I'm just going to go over to my documentation there and let's go over to, let's quickly search for, so I'll click on search and say bearer, and we can click here, if you see BetterAuth. Then you can see for BetterAuth, you can add in the plugin here. So this is optional. You can skip this. You can skip this one. It's not important, but I'm going to use this to test the API. So that is within. So if we are copying, adding a AI plugin, we need to also save the token in local storage, and then we can set it here. I think yeah we can set it to the create auth client. So we get it there. So every request a token bearer token will be passed. So basically that is it. So I'm just going to copy that there and I'm going to go ahead and paste it. So before we go ahead and paste it for the documentation, we can search for Open AI. Sorry, Open API. And then for the Open API, this is going to give us a documentation like this, so we can see all of the API, all of the routes there, the auth route there. So we can just open API auth reference. So I'll just add it to. So we can copy this plugin for Open API and also add it, and that will just work fine. So I'm just going to go back to BetterAuth to make sure I copy the BetterAuth plugin too. So let's go back to the code and let's add both of them. So inside I think inside this auth here, below here we're going to add plugins, and then let me just paste in the BetterAuth first. So we have the Open API. Let me just copy this too. I'll just paste this here too, like this. Let's also import the bearer. So this should come here. So now this will add the two plugin. Then you can access the OpenAI API from the auth reference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a hook here, and um, I'm going to use Shadcn to save the bearer token. So we've already installed Shadcn. So I'm just going to create the bearer token. Reason I want to use this to test the API. So um, so let's go into the the hook folder, and let's create a file to set up to save token to this local storage. So let's create a file. I'll just call this auth token .tx, and then inside here we're just going to have the interface first. So let's just say export constant use auth token, and there let's just define the interface here. Sorry, auth token is going to be the state. So I'm just going to call it auth. Let's call it state. Then inside here, I'm just going to say bearer token is going to be a string null. Then we're going to say set bearer token. It's going to be token string null. You can use that. And where we have clear bearer token void. Then here we're going to use create from uh from Shadcn. So I'm just going to import that. Before I do that, let's remove this. Sorry, I need to add the type here. That is the state, auth token state. And then inside here, we are going to open like this. Then we're going to use persist. So this is going to persist the uh persist. So let me just import both of them here. So import from Shadcn. So let's import create here, and then we're going to just open this here and just say slash middleware, and then we can import persist here. So let me just copy this, paste it here. So now we need to define the method here. We're going to have set. You can also have get here if you want to use that. I'm not going to use get, so I'm just going to only use the sets. So we have bearer token null, then set token to set bearer token to token, and then we have declare token here. Then after this, we're going to add comma here, then add an object, and then we're going to give this a name. So we're going to say name, but it's auth storage like this, and the error should stop. So I'm going to just disable this suggestion. So we are done with this. Now we are going to make use of this inside the sign in and sign up. So I'm just going to copy this, and then let's go into the sign in form, and then let's come over here and just say constant is equals to use token, use auth token. So import that, and then we can just get set bearer token here. And to get it, remember we can get this from the header specified by the documentation. So I'm just going to do that inside the success here. So let's get the CTX here, and then there we can say constant auth, or let's just say constant token is equals to ctx.response dot headers dot get, and we're going to get set auth token. Yeah. Then we're going to say if and token, then let's just set, sorry, you can pass in the token here like this. Like this is okay. So we can also copy this and go over to the sign up, and then we can use that. So I'm just going to copy this, open this here. I don't think we need it. We don't need it for the sign up. So I'm just going to leave it here for the only sign in. So I think we are done with this. We've added the route. So let's test this out. So I'm just going to go over to the dashboard page, make sure we have the home. Let's just create a page here. .txx. I just say RAFCE. There's a home. And then here we just say home page like this. So we can go ahead and test this out and see if this works. So make sure your server is running, and then let's try and sign in. So sign up first. So let me just sign up. I'll click on sign up, and then let me just give this let me give this a name, Deputy Man, and this password. And if I click on sign up now, you can see that this is calling the API auth all, and then this should sign us in. Okay, so a password too short. So let me just change this. So 3, 4, 5, 6. So by default, BetterAuth wants you to provide all the 5, 6. You can change that. I think the error is not stopping. So I need to go over. Let me close this. I mean, sorry, the loader is not stopping. So I'll just go over to sign up form. Then scroll down where we have, if there's an error, just stop, set this to student first. Also, yeah, we can do that here. So I'll save that, and then let's try this again. Let me just reload. Okay. So we can change. I'll just let me change the password. I'll click on sign up now. Wow, it's the same password too short. So let me try. So I type in 128. Let's see if this will work. So it worked. So it's redirecting us to the home page. And then this should be direct us. Or should it compile? So now we are now in the home page. You can see the sidebar and you can see the home page. So that is it. We're going to go ahead and start working on the dashboard UI. So that is it. So let's go ahead and then work on the dashboard UI interface. So before we go ahead and work on the sidebar, we can also modify here. We can modify the email and password. We can just modify it by passing the minimum password length 4. So this is not going to force. It's not going to enforce us to pass 8 um password character. So I'm going to set it to first and 4. Then save this. Then let's go back to Auth client. So inside the Auth client, we need to also add the fetch. Remember, we saw that in the documentation. If we're using BetterAuth token, we need to pass it to all of the requests. So I'm just going to import the Auth token. Then I'm going to just pass it here. So you see fetch option. We have the Auth type barrier. Then we have token. Then we have use token dot get state. So use token is from the hook. get state dot bearer token. Then we set that to empty string if there is no bearer token. So just save that. So that's it. So I'm just going to remove clear everything, and let's go into the sidebar. So I just clear all of this, and I'm going to just go to index sidebar, and then let's start this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to paste the navbar. So I'm just going to paste the navbar here, and then let me import all of this from remix icon. So just import all of this. So import this and the last one. So save that. So let me collapse this. So inside here, I'm just going to pass in the props, and then I'm just going to call this react dot component props. Here we're going to put type of sidebar from react sorry this uh, type type of sidebar. So let me import sidebar from Shanty UI. So after that, we're going to set a router. So let me set this to okay, router is equals to use router. Let's import this from Next navigation, and let me just set this to use client here. So scroll down, then here we're going to import the use auth because we're going to log out the user. So just going to import this from the hook. Then we're going to get the clear bearer token. You can see that here. So this method is what we're going to use to clear. Then we can also have loading state. So I just say is signing out. Then set is signing out is going to be equal to use state. I'll set this to false. So let me import use state. So now we can also get the session. So this is we're going to use it to get the user name and user email. So I'm going to say constant, and this is from BetterAuth. So I'm going to say we're going to import auth client. So auth client is coming from lib auth client. Then inside the auth client, we can get the use session. You can see the method here, the hook here, use session, and we can also have the sign out here. So inside the use session, we can get the say use session. Then we can get the data. Sorry, we're going to call this session, and then we can get is pending. It's going to tell us when it's loading. Then inside the data, we can get the user. So user is equals to session dot user like this. So now we've gotten everything. So now let's go ahead and let's define the handle first. Handle logout is going to be equals to, we're going to say if is signing out, just return. Then we can set is signing out to true like this, and then we say sign out. You can just do like this, and you can also open this and just pass in the fetch option. And then inside the fetch option, we can get on success. And on success, we just return a method. And then we're going to just clear token. And then we're going to route the user to the login screen. So you'll say auth slash sign in sign in. Then we can set a sign out to false here. I think we also have on error. We can post. Let's import that from error, and then here we can just have the ctx here, and then let's get the error ctx error dot message. Then we can just let's just set this to is sign out false here. So now we have all of this. Now let's go ahead and implement the sidebar. So I'm just going to say sidebar, sorry, sidebar from okay, we've imported that sidebar, and here we just pass in the props. Let's have a class name of so I want this to have a z index of let's just give it 995 or 99 like this. Then we have the sidebar header. Then we can have a div. We say class name is equals to width full flex item center, and then justify and between, because we want to add the button that toggles the sidebar here. So let's pass in the logo first. So logo from logo, and we're going to pass in the URL to /home, and then we're going to say sidebar trigger. Where is this sidebar trigger? Yeah, I'm just going to add a class name for this to m-mx4, and now below here we're going to just have a borderline here, or we can call it a divider. Class name, we're going to just give this a class name of border. Let's give it border mx2, and then minus tpx like this. Then we can let's have the sorry after the okay, yeah, we can just have the search button. I'll just comment that so that we can do that in the bar. So yeah, we can just have the sidebar content. So inside the sidebar content, we're going to have let's first of all set the class name first. So the class name is going to be px to ptu2, then overflow. Let's do overflow exceeding. I think this will have overflow y02. It's going to already have the scroll bar. So I'm just going to also we're going to create a component called navmin, and this is going to pass in the you can call this items, and this is just nav. So I'm going to just copy navmin, scroll down back, and then paste it here. So now we're going to just create. Let me just quickly create this component, or let's just complete everything here. So I'm just going to comment that first. Then here we're going to have the nav notes. It's going to have all of the notes for us. We're going to use that. We're just going to comment that now. Then below here, we're going to have the footer. So I'm just going to just come over here, copy this this borderline or horizontal line, just paste it here. Just give it like this. Then lastly, we're going to have the nav user. Okay, I think this should be. Sorry guys, let me just copy this and just add sidebar footer. Okay, and I'm going to paste it here. So now I'm going to have the nav user. Then inside here, we're going to have is loading, and this is going to have the is pending here. Then we're going to have user. It's going to be equals to an object. We're going to name. The name is going to be user dot. We get the name. I just set it to empty string. Then we have the email. User dot email. Then I don't think we have avatar. Just keep avatar there to empty string like this. You can say user dot image, but we don't have image. I'll just keep it empty like this, or you can just remove it. Then lastly, we have is we're going to add the is signing out. Yes, I'm just going to pass it here. Then on sign out is going to be equals to the handle logout like this. So let's just quickly go ahead and create the nav user. So I'm just going to come over here, create a new file, nav user.txx, then RAFCE nav user. So let me just import this. So let's go back and complete this here. So we just have prop at the top. Let's just pass in the prop type props is equals to user is of type name string uh, email and string like this is okay. And then we can just have I think we have let's go back. Okay, yeah, it's loading and then it's signing out. So I'm just going to pass that here. So it's loading. It's of type boolean. Then it's signing out. Is of type boolean. Then we have on sign out is going to be void method. So I'm just going to we can just get the props here. I just say props, and then we just get in the user is loading, is signing out, and also on sign out here. So inside here we are going to just say constant. Um, let's get it from use sidebar. Once it is mobile, so we're going to make use of that. So let's just get the side menu from Shanty UI. That's from the UI sidebar. Sorry, menu, not sidebar. Menu, yeah. So we have the sidebar menu item. Menu item. And now we are going to get the drop menu from UI drop down menu. Let me remove the sidebar. So inside here we're going to have is loading. If it's loading, we are going to show an icon. So we're going to get the loader from React loader remix icon. Let's pick 5 field. We say class name. We have width 5, height 5, animate spin. Then else we are going to show the drop down trigger. Drop down trigger, menu trigger. We set it so as child. Then we're going to have this sidebar button, sidebar menu button. Yes, as soon as so let's just like this. So inside here we're going to give this size of large, and then we have a class name. We're going to say data states is equals to open. So we want to change the color. Then we can just give it pg sidebar. Sorry, accent. Then we can also have data states equals to open again. And then we're just going to do for the text color, text sidebar accent foreground. Like this is okay. So inside here we're going to have avatar from UI avatar. I need to have a class name. Class name equals to height 8, width 8, rounded large. Sorry, rounded large like this. Then we have border and border primary. I don't think we're going to use image, so I'm just going to use avatar fallback like this. And this will have a class name of rounded. We're also going to do rounded large too. Then let me just say user dot name dot character at index 0, just like this. Then here we're going to just have a div last name flex1 text left text small and leading tight like this. So we can just have the name and also the image. So I'm just going to say span. We're going to have span. We're going to say class name truncate font medium. Let's have this again. So the one is going to be for, we're going to have one for the username dot name, and then the other one for the user email. Email here, like this. So below here, we're going to just have an icon and just say chevron and have chevrons up, down icon. Just give this class name size 4 like this. So now we have the trigger. So let's also implement the content. So I think this is just for the trigger side. So below here we're going to have the drop down content menu content. So here we're going to just have last name width. Let's just say sorry, minimum width 56. Then we have rounded large Then for size, we're going to say if it's mobile, then we're going to say this to bottom, and then right like this. Okay, size does not exist. So this is going to be side, not size. Side. Then we have align end. Then we have side offset 4. Then we can have on close autofocus. Let's just if it's signing out, then we can just say let's just put e dot prevent. So I'm just going to add the e there. E dot prevent defaults like this. Then inside the drop down content, we are going to have a drop down menu label from UI drop down menu. Then this will have a class name of padding 0, font normal. Then we should have a div class name flex item center cap 2 px1 py1 sorry py1.5 text left text small. So inside here we're going to also have the avatar. So I'll just go there. Let me copy that. So we're going to just copy everything like this. Let me collapse this, bring it here. So I'm just going to paste it inside here. So let me just paste it inside here like this. So now we have the label. Now we can just add a drop down separator menu separator from UI menu, and then we can have drop down menu item like this. So let's have a class name here relative. Then we can have we can disable this button. Disable if it's signing out. Then on click on sign out. Then we can have icon logout box line. Let's have our class name text muted foreground. Then we can have text primary, or let's just leave it like this. Then we can just have a logout here. Then below here we can have a signing out. Then we're going to show the loader ri loader 5 fill, and it's going to have a class name of width for, height for, absolute, right 2, and animate spin like this. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and then work on the nav menu. So I'm just going to scroll down here, the nav menu. So let's create a file called nav dash menu. Let's say RAFCE. So I'm just going to import this here. So let me just replace this to nav menu. And this should be nav menu, not nav main. So let me uncomment this and let's import this here. So let's go into nav menu. Let's import. Let's set our prop type props. So I'm just going to go inside the let's add the items here. Items is going to be title string, then URL of type string, then icon. We can have this remix icon content components type. Let me just move this up here. So yeah, we can just open it and just get the items and set the type to props like this. So inside here, we're going to import router from use router. We're going to get router from use router. So import use router from next navigation. Then we can also get a path name, which is going to be equals to use path name. So import that too. Then inside here, we're going to have our sidebar and a side menu. And then we're going to look through the items dot map item. So we're going to say constant is active is equals to path name is equals to item dot URL. So let's return then the side menu item. So this should be an array. So we're going to pass in the key here. Let's say key is going to be equals to item dot title. And then we can just have our class name relative flex column items dot stretch. So let's also have the sidebar menu button. So we have class name, we'll have group menu button, font menu. Sorry, font medium. Then we can give this a gap of 3. Let's give it a height first. Rounded menu, medium. We can give this a background gradient to right. Then hover, BG transparent. Let's have another hover, which is going to be from sidebar accent. And then we're going to have over again. This is going to be for so sidebar accent. We're going to give this 40. There's 0.4 opacity. Then now we're going to say if this is active, it's true. And then we're going to say from primary 20, 0.2%, 0.2 opacity. So I will say data is active is equals to true. Again, it's going to have two primary 5. Like this is okay. So we can also have the and for SVG. We can set SVG to size auto. Let's just set the size auto like this. So yeah, we can just have is active is equals to is active. Then so we need to also add cursor pointer here. Then we can just have on click is going to be router dot push item dot URL. So here we're going to have the icon. So I'm going to say item dot icon, and let's have the class name here. And it's going to be text muted program. Then we're going to have group data active true. The menu button. Text primary. So I'm just going to reduce this to 0.6. So like this. Then we can just give this a size 22 like this. Then we have the span here, and this is going to just hold the item title dot title. Yeah. So we're done with this. On the last, let me check. So let's change this to menu. So I'm just going to create the last one nav dot notes RASCE, and let's import that here. So inside here, we're going to list the notes, but we're going to do that later on once we implement the API. So I just want to create the menu first. So yeah, we're just going to let's remove this. So yeah, we're going to have the sidebar group. Then we're going to have sidebar group label, and it's going to be called notes. And then we're going to have sidebar group action, and it's going to have an icon of add from we're going to import that from MX icon. Let's just give this a class name of size 5. Let's also give this a class name. Let's say margin top 1.5 pixel. Then flex item center. Item center. Then we have size is going to be 5.5. Then we have rounded medium. Then BG primary 0.2 border and cursor pointer. So we can save this, yeah, like this. Then we can have below the label, we can have, let's also add notes here. Sorry, add notes. Let's give this a class name. So we're going to just say it's to only, SR only. Then below here, we're going to have the sidebar contents, group contents, and it's going to have a class name of widthful height auto, then minimum height 32, maximum height uh 360 pixel, then overflow y auto, like this. So yeah, we're going to have the sidebar menu, and we have the sidebar menu item. So we're going to come back for this later. So we're done with the sidebar. So we're going to go ahead and create the main content. So inside the layout, go into dashboard layout. We have the sidebar. So we can just, okay, we've already imported it already. So now we need the main content for this. So I'm just going to come over here, create a folder. I'm going to call this common. And I'm going to call this, create a file. Let's call this main contents.txx. So RASCE. So this is going to have a props here. Let's just set this to use client. So let's have our type props children react dot react node, and then let's just get the pass in the props here and get the children like this. So below here, this is just going to be it's going to be this main, and we're going to just pass in the children here. So I'm just going to give this a class name first, relative widthful height auto, and we can just say overflow hidden, like this is okay. So let's just copy this, come over to the layout inside the dashboard, and let's just add it here, and let's move this inside. So I'm just going to import main content like this. So we're done with the dashboard layout. So we have the main contents. We're going to go ahead and let's go into the home page. I think this should be working. So let's implement the home UI. So I'm just going to go into the home. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm just going to call this common. So I want the page to be only for to act as our um, server side component. So I'm just going to modify this. I'm going to say default. Okay, we already have that. I'm just going to pass in async here. So like this. Then we can just have our main contents here. Sorry, main session here or home session. And this is going to be a self-closing tag. So let's just import this. So let me just create this first. So inside the page, we're going to just import this here. So inside here, we're going to have the header and also the components. So we're going to quickly create that here. Oh, we're going to do that. So let me just come down here. So let's have a div here. And this is going to be a class name, relative widthful. Then we're going to have another div here. And this is going to be max width to Excel, MX Auto, and space Y5. Let's also add widthful. So inside here, we are going to have a div again. And in this div, we're going to have a class name, widthful, flex item center, justify center, margin top 16. And then we're going to have the text h1, and this is just going to have text, how can I help you today, like this. Then inside here we're going to have emoji. We say from remix icon, we're going to say emotion, happy, feel. Let's give it a class name of size 24 pixel. So let's give this a class here. We're going to say flex item center gap 2 font heading, font bold, semi bold, then text pretty, text center, tracking, tracking title. Then we're going to say text gray 800 on dark mode. Sorry, on light mode. Then on dark mode, we're going to have text white. Then on small screen, we're going to have text size of 30 pixel, medium, text size of going to have size of 35 pixel, and then we have text 24 pixel. We're going to have opacity 0, fade in up, let's just give it fade in up. Then we're going to have animate, animation, delay is of 200 milliseconds, and then we just have set index 0. So like this. So for the fade in up, we're just going to go over to global. Let's go over to global CSS and let's add the style here. So I'm just going to paste the style. So it's going to be keyframe, fading up, opacity, and then transform, then opacity one, then fading up. So just write this in the CSS, and then let's go back. Then let me collapse this. So I think below here, yeah, below here we're going to have the chat input. So I'm just going to comment that here. And here we're going to have the recent note. So I'm going to say div last name, widthful, padding 7. And then we're going to have span recent notes. And this will have a class name of text small, on dark screen, on dark mode. We're going to have text white 50 like this. So I'm just going to just cut this here, wrap this inside a div. And I'm going to just set this to class name widthful. And then below here, we're going to have the recent notes here. So that's it. So let's go ahead and create the header. So I'm just going to uncomment this, and I'm going to come over to dashboard here. I'm going to create header here, .txx. And we'll say RASCE header, and let me go ahead and import that. So I'm just going to import header here, save that, then go into the header component. So for the header, I'm going to add a prop type, props. We're going to have title, and title is going to be a type of string, but it's going to be optional because we're going to be using this header for other components. So I just want to set that here. So I'm just going to say props. We're going to pass in the props here. Then here I'm going to just say constant use sidebar. So let's change this. Let's add the use client here. Then here we're going to get if it's open, if sidebar is open, and if it's on mobile. Then we're going to just remove this, and let's just add header. Then we're going to say if not open or is mobile. Then we are going to show the sidebar trigger. Say height of 10 like this. So let's just give this a class. So for the class name, we're going to have this suffix top 0, left 0, then set 0, and set index 9. Then we're going to give this a height of 40 pixel. Then flex item center px 8 py1, background color of background like this, and let's give this a backdrop of blur small. I'll just make this like this. So like this. Then I think we're going to use this later on. So I'm just going to leave this like this. And I think that is all for now. So we should be able to see the icon here. So I think this is we can see this is never this is not showing the name, this is wrong. We can see the note, we can see the plus icon, and we can see the menus here. So I'll close this. I think this header, the icon should to left. So let me just say medium padding X. So let me just do px2 here. Let's see, yeah. So this is okay. This position is okay. So let's go back to the sidebar and fix that nav user. So let me open the sidebar and let's see. So flex create. This is supposed to work. Name and email. Or let me just add block here. So I'm just going to remove the block. I'm going to say grid here. So if I click on this, we should be able to see its position anywhere. So I'll scroll back up and let me add grid to this too. So add grid. And this should fix it here. So now we can be able to see the logout here. And this should be able to work. So I think guys, so let's go ahead and set up HonoJS so we can start implementing the notes API to create a note and to fetch all notes. So let's go over to Google and search for HonoJS. So click on the first link here. So once you click on HonoJS, the first thing, just click on documentation, and then you can see how to use HonoJS. So HonoJS is pretty simple, similar to Express.js. So you can just define app like this, and you get and just implement this, and you'll be able to use this straight in your Next.js app. So what we're going to do is to first of all we need to quick start how to install Hono first. Then we can come over to the concept, not concept. Let's click on get started. Then we can see Next.js. So click on Next.js. And if you click on Next.js, you can see how to use Honor inside Next.js. So we can define that by creating a capture route inside our API folder and then making use of this inside our project. So we're going to copy this and go ahead and do that. So before we go ahead and implement that, so I want to show you something else that makes Honor better. Honor also supports RPC, so there's no need for us to use Axios or Fetch inside to call the endpoint on the client side. So instead, we can come over to I think it's help helper. Um, Let me check middleware. Let me just quickly search for that here. I just search for RPC, and then this should then we can see the RPC here. And let me look for where it's selected. Okay, yeah, it's inside guide. You can see RPC. So inside the RPC, you can see that RPC, we need to make use of sort validator. So this is going to be used for uh, the payload or params or even form. So if you scroll down here, you can see how to use set the RPC. So we have to create a file that has the type. We create the type app type, and you can see that here. Then we can call it like this on the client side, and this is going to work. So this is so good. So we're going to combine that with Tanstack React Query. So to use it to make sure to use it with RPC, we need to combine all of the endpoints together. So if I scroll down to uh, where we have this, okay, RPC, you can see RPC for larger app. We can see we can combine the get, posts, get, all of them inside one bunch of connected, they are chained together. So with this, we can use it with RPC, and this is going to give us all of the types there. So basically, that's how we're going to implement. So let's go over to Next.js again, and let's go ahead and copy that. So we're going to just come down here, and then we're going to copy this simple, and let's go ahead and create this casual route. Yeah. So I'll just go back to my code, and let's install the HonoJS inside here. So I'm just going to open this, and then let me just cancel server. So I'm going to just do npm install Hono and install the version I'm using. So I'm using Hono 4.9.4, and click on enter, and this should install HonoJS for us. So we're going to also install sort validator too. So let's just wait for this to install. So this has installed already. So let's just install Hono at Hono. We're going to say at Hono slash sort validator. Sorry. And we're going to give this a version. I'm using 0.7.2 like this. And then let's click on it to install. So this has installed. Let's just let's run the server, and then let me close all of this. So inside the main section first, before I go over and do that, you need to make sure you add um, medium size 40 and large MT2, where we have this here. How can I help you today? So just add that. So I'm just going to go into my API. So let me close all of this, and then we're going to, let's create a folder, and then let's have the routes, and then let's have routes here, and I'm going to just paste it. Yeah. So I've pasted it. So let's just also add the patch put and delete here. So make sure you've created this and route.tx. So I'm going to close this. Now I'm going to also add exports runtime, constant runtime, Node.js. So we're going to just set the runtime to Node.js instead of Edge, which is good because we're using Prisma, and Prisma require Node.js environment. So let's test this out. So I'm just going to make sure my server is running. Then I can go over to the browser and let's see. Let's type in localhost 3000, and then we have hello, sorry, API first. API slash hello. Click on enter, and then this should load this for us on the browser, and we should be able to see hello Next.js, and then we can see it. We can see hello Next.js. So this is working very, very fine. So now what we are going to do now is to we're going to rearrange it here. I'm just going to remove this hello. So this is going to be hello hello from Wave AI, and then I'm just going to remove this part here. So now I'm going to just say constant route is going to be equals to app dot. We're going to paste the base part here too. So now then here I'm just going to change this from app to route like this. So yeah, we're going to also define the type here like this. Sorry, I should just change this to routes. like this. So yeah, we want to have error handler. So I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to say app dot on error. So this is going to catch all error, and then it's going to get the error here and see here. So we're going to say if error instance of HTTP exception. So let's import this. Okay, let me just duplicate this. Copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to get that from Hono HTTP exception like this. Then I'm just going to say return error dot get response like this. Then last we're going to say return a c.json error. Then internal server internal error like this. So this is going to catch the errors for us. So now if we were to set the route for this and then on this. So in HonoJS to get the query params or the params, let's say we have ID here. So how to get this? We can just say constant, let's say ID, something like that. Let's say ID is equals to c dot. Then we can get the, you can see c dot request dot params here. Then we can just define ID, and you can see if you over this, you can see the ID here. If you have, let's say we have page equals to, we have page, like let's say we have query. So I'm just going to just copy this, paste this here. I'm going to say query, sorry, this is going to be query. And let me say I'm passing the page. Then I'm going to just get the page here. So basically this is how to use HonoJS when you're trying to get the params, the param. Then if you're getting the post, it's very easy. You can just say constant, let's say the JSON is equals to say just request dot yeah, we're going to have JSON here, and this is going to give us the body. When we pass in the body, why this give us the query, and this give us the params. So if I just pass in ID, I just say ID here, and if I save this and test this on our browser, so I'm just going to pass in. Uh, Let me just add like this and click on enter, and then we can see the ID is showing here. So that's it. So this is how to make use of Hono. It's basically the simplest part of how to use HonoJS. So I'm just going to remove everything here and let's go ahead and start implementing the Notes API. So I'm just going to close this here. So for the Notes API, we're going to change this. Remember, we're using RPC, so we're going to change most of um, the APIs. So to make it cleaner, I'm going to just create a file called notes.txt. So let me just define that here. So I'm going to call it export constant note route. So just import this here. And now we can just copy the note route, come over to route. So we know route inside this capture route. And then we can just say dot route, sorry. And then let's import the note route. And this is basically how we're going to we're going to implement them. So let's go ahead and also, so before we go ahead and start implementing endpoint, we need to protect our endpoint. So we need to create a middleware which we are going to use BetterAuth to validate the user that is trying to access our endpoint. So I'm going to go into lib. So first of all, if we go to the documentation in Honor, you can scroll down and you can see middleware. Yeah. If we go over to third-party middleware, we can see we have different middleware for different authentication, like Clock and others, but we don't have for BetterAuth. So we can create our custom uh, middleware. So if you go over here and find factory, click on factory here. You can see this is a help us to help you create your own middleware. So basically, that's what we're going to do. So let's go back to the code and let's implement that. So inside the code, I'm going to create a folder here. I'm going to call this Honor, and then I'm going to create Honor middleware.txt here. So inside here, export, let's say export constant get auth user, and this is going to be equals to. So let's import it here. Create middleware from Honor factory. So I'm just going to paste it here, and then we need to set the type, which is let's set the env. So we can define them here, type env, and we have a variable here, like these variables. And then we can define what we have inside the variable. We have the user ID string, email, and this is coming from this type is basically what is inside whole and better auth session. So I'm just going to say better auth session user. So I'm going to say string name name string. You can have created at dates, updated at dates, like this. So inside BetterAuth, we have the email verify boolean like this. So yeah, we're going to set this to async, and we're going to get the context and next. So now you can use try catch here and say constant session. Get session is equals to await auth dot API. So let's import auth from import from sorry auth here. We say auth dot API dot get session. So we need to define the headers, and we're going to say c dot request. So we're getting the headers from Honor raw dot headers like this. So now we are going to check if not session, then we can throw an error. We can say new HTTP exception from Honor. We can set this to unauthorized, and then we're going to just return. We're going to say response c.json. Sorry, error. Let me just change this to message unauthorized like this. So if the user is authorized, we're going to set the user. We're going to say user session dot user like this. Then we can just say await next. And for the error, we can just console log dot error. And then we can just copy this and just paste it here. I can even remove this if I want. I can, instead of using the JSON, I'll just set message here and just pass in unauthorized. So let me just remove that and just change it. So because we already have inside the Honor, we have the error handler. So this is going to catch, it's going to catch the error here. So I'm just going to scroll down here and let's just. So lastly, we're going to also create the Honor RPC. So I'm just going to create a file, Honor rpc.tx. We are going to export constant client, similar to what we saw in the documentation. It's going to be equals to HC. So we're going to import HC from Honor client. So say import HC from Honor slash client. And then we can just set the type to app type. So we have process.env, and we're going to pass in the base a public API URL, app URL. So we're going to define that in the env. So let me just go over to my env, and I can just do that here. Just put http local host 3000. Just similar to what we have in BetterAuth. So I'm just going to save that and let's go into our PC back and let's also export the API. Constant API is equals to client dot API. Sorry, API. Why is it saying unknown? Uh, okay, missing env. Processor env. So let me try and so I think we are having some error issue. Hmm. So this is giving us, this is showing unknown when this is supposed to show the type. So I'm just going to comment it down. Let's first of all implement the API first for note. Then we can come back and enable it and see why It's not working. So I'm going to test this out, the error handling. So I'm just going to go back to my route, and then to add middleware in a HonoJS, we can just add it in between here. And let me just import this here. So I'll just change this to hello like this, and let's see if this will throw an error. So I'm just going to load this. So let me just remove the hello. No need for that. So you're going to server is running. So I'm just going to modify this. I'm going to remove the ID, and I'm going to just click on localhost 3000 AP. Click on and press enter. Let's see if it's going to show the unauthorized or not. So I think we are logging. So let me try and log out and let's see. So let me wait for this to load. So let me just open this, click on logout. So it should log us out. So now let me try it again. Then we can see unauthorized. So let's go ahead and create the Note API. So I'm going to go into the Note file, Note.txt, and let's say we're going to create the first one. We're going to have post here. So we're going to change this. So I'll just say sorry, posts, and then inside here we're going to call this /create. Then we need to add the sort validator to validate our payload. So I'm going to use the sort validator middleware from HonoJS. So I'll just call that. And then the let's import this first. So let me just import this from HonoJS. So now inside the sort validator we can get the we can get JSON from query, params, and others here. So since we're using post request and we want to get the payload, we're going to use from JSON. And then we need to pass in the schema. So I'm going to define the schema here. Sorry, here. I'm going to say constant note schema is equals to sort.object. So let's import sort.object. And then we can just pass it here like this. So inside here, we need to define the values. So we can just say the title, the sort string, and this we have minimum of 1. And then we can have the content source string like this. So let me add comma here like this. So let's just pass in the auth. So we want to pass in the auth, get auth user, and then let's add async and get our context and return this. Now we're going to use try catch here. We're going to get the user. So remember we set the user. If you go into the get auth, remember we set the user here. So I'm just going to get the user now. I'm going to say user is equals to c dot get and then user. So now we need to get uh the title and content. So to get that, instead of using the c context dot request dot JSON, so this time we're going to use request context of equal to valid, and there we can get the JSON. So inside here we can get the title, and you can see that this is going to give us. You can see title, and we can see context here. So now we can just create a note. Say notes is equals to await Prisma. So let's import Prisma from Prisma Prisma from the leaf folder. Sorry. Yeah, Prisma dot nodes dot create. So we're passing data, title, we're passing the title, and then we can pass in the content here. Then the user ID is going to be user dot ID and like this. So let's return our response c dot JSON. So I'll just say success true, and then data is going to be the notes. And there we can just throw new error HTTP. Let's go HTTP exception passing 500, and then we can pass in the message failed to create notes unlike this. So let's just and just console the error like this. So now we've done for the create note. So let's go ahead and do for the update note. So I'm just going to remove this. Yeah, and let me move this up here. So I'll collapse this, and then after the post request, we're going to also do for the update endpoint. So I'm just going to add dot here. Then we're going to use the patch. Now we need to define best passing slash updates, and then the params ID. So yeah, I'm just going to set the sort validator for this. We're going to define the ID and also the uh, payload, that's the body too. So for the body, we're just going to just use node schema partial, and there we can just say constant node ID schema. Let's just use so let me just copy this, yeah, and then let's change this to ID here like this. And then we're going to add, let's add a message here, notes ID required. So yeah, we're going to add the sort validation. I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. We're going to paste it 2 times here. We're going to have the one for the params. Let me just add comma here. Params here and JSON here. So I'm just going to change this. Say note ID schema and then note update schema. And then we need to pass in the get auth user and then async, and let's return this. Then let's get the Siri, and then let's set our try catch here, and then let's get the user is equals to context dot get user, and then we can get the ID from a request dot valid params ID. Let me duplicate this and change this to JSON, and then we can just set just get the body, yeah. And I will need to check the notes. We need to confirm if the note exists. So I'll say existing notes is equals to await Prisma dot notes dot find first. where ID is ID and the user ID is user.id. Then below here we can check if not existing nodes. Let's throw an error. TCP exception for message notes not found, like this. And then let's update this. So say constant updated notes is equals to await Prisma Prisma.node dot update, where ID, then data, title is body dot title, and content body dot content, like this. So we can return this. We can say return c.json success true, and data is going to be equals to updated notes. And here we can just get the error. Say if error instance of HTTP exception throw error here. Else just throw 500 error. Internal, sorry, HTTP exception 500. So message internal server error. So we are done with this. Let me just. So let's collapse this. We're going to go ahead and work on delete endpoint, delete part of the node. So let's just come over here and add dots to. Then we can set delete, and it's going to be delete slash ID, and then we just say sort validator params, and then we just pass in the notes ID schema. Then let's set get auth user here. So we have async, and let's return this, get the context, and let's get try catch here. And then below here we can get the user is equals to c.get user, and then get the ID is equals to c dot request request of valid params. So we can just do the same thing we did here. So I just copy this, and I'm going to just paste it here. So if existing nodes, just throw nodes not found, then we can delete the nodes. Say await prisma dot nodes dot delete, and then we can just pass in where, and then pass in the ID. So this should work. Then we can return. Let's just return success here, and then we can just say message nodes deleted. like this. And then let's also get this too, copy this, and let's paste it here too. So that's it. So let's also work on the endpoint to get all nodes. So I'm just going to say all, and then let's pass in get um auth user. So we don't need to pass in any param or payload here. So I'm just going to say return this and let's get the context. So let's get try your catch here. Then let's get the user is equals to context dot get user, and then we are going to pass in the query. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get the query direct. So query is equals to c dot request dot query like this. Now we can set page is equals to query dot page is equals to, so we're going to pass into the query dot page, then we set this to 1. So we can just set this to, okay, like this is okay. We set this to 1. Then we can copy this and paste it here and just change this query limit. So let's just say limit here and then change this to limits. And the maximum limit here is 20. So we need to define this skip here. So constant skip is equals to page minus 1 times limits. Now we need to get the note. We say it's equals to await promise dot all. I will say Prisma dot nodes dot find menu, where user ID is equals to user dot ID, and we're going to do order by updated at descending order. Then we can pass in skip. Sorry, not updated at, we should use created at. And take and limits. Now we need to define Prisma dot nodes dot count user ID user dot ID. So now we can calculate the total pages. It's equals to math dot so total, sorry, we didn't get the total here. Nodes total divided by limits. So now let's return this. We can say return c.json success through data nodes, and then we can just say pagination total page limits total pages and skip, and then we need to copy this, and let me just paste it here. So we can just console log error. So now we've gotten the all nodes. So let's also implement the last endpoint, which is to get a single node. So I'm just going to say /id, and there we're just going to get the params here. So I'll copy that and paste it here. So now let me just copy this here. So yeah, we can have the try catch here. Let's get the user equals to uh context dot get user and also the ID. So now we can get the nodes. The nodes is equals to await Prisma dot nodes dot find first where ID and then user ID is user dot ID. So if not nodes, then we can just throw HTTP error exception 404 message nodes not found like this. So now let's return this context.json success true and then data nodes. So I'm just going to go up here and let's copy this like this. So we are done with this. So let's go back and check the okay. I think if I hover over this now, you're out. We should be able to see a bunch of you can see the input JSON. This is for the create. You can see the input and we can see the output. We can see for updates notes. We can also see for others. So I'll just go over to the RPC and let's see if this will stop showing the error of unknown. And it has stopped. We can be able to see this. Everything is connected together. So to make use of this, we are going to create a folder. I'm going to call this features. So inside feature, I'm going to create use notes here. .tx. So this is going to hold. This is where we're going to use transfer query with the Honor RPC to get the user um to connect with the data with the endpoint here. So we're going to make use of this API. So instead of fetch or Asius, we're going to be using Honor, and then we're going to use transfer query to um together with it. So let me go into use note and let's implement this. So let's define constant. Let's export this constant. So the first one we're going to do is the create note. So I'm going to call this use create note, and it's going to be equals to empty string like this. So we're going to return use mutation from master create query, and then we are going to call this here. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the response equals to await. Then we're going to import API. Sorry, not inside here. We need to define the mutation function first, like this, and then let's get the JSON here, and then like this, let's import API from RPC. Now, if we click on dot, you can see notes. Then we can click on create. Then now we need to say dot post. So let's pass in the JSON here because post requires us to pass in the title and then string here. So now we can return await response dot JSON like this. So this is giving us error because we've not defined the types. So how do we get the type? We can use that from Hono. So we can just call this response, requests create node. So first of all, we get the request first, create node type. So we're going to import interface request from Hono, and then we're going to call this type of api.nodes.create.post, and then we just define JSON here like this. Then we can duplicate this, and instead of request, we are going to use response here. And then the response, I'm just going to remove this here. So let me import response. And then let me change this to, instead of request, response. So here we have the use mutation. We are going to define that here. So I'm just going to open this like this. So first we're going to define the response here, error, and then the request like this. And we can see the error has stopped. Great. So inside the mutation, after the mutation function, we can get the on success from answer react query. And then we can say notes here. And then we can get error too. So I'll duplicate this and I'll just call this on error. So if error, we can toast dot error dot message failed to create notes. And then inside here, we can also, after creating a note, we can call the all notes endpoints. So we're going to use the downstack React query, the query client, to invalidate the note endpoint. That's the all notes endpoint. We're going to work on that. So let's just do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, let's come over here and let's do constant query client is equals to use query client. So now I'm just going to call this here dot invalidates queries, and then we can define the query keys. I'll set this to notes. Then I can just set refresh type to all like this. So for now, we are going to skip the notes. We are going to come back for that. So let's save this, and then let's go ahead and implement the second one. Let's go and get the all notes here. So yeah, we're going to say export constant use notes, and then we're going to pass in the page of type number. This is going to have default of 1, and then limit of type number is going to have default of 20. So now let's return use query client. I'm sorry, use query, not use query client. So import that from, let me import this. And now we need to define the query key. And since this is to fetch all nodes and we have nodes key here, so I'll just copy this and just paste it here. So when we create node, this is going to recall the use nodes, the nodes endpoint, the nodes endpoint here. So yeah, we need to also pass in page and limits. So when this changes, this will recall this endpoint. So we need to also define query function. So async. Now we need to say response await API dot nodes dot all dot get. So query. So let's pass in page and limits. So say constant is equals to await response dot JSON, and let's just return data here. Sorry, like this. So we can also check if not response dot okay. We can try an error or we can return error. So let me just show an error here. Fail to fetch notes. And like this. So this is it. So let's also get the one for, let's also with this, and let's do for single notes. Yeah. So I just change this to notes. Sorry. I'm going to just change this to ID of type string. And then this, I'm just going to change this to uh, ID and single notes here. So instead of all, we can just change this to and let me remove this. Sorry, just return this back. So instead of dot, I'll remove the dot here. So like this, and then we have instead of query, we have params. And let's pass in the ID. So now this will work. So we can just also add below here, enabled. You can say if ID this to run. You can also change it, just use boolean instead. Like this. So we can also define the other one, the last one for updates. So I'll just copy this and then yeah, I'll just duplicate this. I'll change this to use update notes. And then for use of the notes, we can also define the types here for updates. So let me just copy this and paste it here. And then request update notes. And then instead of create, we're going to change this from um, notes updates. Then we can just wrap this inside. We can wrap this and then pass in the ID and also the patch like this. So let's also change this to response updates note type. Then we can just copy the same thing we did here. Let's come over here and paste it here. So now we can just replay changes, copy this, come over to where we have the and just change it. So request will be here, and then updates, I mean response will be here too. So yeah, we're going to just change this. Instead of create, we have updates here, and then ID also patch. Now let's open this. We need to pass in the params. Param will pass in the ID. So we need to get the uh, ID of the. We need to pass in the ID, and we need to also pass in the JSON here like this. So now, how do we get the ID? We are going to pass the ID inside the request. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to just extend string here. I'm going to say JSON this like this. So inside here, I'm just going to open this and say ID JSON, and the error should stop. So yeah, we have done this already. So let's also keep a toast here. Toast.success changes save. And this is going to record the all endpoints. And then we can change this to updates. So save that. We have done everything. So I'm just going to call this updates notes. So that's it. So let's go ahead and start working on on the UI. So first of all, I'm just going to go to where we have, let's implement the create note. So to create a note, we need to go over to sidebar and nav note. And remember we had a plus icon here. This is going to open the dialog, the create note dialog, and then this is going to, then inside the create note dialog is where we're going to create the note. So while here we're going to list all the notes. So let's first of all plug in the endpoint to create notes here in this action. So I'm just going to come over here and let's define a function for that. So let's call constant on create is equals to, they will say let's import constant use notes. Sorry, not use notes, use create notes. We are going to also get the use constant use notes, and then we're going to say data notes, then is pending. It's going to be let's say is pending like this. Then inside the use create notes, we're going to get mutate and is pending. So let me just change this to is loading here. Then inside here, we're going to say mutate. We're going to pass in the title. I'm going to call this on title, and the content is going to be an empty string like this. So now we're going to call this method here where we have the sidebar group action. So I'm just going to say on click. We're passing the on create method here. So now we can also get all of the notes here. So I'm just going to do that now. So I'm going to scroll down here where we have the all notes section. I'm just going to remove this here. So I'm going to check if notes.length is equals to 0. Okay, this is saying, okay, let me remove this. So I'll just come down here and say constant notes is equals to data dot data empty array. So if this is equals to 0, then we can just define a div here and just say no notes. Then we can have the else is pending. So is pending is coming from use notes. And then we're going to call a div here. So yeah, we're going to have class flex item center, justify center, and then we can have loader file fill. Let's have the class name with 8, height 8, animate spin like this. And then let's give this a text color of primary. And then below here, we're going to map this. So I'm going to say notes.map notes. So let's get is active or is selected dot id is equals to notes id. Let's return let's return this sidebar menu item. So I think I'm making a mistake here. So I fix it. So I had to add this. This was missing. So okay, currently we don't have the note ID. We're going to get the note ID later. So let's just pass this here. Run say key is equals to notes dot id. And let's get the sidebar menu button. And let's set the class name flex item center waitful. And then we can say on click. Let's just say for now we're just going to leave this empty. So we have span class name width 8, height 8, PG secondary, bounded large, and then flex item center, and then justify center like this. And inside here, we're going to have the icon from Remix icon. So I'm just going to get file text fill. Now let's get the line. And let's say class name width for height for text primary, text primary like this. And then below here we can just have h5, and this is going to show the note dot title. So class name flex1 truncate like this. So we've done this. So we are going to go ahead and so we need to add the loading. So I'll just remove this. We have the loading here for creating. So what we're going to do, we're going to create an overlay, a loader overlay that once this is showing, we create a new note and it's loading, the overlay will appear. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to collapse this here and I'm going to define the component inside the component folder. So I'll just come over here and let me create that. I'll say loader overlay index.cxx RASCE loader overlay. So let me just import that inside the sidebar note. So let me just import this here. So let's go into the overlay index.txt. And so here, let's define the props here. I'll say type props. We're going to have show boolean. Then we're going to have text, which is optional to string. And then we can define that here. We say props. Let's just open this props. We have show. We have text. So I'll just set default to creating notes. And then here, if not show, then just return null like this. Then here we can just have a div, a class name, fix to 0 bg background. Let's give it opacity of 0.2. Then backdrop, I'll change to extra small. Z index of 50. Flex item center, justify center like this. And then we're going to have a div, and it's going to have a class name of flex column, item center, and then gap 2. So let's close this. So inside here, we're going to show the loader here. We're going to import the loader from remix icon. Then below here, we're going to have a p tag, and this is going to show the text. So I'll just say class name is going to be equals to text small, then text muted foreground like this. So we are done. So I can go back inside the I'll copy this, go over back into the nav nodes. Then here we need to pass um pass show is going to be it's loading like this. So there's no need to pass in the text because we've already set default to creating nodes. So or we can just copy this and just pass it. So let me just pass it here. Like this. So now if I try to create now, let me try and create a note. So let's make sure everything is okay. So let's test this out. So I'm just going to go back to localhost 2000. Let's sign in again. So I'm going to sign in. So let's wait. I'll click on sign in, and this should take me to the home page. So now this is on the home page. So I'm going to click here. So let me click here, and then let me click on this plus icon, and we can see the creating notes here, and then we can see the notes showing here. So we need to be able to, if we click on this note, we need to display a dialog. So let's go ahead and work on the dialog. So to make the dialog toggle or open and close, we are going to use Nox. So remember we installed a package here, this package, the Nox, and again inside the layout, we wrap the entire layout with it. If I go over to layout, not this, I think it's inside the dashboard layouts, yeah. We wrap this Nox adapter. So the Nox is going to help us to add the values to the URL. So it's just like a search param. So it's going to enable us to quickly add the search bar like this view through and also remove it from the URL. So basically that's what Nox does. You can just search it up and see the documentation. So like to implement the dialog to show here, we're going to create a file here. So first of all, let's go to the hook and let's create the use notes id.tx. So this way we're going to handle the Nox. We're going to create a hook that holds that add the notes ID to the URL. So I'm going to say use notes ID is equals to, let's just return this. Then we're going to say constant notes ID. I'm just going to say set notes ID is equals to use query states. And we're going to import that from Nox. I'm going to import use query states. So here we're going to define the name notes ID, and then we're going to set the default to string. So say pairs as string dot. So let me import this dot with default. We set it to empty string. So now we need to define the method here. So below here, let's say constant set the notes ID. It's okay. Let's just set this to underscore here. And let's return underscore set notes ID and pass in the ID. So we're going to get the ID from here, string. So save that, then you duplicate this, and then we're going to say close ID or clear ID, I mean clear notes ID, and then we can just set this to null. Let's remove the ID. And then below here we can return notes ID, set notes ID, then clear notes ID. Then let's export this. Export default use notes ID. So now we have this. So let's go into the component and let's create the notes overlay. Oh, sorry, note dialog. And then inside here, I'm going to just say notes dialog, or I can just say index. Or let me just leave that notes dialog dot txx here. So here we just say refce notes and dialog like this. So yeah, we're going to use the sheet component from Shanty UI. So inside here, we're going to first import it as a constant is equals to use notes ID, and then we're going to get um, clear notes ID and set notes ID. Sorry, notes ID. We're going to get notes ID and clear notes ID. Then here we can just say constant is open is equals to boolean notes ID like this. So yeah, we can also have constant handle close is going to be equals to clear notes ID. So yeah, we're going to call the sheet component from UI sheet, and then here we're going to say open is going to be equals to is open, and then on open change is going to be handle close. So now we need to import the sheet content, and here we're going to give this the side to right, and then we can have the class name of padding 0 border. We can use a border left. Yeah. We should have width. Let's give it width of 1/2. So 1/2. Then maximum width, we give this of 50 VW like this. So save this, and then inside the sheet contents, we're going to have sheet header, and then I'll just say class name. So sheet header is going to just have uh, padding y, sorry, padding y2, and we're just going to give this border b and then bg muted like this. And then we're going to also pass in, let's add in the padding here, padding 4. Then I'm just going to import sheet title here. So after the header, we're going to have a div, and it's going to be class name x1, minimum height 20, maximum height screen, then overflow y auto. Then we're going to say if notes ID, then we are going to show the notes. We're going to create a component called note view, or you can call it note editor. So inside here, we're going to pass in the note ID like this. So let's go ahead and create that. I'm going to just create that inside here. I'm just going to call it note view dot txx RAFCE, and let's go back and import this here. So we're just going to pass in the note view, oops, note ID, is type string like this, and the error should stop. So just go back and let's save this. So yeah, we're going to call the endpoints for updating and getting a single so we're going to let's come down here. Let's create a state, use state, This is going to be of type string, and then we're going to have the title and set title. Duplicate this, and we're going to have the content and set content by this. So yeah, we're going to get the data for to get a single note. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say constant is equals to use notes. So we're going to import this from the future. Sorry, it's use notes, not use notes, the single one. And then we need to pass in the note ID. So yeah, we're going to say data is loading. So let's check this. This is going to be data. So you're going to also get the updating. The constant update notes is equals to use update notes like this. So let's just import this. I'll just say mutate, and then we can get the is pending. So let me change this to is pending like this. So yeah, we're going to use a use effect, and we're going to check if not we're going to set title to notes. Sorry, if data, we're going to say data dot data, or let's just quickly just get say note is equals to data. So I'll just use note instead. Note dot data. Notes dot title. So let's duplicate this. Set content, and let's pass set content. And here it's going to be content like this. And here we can just pass in the notes. And let me just import this use effect. So now we have both of this. Now uh we're going to define the div here and the, the text area. So I'm going to be using a different component for the text area. So we're just going to come over to the search bar and search for auto auto size text area, Shanty UI. So click on the first link here. So once you click on this first link, you can see this is a component built to use Shanty UI. So you can copy the code here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to come over to my UI, and let's create a component. We're going to say auto size, then what is it called? Auto size test area, text area dot txx. So let's just copy the code, expand this, copy the whole code here, paste it here. No, this is using test area. So I'm just going to save this. So that is it. So let's go back to the code, the notes view. So below here, we're going to set the div here. We're going to have a class name, relative, and then widthful, heightful, and then p6. So let's just remove this here. And then for this is loading, we are going to come down here and let's just set this to if it's loading, we are going to return, let's return a div here. And this is going to have the same loader we had in the overlay. So I'm just going to go here and just copy this. Paste it here. So let's import this. So now we have the class name, flex item center, justify center, width full. We'll give this a height of 20 vh like this. So now let's complete this. We're going to have a div here, and this is going to have a class name of width full, padding left 2, margin bottom 3. Then we have a div again, and inside this div we're going to have uh, the auto size text area. So we're going to define a ref here. So let me just comment this out first. So value is going to be title. Then we're going to have on change. It's going to be a set title, a dot target events dot targets dot value. Then we have our placeholder on title notes. Let's have the class name width full, resize none. It's going to say border none. Outline none. We're going to also have PG transparent, font bold, and then we need to set the styling for the placeholder. So as placeholder, we're going to have text muted foreground. Let's give this opacity of 40 here. Then we're going to make the text large for Excel. Then leading line height to tight, and then overflow hidden. Let's say padding X0. Then on focus visible, we want to set ring to 0. Then on focus again, visible, ring offset to 0. Like this. Let's also have a class here, order B, like this. So below here, let me collapse this too. We're going to have a div. This div is going to have class name width full and then padding left 2. So let me just copy this text area from here. Paste it here. And then we're going to change this from title to content. And then this is going to be set content. Copy this, paste it here. And then we can change it to start writing. like this. So yeah, we can also do this outline BG. So instead we're going to remove the font bold, then the placeholder text, then font size we're going to change this. Let's just remove it. And then let's change this to text base instead. Then instead of leading, we're going to do relax. Leading relax. And then I'm just going to remove the overflow. And then padding X0 like this. So let's give this a minimum height. I just a minimum height 65 VH like this. So this is going to be our content area. So then below here, we're going to have a div last name, sticky, bottom 0, padding Y2, flex, justify end, then set 50 BG background. And here it's going to have the button. We're going to call this save changes. On click, disabled is updating, is pending, if not ID, not content. Sorry, content. Let's have the class name of rounded full, padding extend, text large, cursor pointer, then disabled opacity. I'll give this 80 or 75 is okay. Then we're going to set the size of the button to large. Then we say it's pending. Let's show the loader here. Let's import this class name. We set it to width 7, height 7, animate spin like this. So I'm just going to point this out. Let's go at the top and let's fix the ref for both of them. So I'm just going to scroll up here, and then we're going to create a method to handle updates. Let's just do that here. I'll just say constant handle update is equals to. So let's just copy this, scroll down back, and let me pass it here. And this will stop. So inside here, we're going to have say mutate. We're going to pass in the ID, notes ID, then JSON. Title is title, contents, contents like this. So we need to also check if there's not just return like this, and then the error should stop. So now to define the ref, we're going to let's come at the top here and let's define the ref here. We'll say constant is equals to ref, let's text area ref, is equals to use ref. So import that from React. And then this is going to just have a type. Let's set this to null. We're going to import auto size text area ref or no. So just duplicate this and let's have for content like this. So we can copy this, come straight here, and let's just paste it here. Let's also copy the content text area ref, and then let's come down here too and paste it here. So now we need the use effect to set, once the user open the dialog, we need to set this to focus. So I'm going to use the use effect. So I'm just going to come down here and let's say use effects. Let's remove all of this. And I'm going to say if not it's loading. Let me check. Okay. If not loading, then we can say constant to text area elements is equals to title text area ref dot current. We'll say if title elements, then we can say text area ref dot text area. Sorry, not text area, text area elements dot text area dot style dot minimum height. You can just set this to auto. Then we can just copy um, this, and then let's set this to dot text area focus. Let me duplicate this and set maximum height to auto like this. So I'm just going to pass in the it's loading here like this. So now we are going to also have uh, a div. We're going to define on key down for the title. Once you click on enter, this is going to uh, shift the focus to the content. So I'm just going to do that here. I'll say constant handle title key down. So yeah, we're going to say A is of type React. So React dot keyboard event HTML text area elements. So we say if event key is equals to enter, then we say it does prevent defaults. Then we can get the ref for the content. I'll just say content text area ref dot current dot text area focus. like this. So just copy this, come over to here, and let's just pass in on key down and pass this here. So now we're done with this. Let's just copy uh the nav dialog. So copy this. Let's come over to dashboard layout, and then let me just for the notes dialog component. Let's import it like this. So we need to go over to the sidebar again, and let's update this the notes, and there we can get the let me just say constant use notes ID. So we can just get the notes ID and also the set notes ID. So we're just going to also come back here, and let's just uncomment this, and then we can say it's active like this. And then for the set notes, we are going to, let's just define a method here. Say on click is going to be set notes ID. Let's just pass in the ID here, and let me just pass in ID here. So just copy this, scroll down to where we had the on click, and then I'm just going to say on click, and then let's pass in notes dot ID like this. So let's copy this, and let's go over to features, use notes features, scroll down to where we have and create notes, and then here we can just import this. So I'm just going to say set notes here. So I'm just going to um import this, then below here copy this, and then we can get the notes here. We just say notes as a constant, or let me just change this to response constant notes ID is going to be equals to response dot data dot ID like this, and then we can set notes ID like this. So we are done with this one. Now we can test it out and see if this work. So let's go back to localhost home, and let's try and click a button here and see if the dialog is going to open. So use effects, note view. So let's go back to note view. So let me try and reload this again. So why is it failing? So I've set use client already here. This should compile. So let me just cancel this and then run npm run dev again. So let me reload. So I've also set this to use client too. So I've connected back. So let me just close this, and then let me click on this, click on the notes, and this has opened. So let's check. I think I set it to small. I set it to 1/2. So I think Let me also set maximum width. Um, or let's just set width to 1/2. Is for last screen. Um, let's just say last screen. Then for medium, we can have width. Let's say width full. Let's see. This covered everything. So we can click here to cancel. And this will close all like this. Alright, this is okay. So for the heading, I want to move the um let me see. I can say show close. Sorry. Show close. Let me just go into this components. I think this should be close, show close. Yeah. You can leave it like that. I wanted to hide the close, then display it inside the header, but this is fine. We can have the close like this. So I think setting width to full for last screen, or we can just make it 10/12. One like this. I think the full is okay. So that is it. And we can write, let's change the title. Say new notes AI notes contents, and let's click on save changes. So this has saved changes, and we can see this has changed. So let me go back to the button. I think the button didn't change. It says so like okay. So this is fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to go implement the recent notes. So let's just close this. Go over to the route, go over to dashboard, and then we have sorry, inside the main section we have the recent note. So I'm just going to create a file here and we'll say recent notes.txx race recent notes. So let me just copy this, come over to the main section. Let me just paste this here. So import it, and let's go into recent notes. First, we're going to import the, let's just set this first to use client. And then let's import the use notes ID. And then we can get the notes. It's going to be equals to use notes. And then I'm going to set the limits to say page 1, then limits I'll set it to 8. You can leave it to 5 if you want. So I'll just set data is pending. I'll just set this to is loading here. And there we can just get on create. So mutate is pending. Use create notes. We're going to also import that too. So we can have also the same thing. We have constants. on create is going to be equals to mutate title on title while content empty string like this. And then here too, we're going to have on click, just similar to what we did before in the sidebar. We're going to pass in the ID here, string, set note ID, ID. And there we can just set div last name width full margin top 1.5, and there we can just list the notes. We say list last name flex width full minimum width 0, so flex colon 4 and gap 2. So here we're going to check if the user, let's check sorry, if loading um if loading, then let's create a div first. Last name flex item center justify center, and then let's import um the icon loader file fill. We have class name width 10, height 10, animate spin, then text primary. So I'll scroll this up. So yeah, we're going to say else if not, can get the notes here. Constant notes is equals to data dot data empty string. So if notes dot length is equals to 0, then we can just set it. If for now we are going to create an empty state for this, and I'm just going to say else dot map let's return. Then let's pass in the key. It's going to be not id dot id. Then class name is going to be, we're going to define a relative here. So here we can have the button. So the button is going to, if you click, we are going to open the note dialog. So I'm going to say dot flex dot waitful dot item center dot gap 2 dot py1 dot text small dot dark, sorry, dot dark. I'll just open it like this. There is a dark and text white 80, and then we have text left. Then hover our BG accent, rounded, sorry, rounded small. So this one should be button, not div. And then let me ask the on click here. It's going to be on click, and let's pass in the notes dot id here like this. So flex with full item center gap to UI1 text small, dark mode we have text white percentage, I mean 0.8, opacity of 0.8, text left, hover BG accent and rounded small. So inside here we have span, we have class name, width 8, height 8, BG secondary, rounded, rounded large, flex item center, justify center. So inside here we just have the loader. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Not the loader, I mean the icon, text icon, the note icon or by text line. So I'm going to change this to 4, height 4. And let's remove the aminate spin. And on dark mode, so I think this is okay like this. Both light mode and dark mode has the text primary. So lastly, you can come below here and there's a H5, and then this will just have the notes dot text title. So we have class name, flex1, and truncate like this. So if this is pending, okay, you're going to go ahead and create the component for empty state. So let's go into the component and let me just create a folder. I'll call this empty state, then index.txx, RASCE, empty state like this. So here I'm going to set the props here. Type props is going to be equals to title string. Then we can have description if you want. This will be optional string. And then we have the icon, which is optional. And this is going to be a remix icon component type. Then we can have the icon class name. This can be optional too. Then we have the button text. This can be optional too, string. Then we have on button click, optional. So now we have this. So let me just copy this, and then we can just say fc. Let's import this and just pass it here, and then we can get title, description, icon. We're going to use capital icon here, capital I. We're going to set default to RI by by text line. And remove this. And then we can say button text default. We can just say create. Then we can have the other ones here, the icon class name, the button, the on button click. So yeah, let's have class name text center py12. Then we can have the icon class name. Let's because we are passing a class here. I'm just going to just use cn. So import cn from utils. And there I'm just going to pass width 16, height 16, then text muted foreground, mx photo, mb4. So we can pass in the icon class name here. So below here we can have h3, and this will have a class name of a text large, font medium. So I'm just going to set the default value for this to nothing or empty, nothing, nothing here like this, or no record, no record. So let's pass in the title here. So let's also add margin bottom 3. So we have the description. Let's add a class name. So this is going to be text muted foreground MB6 and like this. So this one, um, let's just add a default here. Create something. What I'll just do, let me just if no description, just do it like this. So I'm just going to remove it. So the last one is the button. You say on button. If there's on button, click. Then you can show the button here. On click, on button click, class name. We have cursor pointer. And there we can just let's pass in the uh, button text like this. So yeah, we need to also add button loading. Just say loading. It's loading. Boolean. Let's just get it's loading. And then here we can just set this to disabled. It's loading. And here let's put an icon of plus. We say add line. Then here we say if it's loading, let me just import this. Let's have class name, width 5, height 5, and let's give this margin right 1, like this. So we can make use of this now. So I'll just copy this, go straight into the recent notes, and then here I'm just going to just import it here. So let me just import this. So here we're going to say it's loading, it's pending, then title, you can just say create, and then on button. So I'm going to change this. Let's set on button first, on create. Let's just say no notes created, or no notes yet. And then we can set the icon. Let's set the icon class. We can give this width 8 and height 8 here, like this. Then I think we gave this an icon here. So I'm just going to click here. We give this an icon, default icon here. And I think that is it. So let's check it out. So we have the notes here. Let me scroll down inside the recent notes. I think the text is up. Icon, item, flex, item center. So let me just add, I don't know why this is on to the top. We added flex with item center. Um, and this, so let me say padding, margin top 1. Let's see. So I think it's showing. So if I click on this, this should open the dialog, and we can see this save changes. This is reloading. This is not refreshing. So I think that is it for the notes. I'm able to create a note now, and the notes we create. So I'm testing it out again. So the next thing we're going to go ahead and create, we're going to work on the chart. So I'll clear everything in my editor. So let's go ahead and then work on the chat endpoint. In this session, we're going to look at AI SDK from Vercel. So just come over to search for AI SDK, and then you go over to ai-sdk.dev. So let's click on get started. So inside the AI SDK, you can quickly look at some overview example here, and you will see how to integrate AI into your application. Very, very simple and quick. And this is how to integrate AI into it. Instead of using the OpenAI or Grok or Claude API directly in your app, you can use the AI SDK, which gives you a variety of options to make things super easy. So we have different model, and the AI SDK has different model package created for different model. Like now we can see AI SDK for Grok, we have AI SDK package for OpenAI, we have for Anthropic, we have for Google, and you also have for custom for like local model and stuff like that. So we can take this and just run this, and this is going to output the response. So I'm going to be using Google to try out these examples because Google is free. So to get the Google API key, just go over to AI Studio Google. Just search this on Google, aistudio.google.com. Once you come over here, just click on the Get API key. And once you click on that, it's going to take you to this page. Then here, just click on Create API key, and then you can select a project, and then click on Generate API key. So I've already generated the API key. Just do the same thing here. And once you get the API key, we're going to paste it in the env. We're going to create a new project, a new project we're going to make use of to test this AI SDK. So before we go ahead and do that, let's just quickly go around and look at how to use AI SDK. So if you scroll down here, we can see we have different. Let me scroll down to where we have the Next.js. You can use Next.js or different framework or libraries. Then we have the AI SDK core. If I click on overview here, you see the same thing here. If I scroll down to generate text, so we have different type of output where we use the ASDK. So ASDK provide generate text, stream text, and also generate object and stream object. So we look at the generate text, and then we can pass in the system prompt and the user prompt, and this is how to get the output. So I'm going to also show you we have what we call the stream text. The stream text streams the output, and this is how to get the output from the AI ZKRS results. So we also have the these are some objects, some things you can add and get from the stream text. We have the on chunk, on finish, and stuff like that. So I want to show you the objects. So I'm just going to scroll down here. Okay, yeah, we can see generate structured data. So generate structured data, we can see we can generate objects. And this is using, you have to provide the schema. We are using sort, you can use sort to define the schema. And then we also have stream objects. You can stream the object too. So basically that is the only part of things I'm going to show you in this AISDK. The last one is the tool calling. So the tool calling, if you scroll down to tool calling, with AISDK, you can integrate to right inside your application, so your chat app. With this, we can just define two and just give it this the input schema. We can use sort to define that. Then execute. Inside the execute, you can call anything whether it's your database or an external API. And the AI will decide when to use it to call the tool. So basically, that is how to use it. So we can scroll down. Okay, yeah, we also have stop when. So we stop when this define when to tell the AI agent, the AI to stop after a particular. So by default, um, the generate text or the stream text make the call only once, stop only once one call. So since we're using if we're using two, we want the AI agent to call multiple times. So when it calls the two send response back to the LLM, and then the LLM give us the output. So we want to define the step stop when. So this will give you the maximum output, the maximum step. So we're going to, you can set 5, 3, any one you want. But yeah, this example they are showing 5. So then you can get the step out if you want. So that is it. AI can also support embeddings, image generation, transcription, script, and speech, and others. Here is an example, and we also have the AISDK UI, and this is what we're going to use in the UI user interface when we implement the endpoint. So if you click on chatbot here, you will see how to just implement a chatbot using the um, AISDK. So yeah, this is the backend. While ASDK also provide the use chat hook, and with the use chat hook, you can just integrate it together with the ASDK for your backend, the stream text, and this will just give you a simple chatbot application. We have this, we have the tool usage here. We have others. So I'll just go down to um, AISDK core. You can just go down to where we have reference AISDK core, and you can look at all what they have here, and also the ASDK UI. You can see all of the method and everything here and the hooks here. Then we also have AI gateway. So with AI gateway, instead of providing your own let's go over to generate text. Let's come over to overview. So instead of you to provide your own um API key for Grok, OpenAI, Google, and I have to install all of this package with let me open this with it's AI gateway. You can just use one package, and just use one package, just install. Let's come over here. Okay, you can see that we just have the Open AI. Then you can just define the uh, AI gateway API key. With this, you can use many model with just one API key. And this is what Visio has offer here. And we are going to make use of this in this project. Then the last one I'm going to show you before we go ahead and test this out is what we call the AI element. The AI element, Visio has given us AI elements we are going to use in this project. You can see this is how to use, we can look at the inputs, um, just similar to how ChatGPT is. We can see actions, we can see artifacts here. You can see the artifact, we can see branches, we have chain of thoughts, we have code block, we have conversation. You can see the conversation here, images, loader, messages, and also the prompt input. We have the reasoning. You can see that we have response, we have suggestion tags, and then we have to call to also the web view. Basically, we are going to go over this when we start implementing the front end. So let's just go ahead and test the example. So I'm just going to go over to, let's go back to the SK, and let's go ahead and then test this. Make sure you've copied the API key, and then let's go to the code. So in this example here, I'm just going to show you how we are going to test this out. So now in this project, this simple example, in my package.json, I installed the AI SDK Google, the AI from Vercel AI Sdk.env and Zod. And then inside the example here, it's just the generate text. So I'm just going to test, say ask question, and then I've given the generate text from AI SDK, and then the model I'm using Google from AI SDK Google, and then this is the model. This example is what we saw in the documentation. And then I'm just going to pass the prompt. Then let's test this out. So I'm just going to clear my terminal, and then let me write node index.js. And if I click on enter, this is going to run this. And we should be able to see the response now. And then you can see it has given us the output here. We can say ask what is LLM, and then it has given us a breakdown of what is LLM here. So now I'm just going to change this from generate text to stream text. So let me just change this. So we can change this to stream text. And then let's change the import to stream text. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to allow us to pass the model here. And let me change this to Google model. So we can also just pass multiple different type of model, just passing Google model here by this. Then now, once we output this is going to give us text. And then we can also get, so let me just remove, sorry. We're going to get the text. So we have the full stream, we have the text stream. So this is going to give us the full and the final text, while this is going to give us the stream. So yeah, I'm just going to paste this here. So this is going to be for await constant text of text and stream. Then we're going to output that to the we're going to output that. Then to get the final text, if you don't want to show the streaming, we can just await the text like this. So I'm going to save this and let's run this now. So I'm going to clear my terminal and I'm going to run this now. Let's see. This is going to stream the text and you can see that this is streaming the text right in the terminal. How great is that? So now we've seen an example of how to use generate text and also the streaming of text here. So let's go ahead and test out the generate object and stream object. So for the generate object, I've pasted the example I'm going to use. So let's go through the example. The example is I'm going to import the same thing we import, and then this is the model here. Then let's just collapse it for now. So here we're going to just have generate a recipe. Then I'm going to pass the dish here. Then instead of generate text, this is going to be generate object. And we're going to get the object from the output here. Then we're passing the model. Now here we're passing the system prompt. We have UI recipe generator. Always output JSON with recipe details here. So, and then I'm also giving it the prompt. I'm also passing the user. I'm giving it give me a recipe for, and then this is the user input here. And then we need to pass in the schema. We saw that in the example of generate structured data. Then since we are going to be using Zod, we can define the title, the ingredients, the step, and the cooking time. So just collapse this now. Then we can return the object. And if I run this now, let's clear the terminal. And this is going to generate the output in JSON. And then we can see it in object. I mean, you can see that it's giving us the title, the ingredients, the steps, and then the cooking time. So we're going to look at convert this to stream objects. So let me just change this to stream objects here. Then I'm going to just remove this and I'm going to say stream like this. And then here I'm just going to just paste this. We're going to use the for await constant path stream dot partial object stream. So we're going to get this now. I'm going to just console the path and then let me just remove this console here. I'll just return like this. Now, if I try to run this now, so let's clear the terminal and then let's run node index.js. Sorry, it says stream. Okay, sorry, we made a mistake here. Stream. So let's run this now. I still complaining. Okay, we didn't import stream object. So node index.js, and then we can see how it I think it's having return object is not defined. So sorry, I think I made a mistake. Stream.text. But let's just remove this here. And just remove the response there. And this should work. This should not throw any error again. And then we can see the output here. Great. So we've seen generate object and stream object. Now I'm going to change this example. I'm just going to remove it. Don't worry, I'm going to put all of this in the GitHub too. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to paste this example here. So this is a simple, just to show you a system prompt. This is a simple summarizer. Then I pass in the model. We have the system. We have you are heavy of assistant that summarize text clearly and very concisely. We have prompts, we have input, we pass in the input, then we return the text. Now this is an example here. We have the summarizer, we have the I'm giving this a text for this to respond. So I'm just going to clear my terminal. Let me save first. And now if I run this, this is going to summarize the text for us. And now you can see this has summarized the text I passed for us because we've defined the system prompt here. So we have additional different way to set both of this. We have what we call the message. And here I'm just going to copy that here. And then I'm going to remove this. So inside the message, we have this is called the model message. Inside the message, we have the row. So I'm just going to say row. And there we have system assistant tool and user. So I'll set assistant. And then we have the content. And the content we can define that here we can say row user. content is going to be the input. So I'm just going to paste this. So now I've pasted it here. If I just run this, let's look at it. So instead of the prompt and the system, we can just define this and this will work. So I'm just going to run this again, and this should summarize the text for us. So this is working. So we are done with this now. So let's go. So let's test out preserving the chat history. So preserving the history of the chat. Let's assume this is a chat application. We want to keep the history. So we are going to make an array of the messages at the top here. So I'm just going to quickly paste all of this in. So I'm just going to remove them, paste this here. So I'm going to explain everything. So we can look at here, we have messages here. This is an array of messages. So and this messages has a type of model message. If you check it out on the documentation, you will see this has the rows. And let's just quickly see that. I'm going to change this to TypeScript here. And then let me just import this. So let's import this now. So I'll just say type. And then if I hover this now, you can see um let's let's go into the package. Then inside the model message, you can see a system model message, user model message, assistant model message, and two model message. If I go into system, you can see row system content string. We have row tools content, and then we have row user, and that is it. So let me just change this back. I change this back to JX, and let me remove the type. So now below here we have chat recipe assistance, and then we push the user input here. As you just put it inside this image, inside this messages array. Then we pass the entire chat history inside the message. Then once the AI respond, we push this inside the array, and then we return the message. Now we can we can test this out. So I'm just going to run this. So let me save this first. Let's run this. So just a response. This is not AI. This is messages. So let's run this, and then this is going to give us the output. Now, if you look at it, we can see the row, we can see the user, and then we can see the assistant response here. Cool, man. So now we've looked at how to preserve. We've looked at chat history, messages history. Then we've seen how to chat with and create a simple chat recipe assistance. And then we've seen generate text and stream text, generate object, stream object. Now let's look at the last part, which is the tool calling. So I'm going to paste the example. So let me just clear all of this and let me paste it here. So this is a very simple example. This is similar to what we saw in the documentation. So I've imported everything like this, the model here. Then we have tools. So this tool is a very simple function that just simulates like a weather lookup. So we have the get weather, then we define the description, which is show the weather in a given city to the user. We have the input schema, then this is going to be the input. We specify only one thing, which is the city. Then execute is where we run whether it's database call or external API. So for example, I'm just going to just return a text with the city passed inside the text. Now this is the method. We have the generate text. Now we have the system prompt. You are helpful assistants that use tools when needed. Now we're passing the user prompt. Then we define the tool. So here we can just let's output a step, and then we return the result of text. Now this is an example. I'm asking what is the weather in New York. So I'm just going to run this now. So let me save this and let me clear. Let's clear this, and then let me run this. And this is going to give us the output. So currently, sorry, let me just comment this out first. And if I run this is not going to give us any output. And you can see. So the reason is because remember we mentioned this in the I showed you stop when in the documentation. So if I output the steps and I run this now, we should see that this has only one step, which is the to call. So it has called the to, but it has not yet finished. It has not yet given out a response. So that's the reason why we don't have any outputs here. So we need to tell the AI agent or the AI to to give it a maximum amount of steps. So I'm just going to say stop when. So by default, this is going to just run it once. So I'm going to say stop when. Then we're going to say stop count. Let's import stop count from, let me import that. So not stop count, step counts. So, and then I'm just going to give it three. So it's going to run maximum of 3 times. So it will give the AI time to run the two, get back a response from the two, and then generate the output. So if I run this now, let me just comment this out, or let's leave it there. So I'm just going to clear my terminal and do a node index.js, and then we should see the output here, whether in New York is sunny 25 degree. Then if you come over here now and let's see the output, the first step we call the two, so it calls the two. Then if you scroll down here, you can see the body, the request. Then if you come down here, we see another default step two again, step results. This is the content, so it has finished calling. Then you can see the body like this here, and then this is the response. So it's called it 2 times here. So after I stop calling it, after I stop the step, then it gave us the output here. So basically that is it for this example. So now you can increase the step counts, can increase the stop when relatively 5 or whatever you want. You want the maximum amount of call you want the AI agent to call. So So basically that is it for this part. So let's go ahead and start implementing the chat API. Before we go ahead and start implementing the chat API, so let's first of all get the API key for the AI gateway because this is what we're going to be using. So make sure you log into your Vercel and then go over to dashboard. So if I click on dashboard, now this is going to take me to my dashboard page. And then I'm going to go to AI gateway. So just click on AI gateway and now we can see here you can get the API, you can get the API key by clicking on the create. And then if you look at the example, they have many AI models. So to see all the AI model from inside the gate AI gateway, so I'm going to just click on many more, and then let's click on this. See all this. So let me just open this in new tab. And then if you scroll down, you can see all of the models provided inside in the AI gateway, and you can see all of the model. Yeah. So they have so many modules here. So I'm just going to pick some of them in this project here. And their input token cost here, you can see them here. So uh, let's just, and then we can see the chat models filtered by images, image generation embeddings, Go embeddings, OpenAI embeddings, and then then I'll just close this. So by default, you should see 5 credits here. So Visu we give you 5 credits, which you can use it to try and test. So I bought some credits here. And if you click here to buy, you can see you can type any amounts like custom. You can buy $10 worth of credits. You can buy 20, 50, and so on and so forth. So I already have some credits here. And then just click on this create API key and then click on create and then type in the value. So I've already done that. Just type in the values here and just click on create. Then once you do that, just copy the key. Then let me go back. Quick start. Go to quick start. Then you can see how to add this. So just add this like this inside the env. and paste your API key here. So just copy this, and then that is it. And then, and this is how to use it. So let's just go back to the code, so our project, and then inside the project here, I'm going to, let me click on the env example, and I'm going to show you. So for the Google, because the AI gateway API key has little credits and we don't want to exhaust all the credits, so we're going to be testing with the Google API key instead. So once we deploy, we can switch, we test it before we deploy with the AI gateway API, but as long as we're building, we are going to be using the Google generate API key to to test out and to do the build processes. Then once we deploy, before we deploy, we test with the AI Gateway API key and deploy with the AI Gateway API key. So make sure the Google API key you got from AI Studio, Google AI Google Studio, just make sure you paste it here. And then also the AI Gateway API key, make sure you paste it here. So I've already pasted, so I'll just close this. And then let's just go into the app and then the API and then go into route. And then let me just say chat.txt here. So yeah, I'm just going to quickly just come over here and just copy this export, paste it here. So let me change this to chat route, and then let me go into route, and then we're going to just paste it here. Sorry, dot route slash chat, and then we just import the chat route, and the error should stop. So let me just go back to the chat route. Then the first thing we're going to do is to get the schema. So let me just define that at the top here. So say constant chat schema. This is for the MPD body. So it's going to be equals to Zod dot object. So let me import Zod. Zod dot object. And then we are going to pass in the ID of the chat. So I'm going to explain that later on why we are passing the ID of the chat here from the client, from the server side component instead of generating a chat from the backend. So the reason why I'm doing that is because we don't want to block the streaming from the user. So we don't want a situation where we have to create the chat, then add the message. So we have to generate the ID from the front end side. So we're going to just look at that later on. So I'm going to just set minimum to 1. And then we want the message. So we're going to get the message. Remember, we're going to be using AI SDK and use chat. So this is going to return, this is going to send the message to the backend. And that message, we can say dot custom. And this is going to have the type of what we call UI message. So let me import that from AI SDK here. Import from AI. So I didn't even, we've not installed AI yet. So let me just cancel this. And then let's install this npm install. So let me give you the version. So I've pasted it here. So we have npm install AI 5.0.23 at AI SDK Google 2.0.11. Then we're also going to install the SDK for React. So this is just for the client side where we get the use chat hook. So I'm going to click on enter and this should install the packages for us. So yeah, we're just going to get a type of UI message. So let's wait for this to install. Then we can go ahead and continue. So this has installed now. Let me just run the server and then the error should stop. So I'm just going to pass the UI message here like this. So UI message, you can see it's just similar to the model message, but this is for the UI. So the UI is going to be shaped in a different way from the client side. And then we're going to convert it to the model message. So if I go into the UI message now, you just see how we have the ID, role, metadata, then we have the path. You can see we have paths in the UI message, and the paths will contain the you have the text part, which is a text string, states, And then we have the reasoning part, we have the type reasoning, type string state, we have source, we have variety file part. So this is going to be passed to the backend. Then we convert that into a model message. We're going to see that. So here I'm just going to also pass in selected model ID. So set string, and then we can just say as z or sort type and chat model. Okay, we've not defined the chat model yet. So let me just remove this for now. We're going to add the type later. Let me just go ahead and implement that. So we're going to implement that inside the folder. We're going to list out all of the model we're going to use. So I'm just going to create a folder called AI, and I'm going to say models.txt here. So yeah, I'm just going to say interface, and this is going to, let's export this interface chats model. We're going to have the ID of string. We're going to have the name of the model. We're going to use this in the client side when we are setting the drop down to select any type of model. So I'm going to just add description. This is optional. Just give it a string, and then I'm going to say export constant chat model, and it's going to be chat model. So I'm just going to paste that here. So I've pasted it now. You can just get it from the documentation. We saw the models in the AI SDK, the AI gateway. So we have the Anthropic Claude. I'm using 4 because of the cost. You can see the token input and the cost. So I just want to use 4. You can change this to the latest version. We have Grok 4, we have OpenAI 4. You can change this to OpenAI 5. And we can test that. So I have some tokens, I have some credits, so I can test the ChatGPT 5 here. And then we have Google Gemini 2.5 Flash. So this is it. Now I'm going to set a default model ID. So I'm just going to, and then I'm going to also define the Gemini AI. Remember, we said we're going to use the Gemini AI to test. So instead of using the AI gateway model, we're going to use Gemini AI, but we're going to define all of them inside a single object. So I'm just going to just paste this here. So now we have the default model ID. This is going to just be the first one we're going to pick. This one is going to show by default when the user land on the page, on the prompt input. You will see the plug will be the first shown there. So we have so I'm just going to use the development chart model, and this is going to be the Google model. So you see, this is different from the way we define the AI gateway. So the AI gateway, we specify the brand, which is the platform Anthropic, Grok, OpenAI. But if you're defining your model directly with the model package installed, remember we installed the Google. Let me come to package or JSON. If I scroll down, we can see we installed AI Sdk Google. So with this, we need to define the model of Google and then the model here. And here I just export model option. So I just defined it. So this is what I'm going to be using on the client side. So once you do, so now after we do this, now we can go over to the chat, and let me just import this, and the error should stop. So we still also need to define the provider in the, remember we're going to specify the model in the string text. So let's quickly do that. I'm just going to remove this. Then inside here, to define the model, we can use the array. We can just get the data from the array and format in a way we can provide the model ID. Like if I go over to the chat TX, remember we are passing the selected model ID. So with that, we can get the ID, the particular model from the list, from the chat model list. So we can just define that. Let's just create a file called providers.txt here. And then inside there, we just say export. So let's say, sorry, not export constant. Let's create, export constant, my provider, or we can call it provider. And then we can define custom provider. So why do we need it? Because we want to be able to add we want to combine the AI SDK and the AI gateway model, and then the the Google model combined inside the provider. So we're going to create a custom because we have different type. I want to set if it's production, use this model. If it's development, use this model. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to pass in an object here, and then you need to pass in the language model. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a method. I'll call this create language model, and this is going to be equals to constant. We are going to loop through the models we define, the chat models we define inside the models file here. So I'm just going to say constant models as a record string any here, and then it's going to be equals to an object here. So now let's import chat models. Dot for each model. So now I'll just open this. I'll just say models, which is what we define at the top. Then I'm going to say model dot id is going to be equals to. Now we need to install the AI SDK gateway. We are trying to create a custom provider, so we need to define gateway the gateway. So this will differentiate the different model. If you're using uh the Google package, we can say from the Google package, we can say Google dot language model. So now instead of that, for the AI gateway, we can say gateway dot language model. So the reason why we're doing this is because we are setting a custom provider here. And if you just want to use only the AI SDK, you don't need to do all of this. You can just quickly just pass in the selected ID directly to the model. You understand? But since I want to modify this to match with any model you added here in this list, I'll just define that inside the provider here. So let me just install this here. So I'm going to cancel my server terminal and let's install the AI gateway. So I've pasted it here. So make sure you install 1.0.23. So AI SDK slash gateway at 1.0.23. Just install that. So I've already done that already. So I'm just going to test it out here. So let's say gateway. So let me import that here. I'll just import from at gateway here. So I'm just going to say gateway dot language model, the model dot id. So with this, if we pass in if we get the provider, my provider, we just do my provider dot uh, and just paste in we pass in the ID, and this is going to get so I'll just copy this, just paste it here like this, and let me just import this here. So let me just cancel this. Let me save for the entire file. Then let's return models here, and the error should stop. So we have done for the chat models. Now I want to also add the development chat model. So with this, we can just point and just get the development chat model here. Just a chat model ID or something like that. So I'm just going to add it here. So I'll just add modules here. So instead of me adding it inside the model array, I just want to add it inside the provider here. So to differentiate both of them. So let me just import these two. And this now we need to import Google. So let's import Google. And now we can say Google.language model. And then let's just pass in the development chat model. Now we need to, because we're going to also generate the chat by two. Let's say we are create a new chat, then the user send the first message. From the message, we can determine the name of the chat, just like the way ChatGPT work. So I'm going to also define chat model here, um, like this. So let's just set it title. We say title model is going to be equals to, we can use the Google model here for the title. Or if you don't want to use the Google model, let's say we are only putting the AI gateway API key directly on the production, we can we can set um, we can pass in is production, then define that here. Should we do that? I'll say is okay. Let's just get the, you can say .env is node sorry, node underscore env if it's equals to process env node env. So now this is going to be either development or production. So I just say constant is production is equals to this equals to prod. So it's going to be of type boolean. So we can copy this and then we can pass it inside here if you want. I'll just pass it here. This is boolean, and then we can say if it's production, then we can use the gateway module. And then instead of this, we can just pick, let's just pick anything. Let's say Google Gemini AI here and just paste it here like this. So we are going to be using the AI SDK directly in production. So we're going to set it. So I made a mistake. This is not it. This I've made a mistake. So let me copy this or cut this out. It's supposed to be here. So now I hope you understand. So I want, if I'm generating a chat title or any title of the chat or any title, so I'm just going to just define title model and then it's going to just pick anyone depending on where we are, the environment we are. If it's in development, we just use the gateway uh, language model. This is not a must. You can just simply just take pass the ID, but I don't want to be passing the ID, so I just want to make this very simple for the generative of text. So I'll save this now. Now let's go back to, we are done with this. So let's go back to our chat and let's go ahead and complete this. So the last thing we're going to also get from the client is the selected to. So we're going to call it selected to name. So result.custom. I'll just say optional. We are going to define the type later on. So I'm just going to leave it for now. Then we'll go ahead and define the type for the tools we have. So yeah, let's just pass in post. Then insert validator. Let's import that. JSON, and then we have the chat schema. So now we need to also pass the get auth user, then async, then let's have a try catch here. Let's say constant user is equals to c.get user. So let me get the context here. And then we can get the messages. I'll just get the ID message selected. So let me just say c.request.valid JSON selected to name. So I'm just going to do this put them. We're going to get that here. Or let me just get them here to select a model and selected to name. So now the next thing we are going to do is to find where if we can get the chat ID exists in the database. So I'm going to say let chat is equals to await Prisma dot chat dot find unique where ID, and then if not ID, if the chart does not exist, so if chart does not exist, let's say constant. Let me say chart is equals to await Prisma dot chart dot creates. Let's pass in data, which is the ID. Then we can pass in the user ID here, user.id. And now we need to pass in the title of the chart. So let's quickly implement the title. We're going to create a function that generates the title. So generate um, title from user message. And let's just pass message here. And you know that this is message type of UI message. So I'm just going to create this inside the action. So let's just go into action. Let's create .tx action.tx actions.tx, and there is a export constant generate. Let me say function here. And then we can say messages of type messages UI message like this. So let me just go ahead and import this. Mm. Message train error. Okay, so message. Okay, the error stop. So yeah, we're going to use the generate step. So let's just implement that here. So I'm just going to say try catch any error. I will say constant is equals to await generate text from AI. Now I need to pass in the model. So let's import my provider dot language model, and let's just pass in title model like this. So let me pass the system prompt here, and then let's pass prompts. So prompt is going to be JSON, just stringify, and passing the message. So the reason why we did that, remember the message is not the UI message is not a string. It's complete. The text is inside. The user message is inside the path. So we don't know exactly where the path is. So we are going to just pass everything. So we are going to stringify everything. So the AI agents already know where the text is. So it's just going to pick the text from inside the path. So now we're going to just say text, and then let's return text. So if there's any error, we can just console log that error and try to uh, error, sorry. Then I'll just return on title here like this. So we are done with this. So I'll just go back, and then let's pass the title here. So now this is, so the next thing we're going to do is to get all the messages that belongs to this chat. So I want to combine all of them with the messages, new message, and then pass it down to the stream text. So I'm going to call this messages uh, from DB is going to be equals to await Prisma dot message the find menu where, sorry, chat ID is type ID. Then we just order by descending order, created at descending order. So now we're going to map this to convert it into a UI message format. So remember, we're saving the parts. If you look at the schema, we are saving the parts of type JSON. So we need to get that and change and arrange all of them into get the ID row parts and then pass that into the convert that into the UI message. So I'm just going to close this. Let's say constant map UI message this, and this is going to be of type UI message. So message from db.map. We can say message, and let's just return this. It's id dot id. We want to pass into row dot row, and then we say as user assistance, and then we can just say system. Then we have the paths. So we're going to just set the type to UI message, UI message paths. Any, any, I'm just going to just set any like this, and let's just import any for the entire file. And then that is it. You can also pass metadata if you want to pass, and then you can just pass created ads. It's not compulsory, it's optional. Now let's combine this. Now I'm going to say new UI messages is equals to, let's just make a copy of this and then pass message here. So now this is going to work fine. Now after we've converted that into combine the UI messages, now remember we need to convert this into the model messages, which is going to match the model. So it's going to remove the parts and stuff and just change everything to row contents and stuff like that. So I'm going to say constant model messages is going to be equals to convert. We're going to import as you convert mod to model messages, and let's just pass in the new UI message. So now we need to save. Remember, we've not saved this message coming from the from the client. So we need to create a message, Prisma dot message just create data, and then I'm just going to, and then here we're going to just pass in the ID, which is going to be message dot ID. So I'm just going to just paste this. So this is going to generate, this is going to generate ID on the client side. We're going to set it in use chat. So use chat is going to generate that hook, use chat hook from AI is going to generate ID, or you can also specify the type of ID you want it to generate. We are going to look at how we are going to do that when we're implementing the client side. So now we have saved the message. Now we need to get the models. So I'm just going to get the model like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into where we have the provider, and then I think I'm going to just let me export this to. So I'll say is production. So save this, remove this. So I'm going to just is production. I'll import that from our AI provider. So if it's production, then we can use the, sorry, let me just put this in order. And let me import this. So the model provider, let's import development charts model. So remember the development chart model is coming from the models. If I go into models here, we can see this is just the model Gemini AI 1.5 Flash. And if we pass it, it's just going to do make use of this. So I'm just going to remove this right away. So now if it's production, we just use the AI SDK, the AI gateway, sorry. If it's development, we just use the Google. But later on, we can comment this out and just take this. We can comment this out. If we want to try to test it in development, we just comment it out and just say constant like this later on. So now let's implement the streaming. So it's a constant results is equals to stream text. Let's pass in the model, which is going to be model provider. Now we need to get the system point. We're going to do that now. I'm going to do that. Then we need to also pass in the stop when, which is going to be of step count is we're going to set this to 5 because we're going to have multiple tools. So now we have tools. This we're going to have the create notes tool, the search notes tool, the extract URL tool, and the web search tool. So I'm just going to comment this for now. And then here we are going to also set two choice. So we have two choice here. And two choice you can set auto required if you want. So this is going to be auto. Then on error, let's just console log the error. Streaming error by this. So why is this trying? The system parameter on error is not showing parameter of prompt. Okay, yeah, we didn't pass the message. So let's pass the message here. Model messages. And the error should stop. So that is it. So let's just return this. And then we just go ahead and work on the passing the system points and also work on the tools. So I'm just going to say return results. So this is going to convert it back to the UI stream response. So inside the stream response, I'm going to say, you can say send. They have so many options here. So you can have send source. True. We have I think it's send reasoning. True. Send reasoning true is default. Default is true. You can hover over it and you see it. Default is true. So I'm just going to remove it. Now we have unfinished. We have the unfinished here. You can see unfinished on step finish. Or I want to get it once it converts to the UI message. The UI message. So I'm just going to say unfinished. And there I want to save the message here. So I'm just going to say messages from here. Let's just console log complete message. And there messages, I'll just say dot length. But if you want to get the response from the AI, you can just get, you can see response message. I'm just going to just pass that here, the response message. So yeah, we're going to save the messages here. So this is an array of messages. So I'm going to say Prisma. Let's do try catch here. I'm going to say await Prisma dot message dot message dot create many ID. Sorry, not ID. Yeah. We're going to say data messages dot map. We have ID m dot id. We have chat ID, which is going to be the ID from the. Why is this? Okay, so we need to move this to the top. Then we have the path. So I'm just going to copy this. Then we have created ads. That says new data, new date, sorry. Updated ads. And then we can just say skip duplicates true. I think why is this showing? Okay, ID. Let's see why is this showing. Mm, Data used to create many message. It's not assignable to create many IDs, string, created ads, updated ads. It's not assignable to. Okay, it's saying who is missing. Yeah, sorry, we need to pass in the row. So we need to also generate and define generate UUID. Why do we need that? Because some of the messages coming from the AI SDK might not have an ID. Like the to call and so on, they might not have ID. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over and create a method. So I'm just going to go into my utils and let's implement generate UUID. So I'm just going to import that here. And then here, I'm just going to define the front method here. Generate UID, UID4. So let's just copy this, save this, go over to the chat. And yeah, instead of empty string, I'm just going to just say generate. If there's no ID, I'll just generate UID here. Like this is okay. So yeah, I just console.log error like this. So yeah, we can just say if error instance of HTTP exception, then throw error. And we can say throw HTTP exception 500 message internal server error. So now it's remaining the two name. So we're going to go ahead now and start working, getting the system prompt and the tool call, the tools here. Let's also add here below here. I'm going to add original messages. I'm going to pass in the new UI messages here and save that. So this should work. So let's go ahead and then work on the tools. So the first thing we're going to work is the create notes tool. So I'm just going to enable this. So I'm going to say create notes, and this we're going to create a method for create notes, and this we're going to pass in the user ID here. So we're going to have for search notes too. So let me just quickly do that. So I'm just going to say search notes or find notes, and then I'm going to change this to search notes. And this will also have the U. So it should be comma. So let me just come over here. Let's go straight to the AI. So I'm just going to create a folder. I'm going to call this tools. And then inside here, I'm going to say create notes. create notes to like this CX. So inside we are going to export first, export constant, create notes is going to be equals to the user ID of type string. So yeah, we need to call to. So we're going to get to from AI SDK. And remember, we need to give the description. So I'm just going to paste that here. So I'll say create notes, create a note or save it, save to notes or save to notes with title and content. Use this when the user asks to create, save, or make a note. Then we need to also pass in the input schema. So it's going to have Zod. So let me just import Zod here. From Zod. And the next is Zod objects. We're going to pass the title, which is also string dot describe the title of the notes. Let me duplicate these changes to contents. And this is the contents or body of the notes. Yeah. So if you scroll down, you can also have out. If you want, you can define out schema. So there's another field called out schema. So I'm just going to leave that there. So what I'm going to do next is to call the execute method, and this is going to be async. And then we have title contents here. So let's just console the log, create notes and to call like this. So now we need to call try catch here. And then we can save the note or say note is equals to await Prisma. Let's import Prisma dot note dot create data user ID first. It's going to be user ID. Title is going to be title. Content is going to be content. Then we can pass in created ads, or let's just pass it. We can leave that. Yeah. So let me just remove this. So we're going to just pass. Going to return. So let me just say success true, and we can just set a message here if you want. Then we have the notes ID. It's going to be notes.id title notes.title contents notes.content. So yeah, I'm just going to also return success false, the message fail to create notes, and like this. We can just console the error. Or should we return the error? Error, error. So if error instance, let me just say error dot message. It's not going to work. So just say instance. Sorry, of instance of error. You say error dot message else unknown error. So this has stopped. So now we have it. We've simply created the notes, create notes too. So let's also do that for search. Let me let me just remove this to make it cleaner. So for the search note, we're going to do the same thing. Export constant search notes is equals to, let's return this. Then here we're going to have the user ID string. Then let's call to from AI Sdk. Then we can have the description. So I'm just going to place a search through the user's notes by keyword in title or content. Use this when user asks to find notes or search notes or look up notes. So I'm just going to say input schema Zod. Let's import Zod here. So Zod object. So now we need to pass in query Zod string or describe search query to find in notes. Then we can also pass in limits. This can be optional. Zod number dot optional dot describe max number maximum of results. We can just set defaults. Then so now we can have the execute here async, and let's return this. We have the query limits default 10. So let's have the try catch here, and then we're going to filter constant notes is equals to await Prisma dot notes dot find many where user ID. Then we have the or. Then let's define title. Title contains query. There is a mode insensitive. We're going to do the same thing for content. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Content, and then after the array, we're going to do order by. Sorry, not here. Outside here. Order by updated at descending order. Let me change this to created at. So we can say take limits. Then we can select what we need. We need the ID true. We need the title true. We need the contents true. And like this. So now we also need, we can also pass in the created at true. This is okay. And then let's return success true. Then we'll pass in, we set a message, a note here. Let's just pass in notes like this. So yeah, we're going to return success false message failed to search notes. And then we can say error. Sorry, error instance instance of error, error.message, else unknown error. So we are done with it. So let's quickly go to the charts and let's import this. So I think it's an error. It's got error here. So let me see what is the issue. Create not return void. So another reason why this is showing error. Let's go back to this and let's just remove this. So let's just return. At least the error should stop. So search notes. Let's remove this. You can add return here if you want. So we didn't return this. So I'm just going to scroll down here and just remove this. And the error should stop. So I'll just go back to the charts and then we can see the error has stopped. Great. So now we've added two tools here. So there's remaining two more tools. And let's work on that. We have the web search. The web search tool, we say this is going to be web search. Let me add comma here and then extract web URL. So let's go ahead and work on these two. So I'm just going to open here and let's go down to where we have all the tools. And let's first of all create the web search .tx here. Sorry, tx. And then I'm just going to just scroll up and just copy these two. So yeah, let's say export constant web search is equals to 2. Let me paste it here. 2. Then description. Sorry, description. And then we have the input schema. So the object really result string dot describe. Then we have it's a search query or search web query. So let me just paste in the description. So I've pasted the description. Search the web for current information used when you need up-to-date info or when user has to search the internet. Then we have execute, async, and now we have the try catch here. Let me remove it for now. So how are we going to implement the web search? So we're going to use a package or a platform called so let me go over to the browser and let's come over here and let's search for this platform service. So just click on this first link and this is going to open. So with this platform you can use this to search the web. They have the search API. They also have the extract API and also crawl API if you want to crawl a particular URL. So I'm just going to just come over here and sign up. It's free. Just so I already have an account, so I'm going to log in. And once I log into the app, so let me quickly log in here. So I've logged into the account. Now you can see we are given 1000 credits. So just click here and you can see your API keys here. If you want to look at the documentation, you can come over here, you can come over to API Playground and then you can see how to use the search. I think we can see extract here. You can see extract here. If we click on extract, you can see how to use extract and you pass the URLs. So we can click here to see documentation. If I click here, you should open the documentation. Then click on quick start. Then you can scroll down to see and probably search. So just click on it, and then we can see how to use. So we're going to install this package. We're going to install the package, and we're going to pass in the search, and then we're going to get a response from here. So just quickly go back to the API and make sure you copy the API key. So just copy this here. And once you copy it, let's go back to the code and then paste it inside the env. So I'll open my env, come down to your env. Shit. So just paste it here like this. Like this. Just paste this here inside your env, then paste in your API key. So I'm going to quickly do that. So if you have pasted your own like this, so make sure let's go back to let's install the package. So I'm going to say npm install, and then just call this package name probably call 0.5.11. So just click on enter, and this should install the package for us. So I'm going to wait for this to install. So now this has installed, so I'm just going to close my terminal, and let's go back to the web search tool. And here we need to define the package here. So I'm just going to import it here. So I'm just going to say import from at. So import from this package, and then get the. So let's define this here. So import this, then pass in the API key. So import this and import the API key and pass the API key here, and let's use this. So inside here, let's do try catch, and then inside here we're going to say constant response is equals to await dot search, and then let's pass in the query, and then inside here we can include answers true. We can include five icon to true. We can say include. We have include images. You can see images and image description. So I just say it's to false here. Then we have maximum results. So I'm just going to reduce this to 3 results so that it does not we don't use all of our LLM token. So let me just query, and then we can just define the results. Success true. Then sorry, here we can just say constant results is equals to response dot results. Can set this to empty array. Constant. Okay. Sorry, I think I've moved this inside like this. So just wrap this, and we're going to have dot map. Okay, any, and let's return title. Our.title. Then URL. We can get that from our.url. Contents. We can say our.contents. Then 5 icon. Our.5 icon. So let's see whether we can get the, let's look inside the results. So inside the results, I'll just go into the results. We have content, raw content. So we don't have the answer. Okay, we have answer, which is a standalone on it. So I'm just going to remove the answer because I don't think we are passing it to. Okay, we can leave it. We can pass it to the LLM. So after we do that, let's just pass answer here. So response dot answer. I'll just say no, sorry, no summary, no summary available. Then results is going to be results. Then we have the, so I think there is, oh, so let me just import this. So let me just select, make this any at the top. Then if you want to pass in the response, we have the response. If you go down here, we have response. So you're not here. Here we have response. If you hover over this, you can see response underscore time can be response dot response ID, sorry, response time. You can use this if you want. So yeah, let's just also return a success first, and then we can say message web search field. And then we have error instance of error dot message else unknown error, like this. So we are done with the search. So let's just copy everything like this, and then I'll just copy everything here. Let's go to extract, search for extract. Sorry, type, create a new file and call it extract url.tx. I'll just paste everything here. Scroll back up, change this to extract web URL. So yeah, we're going to change the description. So I'm going to remove the description and just change. I'll say extract content for one or more URL. Use this to retrieve, summarize, analyze pages content, return structured data per page, include URL title, content, and then favicon. So yeah, we're going to also change this. So this is going to be URLs, not URL. So we're going to wrap this. Let's just copy this. Is set array, and let's just paste string like this. Web URL, or we can just say URL here. We say use sort URL dot describe web URL. Right, this is okay. Let me say websites URL. So inside it is we're going to get URLs here. And then instead of search, we can say extract. And then let's pass in the URLs here. And there we can just have, we can remove answer, images to false. You can also specify topic here. You can make this general. So let's look at this. So I'm just going to go into the package, going to extract function, and then going to the options. And then we can see we have include favicon. We have format. This can be markdown or text. And we have extract and depth, basic or advanced. So basic is the default. We also have I can see this here. We also have the topic. So I'll just leave it. You can just check this in the documentation and you should see that here. So I'm just going to go away from this, and then let's just change this to general. The topic is going to be general, and then we can leave format, set formats to markdown. extract depth to basic, and let's set maximum. I think maximum does not exist. Okay, let's leave it to maximum of 3. Let's just remove this. Now let's remove the answer from here. Then we have the results. We can say response results map. Then we're going to have the URL. There's no title. So we have instead of content, it's going to be raw content. And then if there's no content, we just say no contents extracted by this. Then we have the five icon like this. It's okay. And then I think there's no message. Let's look at this. The response. There's no images. This is okay. So results here. And then we can return the URLs too. Yeah. Let's also remove this response time here. So I'm just going to set this like this. So this is okay. And then we need to change this to extract and URL fields, content field. So I just leave the response time there like that. And I think we are done with this. So let's go ahead and import this. So let's go over to chats, and let's import the website and then the extracts URL. So we have completed the two tools. So the last thing we're going to do for this endpoint is to um, define the prompt, the system prompt. So I'm just going to scroll back to where we have AI folder, and let's create prompt here .tx, and then I'm going to just paste in the prompt. So you see exports constant get system prompt. So yeah, we're going to pass in the selected tool name of type string. So let me just quickly paste that. So this is the prompt, system prompt. So system prompt, we have the base prompt. You're a professional health and health not taking assistance. Your primary goal is to assist users by providing accurate information and actionable suggestion. Always follow the structural behavior flow. So we have the core behavior: acknowledge requests briefly before acting, provide comprehensive results with actionable next step, must confirm before tool chaining, always ask for explicit permission before chaining the tool, wait for confirmation, keyword like yes, confirm, go ahead, then I'll just say etc. Execute only one tool per time, await confirmation before proceeding to the next in a chain, in a tool chain. Then if a new request is made, immediately abandon the previous request and confirmation states to handle the new request. The previous request or confirmation and states and handle the new handle the new request. Yes. So we have the available tools here. You can copy that from the GitHub. Copy this one from the GitHub. We have the create search notes, web search, and then the extract web URL. So we have the decision and the response flow. Then we have tool selection and execution. This is the initial acknowledgement. Then we have the tool selection and execution. Then we have uh, action after every tool. Provide a detailed and comprehensive explanation of what you've accomplished. Then we have the next step and suggestion. Then here we just gave this tool selection and response guide. So use this for this extract contents and stuff. Then this is like an example of the response for each tool. And then once the user selects a tool, manually select, then we tell the AI system point that manually tool first override. So user select tools is acknowledge tool selected first with a conversational action based phrase. So if tool is created, okay, I will create the notes as requested. So this is just an example for each of the two selected two. So and then we just return we return the base prompt here. So that is it for this prompt. So I'm just going to copy this, and then let's go back to chat, and then let's scroll down to where we have the system. I'm just going to paste this here, and let me import this. So now let me just pass this here. Not selected model, selected to name. So let's, okay, this is of type. Oh no, okay, yeah. Okay, we've not set the type for this. So let me just set this to string. So inside the get system prompt, I'll come back here and I'm going to set this to optional. Oh no. So if there's no this is not going to append this particular that is prompt to the page to the entire prompt here. So I'm just going to cast this. Now we are done with this parts of the endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on the next endpoint here. So below here we're going to get all charts. So let's just do dot get slash, and then we'll say get out user, then async, let's just try catch here. Constant user is equals to request, sorry, c dot request dot get, not request user. So we are getting only the user. Then we say constant charts is equals to await Prisma. Let's import. Okay, we have Prisma already. Dot charts dot find many where user ID user dot ID. Yeah, order by created at descending order. I think we don't need this. So yeah, let's just return c.json success true data charts, and then let's throw, sorry, new history exception 500, and then we can have message failed or internal server error. Server error. Like this, let's just console log error. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and work on the single. So below here, I'm just going to, I just copy this, paste it here, and there we're going to just pass in ID, and then here we can just get a single ID here. So I just say constant chat ID schema is equals to sort object ID source string dot, just put minimum one like this. So let me just copy this. So here we're going to say sort validates param and pass the chat ID schema and the error should stop. So now we can just get the ID, see the request dot valid param So let's just say chat find first ID and then user ID. And then we can include a message here. So I'm just going to come down here and say include messages ordered by created at ascending order. Then we can select what we need, or we can just leave everything. So I'm just going to, let me just remove the select. And then below here, before we return, we need to convert this to message UI message. So I'm just going to say, let's first of all say if not chats. Sorry, if not chats, then throw new HTTP error exception. Then we can just say, sorry, 404 message. Okay, no, instead of throwing an error here, let's just return a see.json. See.json. Sorry guys, see.json. Then just say success true, and then data. So the reason why I didn't throw an error is because initially we're not going to have any chats on the single page. Okay. What if we don't have any chats? We don't have any message. Okay, the ID. Yeah, this is correct. We may not have any chats when fetching a single chat. Hmm. Okay, let me just remove this here. So then we are going to say constant UI message, and this is going to be of type UI message is equals to chats dot message messages dot map, and let's return this. So we just have the ID to message dot ID. Then we have row message dot row. Then we have paths message dot paths. Then we have I think there's all okay. We can add metadata here. Created at message was created at. So now to return the data, we're going to say constant chat with message is going to be equals to dot chat and the messages UI message. So yeah, I'm just going to say as user assistance system by this. Okay, this is still showing some error here. So I think it's this part. As UI message part, any comma any. Why is it showing some TypeScript error? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove everything here. Like this. Mm, format everything like this. Metadata, path, row, and ID. I don't know why it's still showing some error here. We have user assistance. As UI, okay, sorry, we need to add array here. And this should stop. So I'm just going to change this, just pass data and pass this like this. The error should stop. So now we are done with this. And then we can see fail to fetch chat internet server error. So that is it for this API. So let's go ahead and start implementing the client front-end part of the chat endpoint. So let's go over to the chat. So I'm going to clear everything here. So I'm going to collapse this. Then inside the app, we're going to go into route dashboard where we have chats. Let's create a page. It xxx. Then we are going to have a chat ID here. And this is going to have page.txx. So inside here, we can just say export default async function page. Let's call it chats. And there we're going to return. Let's have a div. And it's going to be class name um, relative widthful. So here we're going to then define the chats interface. So this is a component we're going to create. So this component is going to hold the chat's conversation and also the input. But since we're going to be using this inside the home page, like inside here, where we said, inside the main conception, you're going to be having the chat interface here. So this in the chat interface, we're going to have a field we are going to call only input. So in the home page, we're going to only show the input. While here, we're going to show both the conversation and the input or the prompt input. So we're going to pass, initial message messages to empty array. Then we say initial loading to false. So the reason we are passing this is because we're going to still use the same component inside the single page. And remember, inside the single page where we have the ID by ID, we're going to call an endpoint to get the chat. And then we want to be showing a loading, and then we can get all of the initial messages from the single chat and then pass that inside the chat interface. So because we are going to be using it here in the chat, currently the user doesn't have any chat yet. So this is going to be empty by default. So I'm just going to also pass the only input, and this is going to be false. So we're going to use this in the home page. This is going to only show the input, and it's not going to show the conversation um, UI. So, and there, since we need to generate the ID from the client side, from this side, this server side component instead of the backend. Remember, we're not getting the ID in the backend. So what we're going to do, we can use constant ID is equals to generate UUID. So remember, we've already defined this ID here inside the utils here. You can see it here. So the reason we are generating the ID on the client side, on this server side component. This is not the client. This is the server side component of the component. So if we generate the ID won't change because the server side will not when the client side render, it's not going to affect the server side component unless you make a hard refresh or you make a full refresh. Then this ID will change. So we're going to pass chat ID here. So we can also pass key here. We're going to force a new component instance when the ID changes. So this is going to only happen when the server side, when we refresh the page or uh, the page is rendered. Yeah, that's when you reload the page. So the server side is going to force to change the ID. Then React is going to remove the existing component instance and then create a new, force a new component instance. So I'm just going to save this here. Then let's go ahead and create this component, so chat interface. So inside the components, we're going to say chat, and then I'll just say index dot .cxx here. So you say REFCE. Let's change this to chat interface. And let's have type props. And there we can have, let's check what we passed here. Chat ID, initial, let me just copy all of this. So I'll just have chat ID of type string, the initial message. This is going to be empty array, and then this is going to be Boolean, and then this is going to be Boolean. So yeah, let's go ahead and let me just pass this here. I'll just say props. So now I can go, let me go to where we have the page chats and then import this here. So let me just remove this. So yeah, we're going to, let's also pass in, and let's also pass in input disabled. So when the page is loading, we're going to just disable the input. This is going to only be useful inside a single chat page. So yeah, let's just say constant props, and then let's get all of this. We say chat ID, initial, then initial messages, and then we can say only inputs. We set this to false by default. And then I think that is all. I just get the input disable here. So inside here, we are going to say constant input, just set input is equals to use state hook, and this is going to be of type string. So let's come over here, let's use clients. So now we are going to be using the, let's console the chat ID. Let's see, ID here. So we can look at this. So you remember we are going to be using the, we installed, if I go back to package.json, we installed the AI Sdk React component. So here we're going to get the use chat hook, and you've seen that in the documentation. And let's go there and look at also, we're going to also install um, the AI SDK, I'm sorry, the AI element. So I'll go over to Vercel, and then not here, inside the AI SDK components, sorry, documentation. Then if you scroll down, we can see the AI SDK UI. And then inside the AI SDK, if you click here, you can see the use chat. Let me click on this use chats. So we can see the use chats here, and you can get the use chat from the AI SDK React, and there we can just pass in the transport, which is default transport. So if you didn't pass in the default transport, this will just go with API chat, and then we can pass the API credential header body. We also have PPS send message request. There's some options here, and we also have ID message on to call. We have on finish. We have on error, on data, resume, and a bunch of all of this here. So we're going to use this. So let's first of all go and click on the AI elements. So inside the AI elements, we're going to install this. So just copy this. You can copy this, or you can copy from add this from Shanty UI like this. So there's all of them are both. So I'll just copy this one. And this is going to add all of these components inside our project. So let's go over to the code, and let's install this, or let's add this here. So I'm just going to, let me just paste this here, npx AI elements latest. So this is going to add this inside the UI component. Not UI, it's going to create a separate folder for AI elements. So I'm going to wait for this to add the AI element inside the component. So it has added all the components here. You I see it here. You can click on AI elements and you should see all of the components here. So now let's just close this. Let me go back to this and let's import this from let's import these charts from at AI Sdk React use charts like this. So let's come down here unless the constant is equals to use charts like this. So yeah, we're going to change this to UI message. Let's copy this and also do that here like this. So yeah, the first we're going to pass is ID. So I'm just going to pass chat ID here. And then we have the messages. You're going to put the initial messages. Then we can pass generated ID. I'll just say generates UUID. So generate UUID. And then we can say transport. So let me just leave it like this. Then we can define transport here. And we have new default chat transport. Then we have the API. This is going to be slash API slash chats. Then we also have prepare send message requests. And this is going to give us, we're going to get the messages ID and then body. And here we need to return body, the ID, the message, and the message is going to be messages dot we're going to get the last message, and then we can pass selected model ID. I think we've added that in the backend. So I'm going to set this to default chat model. So let me just go over to where the models here. Default model ID. I'll just paste it here and let me import it. So then we need to just pass in the body, structure that, and just pass body. So now this is it. We can inside here we can get the messages. We can get set messages. We can get send message. We can get the status. We can also get stop, and we can get error here like this. So if you scroll down here, after the transport, we can also say on to core. We have on to core. Async here. Then we have on finish. And then we have on error. So yeah, I'm going to just say console.log let's get error chat error, yeah, like this. So yeah, we're going to add something here. Yeah, we can get the particular tool that was called like the note 2 and then we can just refresh the note. Yeah. So we're going to do that later. So now inside the initial message, we need to set the message. This is actually going to set the message. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use effects. So let me just import this. So I'm going to say initial messages. So let's say if initial message just length is greater than 0, then we can say set message and we'll pass in the initial message. Let's just pass set message here too, like this. So now we can say if only input. Here we can just return, let's return a div here. I say class name waitful relative, and then inside here we're going to define the chat input. Yeah. So we're going to leave it for now because in the chat and page we're setting on only input to false. So let's go ahead and implement the actual chat interface. So yeah, we're going to have a div and it's going to have class name flex colon minimum height. Let's give this a minimum height of um or wait height or screen. The minimum width of 0. Then we'll give it overflow x overflow horizontal hidden. Then we are going to have BG background. Then here we're going to define the chats. This is going to be the chat conversation. So I'm just going to call it chat messages here. So then we're going to also define a div. This is where the prompt input is going to stay, or the chat input. So it's going to have a class name. It's going to stick to the bottom. Then, sorry, bottom one. Then we're going to say essence y1. Then flex gap 2. Padding x4. Then padding bottom 1. Margin top 2. Then we give this a full width. And then background, BG background. Then we can give this happy X like this. So Z index, let me confirm. And we don't have this, so I'm just going to set this to 1. So inside here, we're going to have a div, class name, and then we're going to say width full relative um, mx auto. And we're going to give this MD of a maximum um, width 3x. Let me change this to large. Okay, MD is okay. And then let's define the chat input. So the chat input, we're going to pass in the chat ID. We're going to also pass in the inputs. We're going to say set input is equals to set input. We're going to also pass in the messages. So the messages is coming from the hook here. We're going to also pass in the status from this hook. And then we're going to pass in stop. Then we're going to also pass in the let's say the default where is it? Okay, the default model ID. So I'm just going to pass it here. I'll say initial model ID is going to be default model ID. And then we can say set messages is going to be equals to set messages. Then send messages. Oh, sorry, send message is going to be send message like this. So let's go ahead and create this component. So I'll just copy this and let's come over here. Let's say chat input.txx, then RAFCE, and let's import this. And let's define the prompt here. Type chat ID of type string. Let's just add it here, FC. Like this. Then here we are so passing the input here, type string. Also, we need to also add the class name. So I'm going to add class name here. Wait through. Let me just copy this. Go over back to the chat input and let's pass to class name. So make this a string, and this will be optional. And then we need to pass in the set input, and this is going to be dispatch set state action, and then this is going to be string. Then we have the status. Then status is going to be um, use chats. Let's check it from. Let me come over into the index and let's look at the type chat status. So I'll copy this. And let me just paste this here. So let me import it from AI. Then we have messages. It's going to be an array of UI message. Then we say set messages. This is going to be, let's also check that too. Set messages. It's going to be of type UI message. So I'm just going to let me use the use chats helper. And then we say UI message. Set messages. So let's duplicate this and then change this to send message. And then change this to send message. So not set, send. And then we can have the initial model ID of type string, then stop void like this. So I think the error should stop. Okay, use model ID. And the error stop. So now let's go ahead and then get all of this from the top. Say chats ID, input, initial model ID, then status, class name, then set inputs, set messages, send messages, send message, stop. Yeah. So we've gotten it. So now what we're going to do here. So inside here we're going to import prompts input from AI elements like this. Then we're going to have class name here. So let's say class name CN. Let's import that from utils. relative pg white. On dark mode, we'll say pg. Let's give this 2426 like this. Sorry, 28 like this. Then we can just set ring border, then shadow MD. Then on dark mode, we can show shadow black, and let's give this opacity of 5. The rounded 3XL. So I'll set this to, and then I'm going to do divide y0. Then we'll have padding button. Then let's pass in the class name here. Like this. So yeah, we're going to have the onSubmit here. We say onSubmit age prevent default. So why is it not working? Okay, so let me just set this to constant onSubmit. Let's use callback here. And then let's call the onSubmit. Like this. So inside here, let's create a div, and then below here, then we're going to give this a class name of relative. Inside here, we're going to get the prompt input text area. So inside here, we're going to give this a placeholder, and then we're going to say row 2 autofocus, and then we're going to say value input on change. Let's come over here and define this here. So set the value to the set input, and then let's also give this a class name of a minimum height 16, adding top 2, overflow hidden, and then text small like this. So for the placeholder, I'm going to define that here. Let me just say constant placeholder. Yeah, I'm just going to say ask search or create note. So we are going to check this. If the two is search, we're going to change the placeholder to search the web, but else we're just going to show ask search or create note. Then we need to also track constant is generating. It's going to be equals to if status is equals to streaming or status is equals to submitted. Then we're going to make use of this to determine if to show the stop or the stop button, or we don't show the stop button. So we're going to just use that. So let's come down here after this div, and then we're going to have our prompt input, let's say prompt input toolbar. Then let's say prompt input tools. And then let's create a component. We call this model selector. And then we're going to say on select, and then we're going to set the default initial model ID. So I'm going to come over here, and then for the default initial value, I'm going to, let's move this to the top. Here, I'm just going to say constant selected model ID. I'm going to pass in the initial model ID. So the reason why we're doing this is we're going to store the model ID in the local storage. So once we save that, so we're going to implement that later on. We're going to check if the model ID, the full model ID is in the selector one is in the local storage. We're going to just replace it with this. So I'm just going to copy this. Now let's say selected model ID, selected model ID. So let's create this component below here. It's a function. So yeah, I'm just going to say props selected model ID is of type string, and then on select, and okay, yeah, we need to return, and the error should stop here. So now we're going to come over here and let's say prompt input model select. So import that. Then here we're going to pass in value. It's going to be the selected model ID. And then we say on value change. On select value. Let's add that here like this. So inside here we're going to say prompt input a model select trigger. So let's import this too. And there we can just say class name pg white and dark pg inherit. And we don't want any border. We said, I mean, sorry, we need border here. We need to set border. So here we are going to say prompt model select value. So we're going to also have prompt model select content. So now let's go over to the models and let's copy the model options here. And then let's come over here and let's say model dot map. Let's import this. Let's say model, and then let's import sorry, prompt model select item. We set the key to model dot value, and then we are going to set the value is going to be equals to model dot value. So here, let's say model dot label. Save that. So we have this. So we can get the value. Let's go ahead and implement setting uh the model ID. I think I'll set that in the local storage. So before we do that, let me go straight to the app controller dashboard chat page. I think we already have this, so we can check this out. So let me go. So make sure the server is running. I just try to restart my server. Then click here and let's go over to AI chat. And once you click on AI chat, this should open the page and we should be able to see the input, the prompt input. So it's opened the chat page. Now we can see the inputs here. We can see the models here. We can see and we can type here. How great, man. So we are going to also implement the other parts, the inputs and then the submit button. So let's go back and then, so I want us to also implement, so inside the chat, remember inside the input, we are saying that we're going to store the selected ID in the local storage. So once you just, so that you can be able to have the selected model even when the user is on the home page or in the chat page. So I'm just going to create a hook to handle the chats, going to handle all the chats in the local storage. So I'm just going to go over to hook, and then inside the hook, I'm going to just say use local chats .txt here. So yeah, we're going to import Zostan and then persist. So I'm going to say interface. This is going to be local chat states. So yeah, we're going to have the local model ID. It's going to be of type string, and then we can have the set model, uh, the set local model, sorry, ID, and it's going to be of ID of string and void. I also want to also save its history, um, its history open. So this is going to help us to toggle the history. So that is going to be like a simple sidebar that's going to toggle the history of the chat. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this. I'm going to just say this should be on toggle history. And then this will not have any like this is okay. So let's say export constant use local chats is going to be equals to create. Let's pass in the local chat state. And let's pass in persist. And let's get, sorry, let's get set and get here. And then we're going to set the default local model ID to empty string. Then is history open to false. Then we can have the set local model ID. We're going to say ID, then set local model ID to ID. And then for the toggle history, we're going to say set his is history open, not get dot is history. Sorry, I need to call this is history open like this. And then let's add comma here. Let's name this name local chats. Why is it training? So we are done with this now. So we can call this inside the chat input. So let me just scroll this here. Let me move this down. And then let me call this here constant use chat. Let's import this use chat hook, and then we can get the local model ID and set local model ID. So I'll just um, bring this and say if no local model ID, then we're going to make use of the initial model ID. Then I'm going to say come down here, say handle select is equals to value string, and let's paste this here value. Then we can copy this, scroll down to where we have the onSelect. Let's just paste it like this. So now this should be working. So let's go ahead and implement the tools. We're going to list out the tools here. So we're going to show a popover. So let's import popover function to UI. So I'll say popover. So popover. So import that from UI popover. And then let's come to the top and let's add a state to toggle the popover. So I'm going to add that here. And let's import use states. Let's set the type to Boolean. So now let's scroll down to where we have the popover, and here we can just say open. Open is equals to to open. Then open change is going to be equal to set to open. So yeah, let's import the popover trigger from UI popover, and let's set this to as child, and then let's import prompt input button from AI elements. So let's give this a class name. Class name of text muted foreground, and then let's give the size small, and then variant outline. So yeah, we're going to just import from Lucy React. We're going to import settings. So Lucy settings, and let's give it a size of 16, and then let's just hit choose. And then below the trigger, you're going to have the popover content. Import that from UI popover, not Redux UI. So let's give this a class name width 48. Give this a padding X, padding horizontal 1.5, padding Y2, and drop shadow small, and then let's give this a line start. And here we're going to list out the available tools we have. So I'm just going to say class name space YPS. Now we need to define the available tools. So what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and define that. So I'm going to go straight into my AI inside the lib where we have two AI tools. Let's create a file, let's say constants.cx here. And there we are going to set it to here. So let's first of all set the interface. I'll say let's export this first. I'll say available to type. We're going to have the tool name. And the tool name, we're going to define the tool name here. So let me instead just say export constants. Let's set the enum here. Tool name enum. And let's say create notes. It's going to be sorry, let's add equals to here. Create notes. So this must be similar. Make sure this is similar to the one we have in the chats and the chat endpoints here. If I open this and make sure you match this create notes, search notes, web search and extract URL. So I'm just going to go back to constants and then let's also add for web search here. I mean search notes here. So we have search notes. Then we have web search. Have extracts web URL. Extract web URL. And let's set it to as constant. So let's set the type here. So export type to name value. So let's say to name type. It's going to be of type of to name enum. Then key of type of to name enum. By this, if I hover over this, we can see create no search notes and the actual to name. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. And then we can have the type of the tool. So the type of the tool is going to be the ID of the tool. I mean, it's actually like the ID. So using the Vercel AI Sdk, this is going to convert these tools here. On the client side, we're going to see this as instead of website, we're going to be seeing it like this. It's not going to return the tool name. It's going to be tool dash the actual name of the tool. So this is going to define the tool ID. This is similar to all the other tools here. So this is how we're going to get the tool. So that is going to determine the tool type. So what we are going to do, we're going to go to constant, and then let's also copy this and let's set the tool. Uh, let's call it a tool type, and then here we're just going to just add two, two, and then two like this. So we can just also copy this, paste it here, and let's just say tool type. I'll just change this to value, and then let's copy tool type. Okay, let's change to enum. Tool type enum. Then this will be tool type. Yeah, this is okay. Tool type enum. Two types. If I hover over two type, I can be able to see the two types. So let's just copy this and paste it here. So now we have the name, the two name, and the two type. So we have the name, which is of type string, and then we have the icon, which is of type Lucid icon. We can give this a description if you want. This is optional of type string here. So now let's export the actual available, let's say available to, going to be equals to type of available to type, and then let me paste the twos here. So I've pasted it here. So we have the two name, which is two name. We get the enum here. This enum, two name enum dot create note type two type enum create note description and the icon. So we import that from University we have the search notes and type the name search note description and the icon. We have the web search, we have description. So I didn't add the extracts URL, so I just only added these three tools on the to display on the client side on the UI. So you just save this and then we can copy this. So make sure you've written all of this. So just go over back to the chat input. There we can just import. Let's import available tools dot map to. So here I'm just going to say key is equals to two dot type like this. So here I'm just going to also get the icon. If we over here we can get the icon. So I'll say icon is equals to dot icon, and then let's define a button here. It's a button, and here we're going to give this a class name. Let's first set the icon. Let's set this to size button, and then we can give this a class name. That's a text muted foreground like this. Then we can just say the two dot name like this. So let's give this a class name. Class name is going to be widthful Lex item center gap 2 p2 rounded medium, then we say over bg accent, then text left, text small. Let's give this a transition color like this. So now in the bottom we're going to also have the on click, and this is going to set the tool. So I'm just going to come over to the top here and let's just duplicate this and just say selected to, then set selected to, and then this is going to be of type available to or no, and let me just set this to no like this. So now below here we can define a function here. Let's just do that here. Say constant insert on select to. So say two is going to be of type available to, and then we can just say selected to, paste it here, and just say two like this. So copy this and let's scroll down to where we have the button. Then let's say on click, we're going to say like this, select two, and then we pass in the two. So once the user selects, we need to also close this. So I'm just going to copy the set to open, then come over to unselect to, and let's just set this to false, like this. So now when the user selects to, we want to show the two in this, at the top of this input test area. So once you select any two, it will show here to indicate to the user that this tool was selected. So I'm just going to, let's say, if two is selected, then we're going to show a div. So on select, we're going to also set this into honor, like this. So let's come over to this div. Let's give this a class name, flex, item center, gap 1, padding top 1, let's say 1.5, then padding left 2. So let's give it a different another div. So let me close this div. So let's give this a class name of inline flex, item center, gap 1, bj primary, opacity of 0.1, then text primary, padding horizon, padding x2, padding y1, then rounded medium, text extra small, and then font. Let's give it font medium, and let's say border like this. So yeah, we are going to. So yeah, remember inside it too we have the icon. So I'm going to just set the icon here. So selected to dot icon. I'm going to give this a size of 12. Then let's expand and let's say selected to name dot name, and then we can add a button here. And this button is going to have let's say use react close. Sorry, X icon from Lucy React. And let's give this a size of 10. Let's give this a class name, um, margin left 1. On hover, we give this BG primary, opacity of 20, rounded small, padding 0.5, and then let's just add transition colors like this. So now we need to also set, just copy the unselect to. Should we say unselect to, or let's say unset to, unset to, or I'll just copy this, let's just copy this, and let's say remove to, remove to. Then let's set on click here. So let's also let me go with the no. We're not using this. We're not using this function, so we've created a separate function for that. So um, the last part we're going to implement is the submit icon and the submit button, and also the store button. So I'm just going to come down here where we have the prompt input tools. Yeah, and yes, let's say if it's generating. Sorry, we are going to show the stop button, and there we're going to pass in the stop. Let's pass in the stop here. And let's just quickly create the method for that. I mean, the components for that. The function. function stop button. Then we just say stop like this. Then we can get the stuff from there. So I just return, and then let's also fix this part. So yeah, we're going to say prompt input submit. Let's give this status, then disable if not input dot trim, and then let's give this a class name, absolute right to rounded full bottom 1.5, and then I'm going to say text white, and then let's give this an icon. I'll just say arrow up icon. Let's give this a size of 15 or 25. Let's give size of 25. So we're done with the prompt submit, the submit button. So let's work on the stop button here. So yeah, we're going to say button. Let me just import button from UI button, and there we can just say let's just say size icon, class name, say BG muted, undead full. Dark mode we are going to use BG black. I will say border and then cursor pointer. So let's have the on click, and let's get the stop. So let's just pass stop here. And then inside here, we are going to say, let's import the stop icon from Remix UI and square view. We have size of 14, last name, text black, and on dark mode, we have text white, like this. So I'm going to also come over here and let's also say constant handle stop. So I want to show toast. I'll say stop toast. So let's import toast dot info generation stop. So I'm just going to copy this handle stop, and I'm going to replace it here and just go handle stop here. So now let's implement the on submit here. So yeah, I'm going to set async here. And then inside here, we're going to say if not input dot trim, let's return. We can just say we can toast dot dot, we can say error, please type in a message or prompt. And then also we can set if not child ID. Let's return. We can also toast here. can say reload, place, reload, chat ID, not found. I'm let's pass in the input here, and also the chat ID. So now we are going to also check if status is equals to streaming. Let's also return and say toast dot error. Please wait for the current response to finish or stop it first. Like this. So let's pass in status like this. So then we can then send the message. So send message. Send message. We can say await here. There's no need for the await. So I'm just going to remove it. Uh, let's just put it there. So here we're going to say row user then path then path. So for the path we're going to set type. So this is we're constructing a UI message. So the type is going to be text. You can see we have different type here. We have the step start text, source URL, source document, reasoning file, dynamic too. So I'll select text and I'm going to say text here is going to be the input of the user. And then here we're going to also sorry after this after the part let's add comma here. Let's pass in body. I will say selected model ID is going to be selected model ID. Then we can say selected to name is going to be selected to dot name. So let me copy this and then let me set this here. And then we can say set input. So let me remove this await here. We don't need it. And then I'm going to also copy set input. I'm going to add it here. What again? Okay, selected to. Okay, selected model ID. I think that is it. So the last thing we are going to do, we are going to, once the user send the message, we are going to update the URL of the app, but we're not changing the actual page itself. So just only replacing the URL with the actual chat slash ID. So we're going to replace it with the page, this page ID. So I'll just say RAFCE page, this single chat page. So this is where the user should have been redirected to. But because we want to allow the user to see the streaming, you're not going to redirect the user here. The user will be on the actual page, is on the chat page. If it's inside here, this is going to only show you. But once the user refresh the page or reload the page, the user will be moved to this single page. So that's the reason we want to replace the URL. Once user send a first message or send the message, the user will be on this chat ID and page.txt. The user will not be there. The URL will only change to this part. But once the user tries to refresh, then the user will be navigated. The user will land on this chat ID page. So I'm going to use, instead of using the Next.js router, I'm going to use, so let me go back. I'm going to use window history replace. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to say window dot history dot replace state. So now let's pass in the path we want to replace the URL to. I'm going to say slash chat ID like this. So we don't want a situation where if the user is on the chat page, once the user is chatting, sending message to send a message and the AI respond and eventually refresh the page, the user will not see any chat. The user will be brought to a new page again. So that's the reason we are replacing this without the user knowing the state of the URL has changed. So once the user page refresh or anything happen, the user will still be in that same page. We look, the user will still be in the page where it feels like it's still on that existing page he was chatting with. But instead, we have moved the user from that page where it was chatting, it started the chat to the chat ID page. That's a single chat page. So that's it. So that's the reason we have to replace the URL this, but we're not replacing the entire page. So we are done with the chat input. So we are going to go ahead, okay, set message. I don't think we are going to. So let's remove the set message. We're not making use of this. So let me open this. Let's go into index and let's remove this. So let's also copy this here and let's paste it here too, like this. So now let's go ahead and then work on the chat conversation page. So I'm just going to say chat messages and then let's create this component. Chat messages dot txx RASCA and then let's go into index.tx and let's import this. So we're going to pass in the chat ID. We're going to pass in the messages, status, error, and then it's loading like this. It's disabled. We forgot to pass is disabled. So let's pass this disabled to um, input disable. Or let me just say disabled. Yeah. So I'll copy this, pass it here. Or let me just move it to the top. And then let me go into the chat input. And let's disabled option boolean. So if disabled, we can just scroll down to where we have the uh, on submit, and we can say this, and then we can also add it here. Let's say if no input is not chat ID, we can just say if disabled, return. So let me copy this. Let's pass it here like this. So let's go into the chat message and let's set the props for this. So yeah, let's set the prop. We say interface and props. The chat ID string. We have messages, UI messages. We have error type error, and then we have status, which is of type chat status. Then it's loading, type boolean. So let's import FC, and then let's open this, and then we can get the messages, status is loading, and error. So now here we're going to import. So let's set the first, and this div we're going to have a class name of overflow y auto height auto, and let's import conversation from AI element conversation. And here we have the class name, and this class name we're going to have height auto, minimum height. Let's give it a minimum height because this conversation has its own scroll bar. So we're going to give this a minimum height. And then we want the div to scroll. So let's give this a minimum height so it does not it has a large space. It takes up a large amount of space than the input. So the input does not come to the top. So I'm just going to give this calculate 100 as height screen minus 157 pixel. So let me add this here. Okay. We need to add the conversation content. Let's also have a class name. You say width for height auto. Let's give this a padding bottom of 30 so it gives us space. Padding top 15. And then flex. And then flex column. Gap 5. px large. Sorry, px large. Px 0. We're going to give this a max width of 3 XL and mx auto. So inside here, we are going to set is loading. So we're going to create a component for the loading message. So it's going to show the loading message. This is only going to show when we are on the single chat page and we are fetching the previous or the history of the chat. And then this is going to show the loading state here. So let's define the component here. So I'm just going to say function loading messages, and let's just return if last name width full, maximum width full, then mx auto mt5. Then let's give a div last name, and then we're going to say flex item center, no item starts space horizontal 3, and let's set skeleton. Let's import that from UI skeleton. Let's give this a class name of height 8, width 8, the rounded full. Then let's give this a div so we're not there inside. And this we have a class name of widthful flex column space y2, and let's copy this currently and duplicate it again. It's going to show 2. So we have width, we're going to give 66%, and then this is going to be large. And then for this, we're going to say widthful, and then we're going to also give this large. So let's copy this and then pass it here. So we're going to also check if messages.length is equals to 0. Then we're going to show a greeting message. We're going to show a greeting component. So let's create that here. I'm going to call it greeting. Let me just remove this. And then let's return as a div class name widthful margin medium. Let's give it empty px2. Let's also give this heightful, so it takes up the height. Then flex and flex color. Let's also give this a div. And then say text to Excel font semi-bold, and then opacity, use opacity of 0. Then we use the animation or the transition fade in up. So fading up is inside the global CSS. You can see it here, the keyframe, and this is the class. It's a class name. So I'm going to remove this. So let me go back into chat messages, and then we can give this animate delay 200 ms. And here we just say hello there. So we can just copy this and then paste it here. And there we're going to say this is going to have, let's say, text zinc 500. And then here we're going to just give this 400. So this is this start of first before this. So this should be animation delay 400 milliseconds. So now we can copy the greeting, and then let's replace this with this here. So yeah, we're going to also you're going to also check for error here. So we're going to say if status is equals to error and error, then we're going to show an alert error alert. Let's define, we're going to create the component, and here we're going to just put title chat error, and then let's say message error dot message something went wrong. And then let's paste the component for that. So I'm just going to collapse all of this. It's a function. Let me just paste error alerts. And here, let's define the type, title of type string, message of type string. And let's get the title and also the message here. So yeah, I'm just going to say alerts from UI alerts. We're going to set the variant to destructive. And then let's put class name widthful, bg destructive, opacity of 0.2, border and destructive, opacity of 0.5, let's 50. And then let's import alert icon. Last name, height 4, width 4. So yeah, we're going to say div and set the alert title and then alert description. Then class name is going to be white space break spaces. And then let's say p tag message. Yeah. So now this error should stop. Oh, let's return this. Yeah. And then yeah, we're going to show the actual message. I'll just say preview message. So let's create the message component. So I'll say message dot txx race. Then let's copy message inside the chat messages. And then let's call the components here. So this one now, let's change this to preview message so we don't have issue. The message components. So let's pass in. We're going to look through the messages. And then we're going to pass in a message dot id message, and then its loading is going to be status. Its status is streaming, and messages dot length -1 is equals to index. So let's just get the index here. So now we also want to show when the user submits, we should show some loader. So I'm going to say status is equals to submitted, and then we need to also check the messages dot length is greater than 0, and we need to also check messages messages dot length -1. Then we're going to say dot row if it's equals to user as the last message, and then we can show a loader. So let's say circle here, last name, width 4, height 4, animate pounds rounded 4. Then on dark mode, we can set this to white, X white. Let's close this like this. So we need to also show the loader when they streaming. So I'm just going to copy this and change this to streaming. Then instead of a row, we're going to change this to assistance like this. So let's go ahead and implement the message. So I'm going to set it type here, so interface props message is going to be UI message. Then it's loading of type boolean. So let's just copy this, and then let's also let's pass it here. So we say Let's also call react memo. And then I'm just going to say review message, default display name, let's pass this here. So inside here, we're going to call the message component from AI elements, and then we can set the from. It's going to be message. So let me get the message, and then the is loading. So we have message dot row. We have key. It's going to be message dot id, and then we have the class name. It's going to be let's say like this, cn import cn from utils, and then we say message dot row is not equals to user. Then we're going to set the message width to max width, max full, and then we have the message content. And let's add a class here. Let's also add the cn. Let's import this because we've already imported this. So I'll say text. I'm going to give this 15.5 pixel, and then dark mode, text white. Then now we say if message dot row is not equals to user, and then we can say width full, max width full, px1, padding bottom 0, padding bottom 0, bg transparent. And then we can use the margin 0. And then we have minimum height 0. So for the user, if it's a user, we say bg muted. And then we have padding 2.5, text 14.5 pixel. Then we can say text foreground. Sorry. So if you did not add this color, this will use the primary color for the user message bubble. So yeah, then we're going to switch. We're going to look through the message. We're going to look through the message parts. So we're going to say message dot path. Remember, the path is an array. Dot map paths and the index. So we're going to use a switch statement, and then for the switch statement, we're going to use path dot type. So here we're going to say text. If the type is of text, then we're going to return. So let me just use the return response. Let's import that from AI elements. And then let's say path dot text like this. Let's also set a key. So I'm just going to say key is of a message ID dot ID, and let's just give it index of I like this. Then I want to modify the um, this response is a markdown, stream markdown. So I want to modify the code theme, which is as the theme. So I'm just going to import constant theme, use theme, and let's import theme here. And then here we're going to say if theme is equals to light, then let's use light plus, else we're going to use Dracula. This I see some error. So let me check responses from AI response. Okay. It seems so let me remove this. It's not working. Don't know. It's not showing any. So let's just leave it. Let's also copy the case for this, and then let's set another case, and then the next type is reasoning. And for reasoning, we are going to, let me just remove this. We're going to import reasoning, and let's copy this and pass it here. So here, let me just set reason. And then inside here, let's remove this part. And then let's call reasoning trigger. And then reason content. Let's say parts dot text here. So here, I'm just going to set this to return no. So for the to call, let's go ahead and look at the documentation and see how to handle that. So if you go over to the documentation and you click on the chatbot to usage, just scroll down to where you make use of the use chats, and then you can see, if you scroll down, let's just scroll down, and you can see this is how to call. This is the two type. You can see we have the two name, two and two name. So each of these two has a state, and this state, one of the states is the input streaming, inputs available, input output available, then output error. If you look at Vercel example here with the weather get weather info, you can see once it's input streaming, this shows like this. Then inputs available, getting the info, getting weather information. Then the input output available, then displays the output. And if there's an error, it shows the error. So we're going to make use of our own um, tool ID. I mean the tool type. Yeah. So let's go back to the code and let's implement that. So inside the code, we are going to come down here. We're going to say case. Let's just copy this. I'll paste it here. I'll just remove everything here. So yeah, let's say two. Let's import two name, no, two type enum dot create notes like this. Then we can also get the next to search notes. Let's copy this. And then we have the web search. And then we have the extract URL. So we have the tools now. This is a two type for this. And we're going to create a component which is going to be called the two. We're going to create a component that will handle two of them. But you can use, if you go over to AI SDK elements, the AI elements, we have the two components here, but I don't like this two components. You can see it here. Can you make use of this? It's shown in the documentation. I want to actually create my own two components and which we're going to use and display in this section. So before we go, let's test this out. So I'm going to reload this page and let's confirm the server is running. So while it is loading, let's just create the components. We're going to say two core.cxx. And here I'm just going to say we're going to implement this here. Array FCE two core. So let's copy this inside the message where we have this two type. We're going to just return. Let's import this. So let me just copy all of this here like this. So we're going to get the states and paths from this. So let's just test this. So here I'm just going to say let's say since we're using, I'll say hi. Let's click on send. Okay, invalid message. Sort message and it's not error message. To name invalid input string receive undefined. So let's check the chat input. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, I think the problem is coming from let's go into chats. The chats API. Let's scroll up where we have this thing. This is where it's having some issue. So I think if there's no this, we just set this to nullable. We can actually set the type of this um, to custom to name. I mean the custom type name to name type. I'll just leave it nullable, and then I'm going to just come over to where we have a chat input, and let's say if there's no chat name, just set this to null. Is because we are using this in the we're passing this to the system prompt, and inside the system prompt we have we set this to null. You can see it undefined. This available to. I'm just going to make sure this is similar to what we already have. Search notes. So let's just go ahead and test this again. So make sure your server is running, and let's set hi, and let's see if it's going to respond. And then we can see in the URL this has changed. You can see the ID here. And then we can see, hello, how can I help you today? What model are you? Gemini AI language model. So you can see it is working. So we need to also modify the scroll bar. So this should scroll as we are chatting. What can you do? You can see that it's now scrolling, the scroll bar is not moving. You can see I can create no search notes, search the web, extract information from web pages, give me a URL. To get started, tell me what you would like me to do. So it's working. So let me just go back to the chat message. I need to also is it chat message? Yeah, the chat message. We're going to use effect to check if the message either submit or is streaming to scroll bar should be moving down. So yeah, I'm just going to say use effects, and let me just import the use effects group. And there we are going to also import constant, import use stick to button component. So this used to stick to button component is already added to is a component installed when we are adding the AI SDK. If you come over to conversation from AI element, you can see the component is already installed. Was used here. But I want to use it because I have a different div that we scroll to the bottom. So I'm just going to say scroll ref content ref and then scroll bottom. So yeah, I want to say if messages or status is equals to submitted or status, sorry, is equals to ready, scroll to bottom. And then let me just pass messages, status, and then scroll to bottom. And then here we can say ref is scroll ref. And then for the content, we can just add that here. Should we put it here? Yeah. And say ref content ref. So now if you chat now, let's say thanks. You can see the scroll bar is moving as we send a message. Okay, so it's working now. This is working. So what we are going to do now is to let's go and implement. Let's go and implement the tool call. So let me go into message components, and then inside here, let me go with this theme. So here we're going to pass in. We're going to get the path. So I'm just going to get that from constant from the path. If you look inside the path, if I hover over the path, you can see we have the type, the tool call ID, the state, the input, output, and error text. So we can get the tool call ID, the state, and you can see with the state we have the input streaming, input available, and output error. Then we have the error text, which is a string or undefined. Then inside the output, this is unknown. This can just be a this is unknown, yeah. So the main thing we want here, the main important thing here is the state, which is we're going to use once it's streaming, we're going to be showing a loading, indicating the AI agent is trying to access the tool. So yeah, we're going to pass everything here. So I'm just a key is going to be the tool call ID. Then tool call ID is going to be equals to tool call ID. Let's pass in the type. We're going to pass in the actual type, which is uh, the path type here. We're going to also pass in is loading. So I want to get, let me bring back that it's loading here. Let's pass it, it's loading. Then we can say states. Let's pass in the states. Output. Let's pass in output. And then error text. Let's also pass in error text here. So let's just copy of this. paste it here, just copy this and just replace it here, replace it here, then let's replace this one here. So just copy this, paste it here, paste it here. So now let's go ahead and start implementing our two core components. This is different from the AI SDK. So inside, we're going to set the interface. So let's say interface and two core props. We're going to pass in two core ID, which is of type string. We have the type, which is of type 2 UI path type, and then we have the state, which is of two UI paths state. We have the output any. Let me check the way passing inputs. Sorry, inside message. Let's see inputs. Okay, we didn't pass in the input, so let's just get the input here. Input is going to be input. So let me copy this. And let's also pass it here. Let's get input. Let's also paste that here. Let's paste it here too. So let me just copy this and let's add it here. Error should stop. So I'll copy this and just change this to inputs. And let's have the error text is going to be string. And then we have the it's loading boolean by this, sorry, by this. So yeah, we are going to let's get all of them. We're going to get the type, and then for this type, we're going to get the to name. So we're going to format, we're going to create a component that formats and gets the to name. So I'm going to pass in type here. So let's create this component here. Now I'm going to say constant, let's paste this here. Type string, say type replace to with empty string like this. And then now we can get it to name. So now we're going to also create a method that is going to handle the state, the input streaming. So once it's input streaming, it will show a text like preparing, request, or working. When it's input value, it's going to show a different state. And then once it's output value, output available is going to show a different uh, text. Then output error is going to show a different text. So we're going to create we're going to call that two status. So let's create a component here. Let's create two status here. This is going to just have a method we are going to call, and then why is this error text? So let me copy this and let's go into two. It's complaining undefined. So let's just set two text undefined. error text and the error has stopped. So here I'm just going. So here let's also console log. Let's console log output. Let's console log. Let me get output here, and then state and input. So let's console log all of them so we can see them once we ask the AI agents to search for notes or create a new note. So I'm just going to also let me copy this, paste it here, then paste inputs. Then I'm just going to get the type. Let's also console log the type here. So let's go ahead into the tool status and let's create the status. So I'm going to say export constant is going to be get to status. So here we're going to get past the to name string, and then we're going to say state string. We're going to say output any. So let me just import the output. So let me just import any. Sorry, not import, to fix the error display here. So here we're going to say if a state is equals to a state is equals to the first thing is input streaming. So let me change this type so we can be able to see the state. So I'll just copy two UI paths. So let me import this from AI. So now say if this is import to input streaming, then let's return, then let's say to name if is equals to create notes. So let's change this to to name type. So if it's equals to create notes, then I'm going to return a text saying creating notes. Sorry, not creating notes. Oh, let's just remove this. This should be for inputs available, not input streaming. So input streaming will just show let's just remove all this check. And instead of this, I'll just say preparing, or let's say working, like this. And then we can just give it a text and icon. We say lights bulb. So let me just like this. So then if it's inputs available, then now we can say creating notes that has passed the input streaming. Now it's input available, then we're going to set the icon here. I'm going to say file text. So let's just collapse this. Now we're going to say else if to name is equals to search notes. Let me copy this. And instead of creating notes, it's searching notes. And then let's give this a search icon. And then we can say else. Let me just copy all of this, paste it here. So now instead of searching notes, we're going to say if it's web search, then we're going to say searching web. And then we're going to just change this to globe icon. And then the last one is else. Let me just copy this. Let me copy this and then paste it here. So if extract URL, you can just say extracting um, contents globe icon. So let me just change this one to preparing a request. And then on here, I'm just going to say else text working icon. Just set the icon to this. So now we are going to just display this, the text and then the icon in different states. So what of the, we also need to also check if, so I'm just going to also paste this here and I'm going to say if it's, output available. Then we're going to say, if it's output available, we're going to say, we're going to give the results of the heading of, or the text of the results. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, for create notes, what I want to do, I want to show results from, I'll say results, let's just say, uh, tool name, and here I'll just change this to, let me change this to light bulb here. And then for search notes, I'm just going to, uh, say here, that we can say search note results, or we can also get the length of the notes. So we can get the length of the note from here. So yeah, I'm just going to say constant note is equals to, if it's array dot is array output dot notes, then we can say output dot notes else empty array, then we can say constant length is equals to notes dot length. So you might ask, where did I get the notes? If you go over back to the search notes 2, remember in the response, we passed this note here. So this is going to be the output of the two. So I'm just going to remove this, go back to our two status. And then here, I'm just going to make use of it here. So what I'm just going to set like this. Then I'm going to say, um, let's say length. If length is greater than 0, then we can say length notes found. Then we can say else search notes results like this. So for web search, I'll just say web search results. For extract, I'll say extracted results. Or let's say extracted contents. And for the last one, we can just say done. Then the last check is if state is equals to output error, then let's return text error occurred icon alert alert cycle icon. Let's import this. Then we can return text unknown icon, we can just give this uh slash cycle. Yeah, just give cycle slash right. So we've defined the get to status. So let's go ahead and go over to the to core, and then here we can just say constant is equals to get to status, and there we need to pass in the to name, state, and then output. So let me just copy to name type, and let's say return for us. I think it's not necessary. It's not. So I'll just change this to string. So here we can get the text and icon. So here we're going to define the header and two header. So it's going to just be like the AI, the two in the AI element. So the AI element has the two header, and then it also has uh, the two content. So we're going to also create our very own two header, and then we're going to use this collapsible content also as the content that displays the output. So let me go away from here, and then inside here, let's create the two header components here. So I'll scroll up here, and then here, so yeah, we're going to just say export, not export, I'm not making export, constant to header is equals to react.memo. So let me just return. So let me just say to header dot display name is equals to and to header here. So since we're going to be making this collapsible like the AI elements, so we're going to use the collapsible trigger for the to header. So yeah, we also want to not use collapsible header when we create a node. So we don't want the create node component to be inside the collapsible. So instead, we are going to only show collapsible for only the search node and extract URLs, and then search web. So what I'm going to do to handle that, and we can't just define the collapsible here. The collapsible trigger must be inside the collapsible component. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say constant here. I'm going to call this wrapper, and this is going to be equals to collapsible. So I'm just going to set let's uh, let's set this here. We say collapsible. I'm going to set this to boolean. So if collapsible is true, then we're going to use collapsible trigger. So import that from UI collapsible. So I'm just going to remove this. And S, we're just going to use button. So let me just copy these spaces here. So now we're just going to wrap this depending on the collapsible, depending on the components that is selected that become the wrapper here. So let's add the class name. So I'm going to say flex item center, justify between, width full, rounded medium, hover, BG muted. Let's give it muted opacity of 0.5, then padding Y2, padding X2, text muted foreground, transition color like this, and then let's give this border of 0 like this. So let's give this a div, class name, left item center, gap 2. And there we can give this an icon. So I'm just going to get the text and the icon. So let's set the type here, text, string, and then icon, type of Lucy icon. So here I'm just going to say this is going to be icon like this. So copy this and let's paste it here. Let's say class name, size 4, like this, then text muted. Let's give this span text. Then below here, if it's collapsible, we want to show the arrow icon. We're going to use the chevron down icon. Then we're going to set class name, size 4, then text muted foreground, then transition transform, and then we say group data state equals to open, rotate 180. So this is just copied from the if you go over to the AI elements, the onto AI elements. If I scroll to where we have it, so this was where I copied it from, like this. So I think I made my own mistake here, like this. So now we can make use of this header here. So we also want to also show loading. Remember in the two status, we have if it's streaming, we show preparing request, creating not. So to show loader that is actually loading. So I want to show like a progress, infinity progress bar that keeps on uh, moving until we pass this pass the state of input streaming, input available to output available. So I'm just going to come up here. Let's create the components here. So I'm just going to call this let's say constant and to indicator. So let's say loading indicator, and let's say react, and that's memo. Let's say to loading indicator dot display name, and let's just paste this here. So yeah, we're going to I'm going to get the loading text and then also the icon. So let's just say icon. Sorry, yeah, icon which is optional. It's going to be Lucy icon, and then we can have the loading text here. or we don't need the icon. Let's just have on a loading text. This is going to be type string. So inside here, we're going to say return div class name with full adding for rounded medium bg and background opacity 50 0.5 shadow small and relative. Then let's have a div here. And then here we're going to have flex item center grab to margin button 2. And then let's say loader icon. Let's just import loader icon from Lucy React. And let's give this a class name of height 4, width 4, animate, spin. And then let's give this a span, class name, font lights, text small. And then let's just say loading text. And then below here, we're going to show the actual progress bar. There's a class name, width full, height 1, BG background, opacity 0.3, rounded full, overflow hidden. So yeah, this is going to be the bar, while this is going to be the actual progress. This is going to be half height of full, BG primary, rounded full, and then we're going to create a class for animate progress bar like this. So we also want to give this like a time that just make this look look engaging. So just a class name. I'll say absolute. So like an interval. I'll say top two. It's optional if you want to add it. If you don't want, you can leave it out. Text small, extra small, and text and primary. And there I'm just going to say constant time, set time, use states. Let's just say it's 0. Then we can use effects. So just import the use effects hook as a constant interval is equals to set interval. And then let's just say, let's copy this. And then let me just remove it like this as a set time t. Previous time is a t plus 1 like this. And let's just give it the error should stop. Okay. So now you can just sorry. So let's just return a clear interval. Let's pass in the interval like this. So I'll just copy the time and then come over here and let's just paste it here. And then let's just add X here. So now we've done the two loading indicator and the header. So let's combine everything inside here. So yeah, we're going to say if it's loading and state is equals to impute streaming or state is equals to impute available, then we can just say return sorry to loading indicator, and then we can pass in the loading text, which is going to be our actual text here from the get to status here. So let me just get this is loading here. So this is going to show first. Then once the status has moved over from input to output available, then we show the header. So now we can say if type is equals to type to type dot create notes. Then remember we don't want to show collapsible for the create notes. We're going to say to header, and we're going to say collapsible was. Then we can pass in the text, which is text, and the icon, which is icon. And then for the content, we just say div class name. We're just going to say I just give this but let's just say div here. Like this. Here we're going to just output. We're going to render the output here. Yeah. And then let's just also implement this here. So yeah, we're going to have the collapsible from UI collapsible. We're going to say default open is true. And then let's just copy this to header here. And here we're just going to set this to true. Like this. Then collapsible content. We're going to also output. We're going to render the output here. So to render the output, we're going to come over here and uh let's create the method to get the output here. So yeah. So each of these two are going to have their own separate components. I will display on the UI. For the create note, we are going to show the card component that shows the head, the title of the note, and also a little bit of a description of the note. Then for the search notes, we're going to show a list of the notes that was searched. For search web, we're going to show the text, the input query that was passed, and also the links on the website that was searched, the names, and also the favicon. Then also for the extract URL, we're going to be showing the URL that was extracted. So let's create a method here. We're going to just say it's going to be constant to render like an object, and we're going to give this say type of record to UI parts type, and then we're going to return react node, and then we're going to pass in the output, which is of type any, and then input just gives of type any here. So now let's just say equals to this. So now the first one is the two type enum. Just create note. If this, you're going to output, let's create the div, class name, MB 1.5 and empty one. We're going to create a note component here. The note preview component here. So yeah, we're going to just take in the output. So that's for the notes. We can copy this and then we can do the same thing for the search notes. So for the search notes, we are going to, let's just change this to, let's remove this and say width for border, border, opacity of 0.4, rounded, large, py3, and then px 1.5. So let's just remove this. And there's a p tag. You have the class name, and there is a text small padding left 2. And then we want to show the input here. We say search for let's just say input dot query. So let's just get the input here. So remember the inputs, if you go over to search notes, so remember we passed in an input here, query. So this is what we're getting from the input. And now we can say list, we're going to look through this. Class name is going to be waitful, list none, padding left 0, padding bottom 4, padding top 2, space y1, the maximum height 48, overflow overflow y02. And there, let's just let me just copy this out. Let me just say return, and then here we're going to say constant notes. We're going to get the notes from the search notes too. So this note is going to be equals to, if output, then output dot notes else an empty array. So we're going to check this. If array dot is array notes, then we can say notes dot map notes. Then we say li key notes dot id. So here we're going to also create the notes item. Yeah. So we're done with this now. We can also create the, let's go ahead and create the note preview and note item. So I'm just going to come over here and let's say to note preview. .txx here. So the first way to create is the one for the note preview. I'll say, sorry, export constant note card preview. Let's also set the type here, the interface. Oops. Note card props. It's a note ID string title string, then content string. So let me copy this. React. Let me just import. Okay, let me just import FC direct. And so let's import memo. So I just say notepad preview dot display name is equals to like this. So here we're just going to return a div. We're going to give this row of button, first name, flex column, grab to, adding 4, BG muted, rounded, MD, shadow, small, border, um, border, then hover, shadow MD, transition, let's give this all, then cursor pointer. So now we're also going to, let's just get the title, content, note ID. And remember, we need to also get the constant note ID. Use note ID book. That's important. So we're going to get the set note ID. So now here, once we say on click is equals to set note ID. Note ID. So here we say H4. We're going to pass in the title, and padding, we're going to pass in the content. So here we say class name, font, semi-bold, XXL, and line 1. Let's also add class name here. Text small, text muted foreground, and line clamp 3, like this. So we are done with the card preview. Let's just go inside the to core, and then we can pass it here. So I'm just going to pass in the note ID. It's going to be equals to output dot note ID, title, output dot title, content, output dot content. So let's go back to the note preview, and let's also create the other components. Let's also create exports, constant notes, item, preview. There's a memo here. Display name, and let's paste this here. So yeah, let's just return button. So let's also copy this interface, and let's paste it here. So we don't need the content here. I just say notes item and I just say FC and paste it. So yeah, I'm just going to say let's also copy this here too. Say note ID. Let me just sorry, note ID, then the title. So here we just say span title. And let's call the icon uh file text sorry file text line. Let's give it a class name of width 5, height 5. And then let me just copy this on click like this. Let's give it a class name. I'll just go to recent notes. Let's just copy the class like this. Flex width, hover, rounded, and this size. So that is it. So let me just copy the notes item preview. Let's go over to the two core. And then here, I'm just going to just, let me just, um, let me just hover and say, the notes ID, notes.id, title, notes.title. So we are done with this. So the last one is the search, web search, and then the extracts. So let's implement this for the search. So I'm just going to copy this, and yeah, instead of search, I'm going to say web search. So for the web search, I'm just going to remove everything here. I'm just going to remove everything here. So let me just empty, and then let me just copy this. The web search and the extract URL is going to have the same component. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a component. I'm going to call it search extract preview. And this will take the type web search and input output equals to output. So let me just copy this and also do the same thing here. So instead of web, I say extract web URL like this. So let's just copy this and let's go ahead and create a component. So I just say to search extract .cxx review. So I'll say RASCE, or let's just say export constant search web, sorry, this should be capital letter. And then let's just say FC, import FC. And let's set the type here, interface. Oops. Type is going to be equal to web search or extract web URL. input any output any. So I'll just copy props and then paste it here. And let me just quickly fix this. And then here, let me see. Mo. So copy this dot display name and let's paste this here. So yeah, we can get the uh, type input and then output. So yeah, I'm going to say constant results is equals to output dot results or empty array. So the result, if you go to search, web search, remember we return results here. You can see it also in the extract URL. We also have results. So both of them has results. So that is it here. So let me move this up here. Now we need to define the head text, header text. If its type is equals to web search, then I'm going to say query I say input dot query. Else I'll say URLs input dot URLs dot join like this. So if we check extract URL, remember the input is URLs and web search input is query. So I want to say count text is equals to, just copy this, paste it here. So I just say use the result dot length dot length. So there's no need for this source. So the website use how many URL, how many yeah, the result length. So you use the sources, how many sources you got the content from. Then why this, I'll just say found pages. I'll just say result length like this. And the last one is the item text is going to be equals to, we'll say if and type is equals to web search, then we can say item dot title. So I'm just going to set the item here for now. Let's set the item here and then item dot URL like this. So yeah, let's have if okay, we're going to say p tag and we'll pass in the header text. Let's have a class name waitful border border capacity of 0.4, a rounded large then padding y3, padding x 1.5. So let's have our div here again. It's a class name. We're going to have empty2, padding left2, and then p tag, we're going to have class font normal, text small, and then text low 500. Yeah. And then, yeah, I'm just going to pass in the content or the count text. Then here we can have the URL. We're going to look through the results. It's a class name. We say list x, padding left 0, padding bottom 4, padding top 2, space y1, and then maximum height 48, overflow y02. And then let's say array dot is array results dot map. Sorry, was we need to say results dot map. And we can get the item and also the index. And now we can say fi like this. Let's pass in the key index, and then we have the a tag. Item dot URL. Blank. Then let's have a class name here. It's a flex item center, grab2, widthful, over on the line, x low 500, over x blue, let's say 400. Then if item dot favicon, let's display an image tag, slc, item dot fav icon, and let's have a class name. We say width or height for bounded small. So here we can just say span, and then we can just say item. We can get them into item text, and we just pass in the item here. And there let's just close this tag. And then let's have the class name and text, and let's give this 13 pixel. And the last thing we're going to do, we're going to also set an icon here, external link, class name, width for, height for. Oh, so we are done with this. Oh, so let me just copy this. Go over to core and let's import this. So great, we are done. So now let's render the output here and there. So I'm going to do that here. So I'm going to say constant render output is going to be equals to if state is equals to output available. There will say constant renderer is going to be two renders. Render. It's going to be, we're going to set the type. So if you're passing the type, it's like an object, we just get the particular output. It is two. For create nodes, we just get create node search, web search, or extract URL. So you're going to just return render else, say div. If there's a render, then you can just say render. Let's just change it to renderer. And then we can just pass in the output and then the inputs. There we can just say JSON just stringify outputs. And then let's give this a class name empty2 like this. So we can say if state is equals to output error, let's return div error text. Yeah, just a class name text read or text destructive. And there just a return no. So let's just copy this, come over here, and then let's copy this. Let's come over here and paste it. So we also forgot something in the to indicator. We added a class called animate progress. So let's go to global.css and add it here. So I'm just going to paste it here. So now I've pasted it here. You can see keyframe progress bar, the and transform 50%, translate x0 and 100%. And then we have this to set to infinity and the width side 50%. So if you save that and let's just remove this. So now we are done with our two core. So the last thing we're going to work on is the message action. So I just create a component action.txx ISE message action. So I just copy this from over to message, and then to action should be after the actual message. So I'll just put it inside there. Let me just import this. So let's test this out. So I'm just going to go back. So let's also add this to the home page too. So I just go into my title and let me just copy this, come over to home, main section, and let's just paste it here. And let's set this to true. Let me remove the key. Let me import this. And then inside the chat field, let's copy this ID. Inside here, I'm just going to paste it here. And let's pass key ID, the ID here. Let's import this too. Then inside the main section, we are going to just get the ID. Yeah. The the um the drop down here, the create note select, you can see create note here. And we can close cancel this and this will clear. You can go over to chat, AI chat. And if I click on chat, so let's wait for this to open. Let us open. I'll just say create a note. Create a note about um, AI in shorts. And let's see if this is going to call our create note too. So it's creating a note and we can see the response. So this is working fine. So if I click on note, we should be able to see the note. This is great. This is great. So we're going to go ahead and then work on the actions. So now if you look at this now, we can see that the page, I try to save this page again and it will reload this page to render Next.js code this page. And you can see that we have moved to the single page, single chat page. And you see why the reason why we had to add the global chat input, and the reason why we had to put this replace the state of the URL because immediately I saved this page and it just called this function and I related to this page. So we need to be able to call the endpoint to fetch the chat, then the message. I mean the messages by this chat ID here. So we're going to implement that, but let's first of all complete the message action. So I'll just go to chat to message inside the chat folder, and then let's handle the message action. So I'm just going to clear this today. Let me clear this so we can be able to see this. I'll just clear the ID, and if I clear the ID, this will take us to this chat page. While that is loading up, let's implement the action. So I'm going to set key here. I'm going to set this to be action, and then I'm going to say message dot ID. Then we're going to pass in the message, which is going to be equals to message, and then it's loading. It's equals to it's loading. So let's go to the message action and let's make use of this. So inside here, we're going to define the I'll say interface props, and then we'll say message. It's going to be UI message. Let's import that from message. Let's import that from AI Sdk. So I'll just say import from AI. I'll set type here UI message, and then I think we passed the it's loading. So I'm just going to set it's loading. It's loading is going to be boolean. So I'm going to just pass this here, and then let's just say props, and then let's get the it's loading and the message, and then inside here we're going to let's come down here and let's call the action. So the action we're going to have the copy and also save to notes. So let's import actions from AI elements. And then this is going to have a class name of empty2. and then we're going to say text space. Yeah. And then let's have action, and then let's have a class name. I'm going to set this height auto, width auto. So if you don't want to add text in the action, you can leave it like this. This is going to just set the icon here, and this will just give you the icon. But I want to give this a text too, like a button. So this is going to be PK muted, rounded through, and then we're going to have a cursor pointer. Let's give this title copy, and then we're going to set on click. Let's just define a constant on copy, and let's copy this and paste it here. And then inside here, we're going to have the copy icon. Let's import copy icon from the React, and let's give this a class name of size 4. And let's give span copy. So let's just copy this action and then paste it here again. And then we're going to do the same thing, but this is going to be saved to notes. Sorry, save as notes. And here instead of copy, I'll just say arrow or pick down. We import that. Arrow the pick down icon. And then here we're going to change this to save as notes like this. So we're going to change this to unsave. And then just copy this and let's have constants unsave. Now let's implement the copy first. So for the copy, I'm going to get the text from the message. So remember the message is of type UI message, which has the path. So we're going to get the messages from the path. Yeah. So I'm just going to come down here and I'm going to say, first of all, let's say if it's loading, if this is loading, then and also if message dot row is equals to user, then return no. We don't want to show action for user messages, only for the AI message. So yeah, I'm just going to get the text. So I'm going to say constant get text. Then we're going to say message dot path. We're going to filter messages with text. I'll say a filter p p dot p sorry p dot type is equals to text. So let me drop this down. It's equals to text. Then we're going to map the list to the array, and then we're going to just get the text here, p dot text like this. Then we are going to join this, and then we're going to trim. So now we can get the text from the path. Now let's set the copy. So I'm just going to say let's set here constant dot text is equals to get text. I will say if there's no text, then just return toast dot let's just say toast dot error no text to copy. And then let's say await navigator. Let's add async here. Navigator dot clipboard. dot write text, and let's pass in the text, and then let's say toast dot success copied like this. So we have implemented the copy method. So let's implement the let's say async here, the on save. So um on save we're going to have we're going to call our use create let me do that here. So if you go over to use notes, we have the use create notes here. So I'm just going to say constant is equals to use create notes. Import this. So let me import the use create notes, and then we can get the we can get the mutate, and there let's just say let's also get this no text to save, and then we can say toast or promise, and then we can just say return create notes. So mutate. So we need to use the async. So I'll say mutate async title is going to be or just say untitled, and then content is going to be text like this. So now I'm going to make this here. Loading, we're going to say saving notes. Then on success, on success. So not on success. Yeah. You can see notes save. Why on error is going to be failed and to save notes. So like this, so this is fine. So we are done with this. Now we can test it out. We are done with the action. So let me also wrap this into memo. It's a react dot memo, and then let me like this and just say message action dot display like this. So let me go into a message. Now this should work. So let's test this out. Then you can go ahead and set up the endpoint. So I'll try and send a message now. Say, hi, um, hi, what is AI for? Okay, server is. Let's check the chat page. So let's go into chat page. Error occur. Component is not a function. Okay, it works. Let me just try and reload this page. We can see that this is it's actually returned the this. So let me try again. Let me remove all of these charts. So why this is still working? Let's just go. Okay, let's try it now. Hi, what is AI about? Official work now. So let's wait. This is still loading. And now we can see the icons, the actions are showing. Just tell me. Let me copy, and we can see this as copy. Or what is LLM? So it should give us a kind of like an information so we can save. So okay, this one works. So stop. Let's just click on save notes. And you can see it's saving the notes. And now notes is saved. And this has opened. Then we can see this. You can see the notes here. Then you can go ahead and change the title. If you want, you can use AI to generate the title. But just leave it like this. Then we can just basically change it. What is LLM? I'm going to just save this. So this is working. So now let's just go ahead and then fix this. Copy this. Let's go over to the single page chart. And then let's just, let me call this single charts. Oh, let me just leave it as page. And then let me paste it here. Copy this. And then let's get the charts from here. I'll save this. So we're going to get this from the use param. So I'm just going to convert this to use point. And then here, let's move this up. Let's say constant params is equals to use params. And then we can get the chart ID. Params dot chart ID as string. Okay, it's not a must we can get. We can get the params from here, from the actual page. So you can get the ID. So let's just leave it like this. And then I'm just going to just change this to chart ID like this. So we are going to go ahead and then fetch the initial messages. We're going to fetch the initial messages, and when we are loading the initial message, we're going to set this to true. We're going to set this to the is pending or is loading state. So if you save that, this will just take us to a single chat page. You can say Next.js is going to compile this page, and this should redirect us from here. Okay, so let me just, if I try to refresh now, you should you should land on this single chat page. So let's call it single chats. And now we are in the single chat. The you can see the ID here. So now if we fetch this, you'll be seeing the history, the chat messages. So let's just go, we'll collapse everything now. And then inside the features, let's create and use chat.tx. Then we are going to say export constants, use chats by ID. And then we're going to pass in the ID, and we're going to pass in enabled. So I'll say ID string, ID string, ID string some error. Then we can have the enabled boolean. Okay. Stop. So now let's return use query from transfer create query. So let me change this to use query, not use query clients. And then we're going to pass in the query key. We're going to call this chats and then pass in the ID. And then the query function async, and then we're going to constant response is equals to await API. Let's import API from HonoRPC dot chat dot chat. And then this require ID. Then we say dot get params or param ID. So now if response dot OK, let's throw a new error field to fetch chat. Then we can say constant is equals to await response dot JSON, and let's get data, and let's say return data, and there we can say enabled. So let's also do for the all chats, the constant use chats. I'll just copy everything here, paste it here, and then instead of ID, I'm just going to change this to chat. Then I'm going to just remove this param, remove this ID, then remove this, and then remove this. Okay, now this is working now. So we can make use of this inside the single chat. Then we're going to create a component that display all the chat history. So let's just go into uh, the chat ID page, and let's say constant is equals to use chat ID. Let's import this, and then here inside here we're going to pass in the ID, this chat ID. I'm going to say enabled true, or we can say enabled chat ID. Then we can say data, and it's loading. So we can pass it's loading here, and let's get the initial messages. It's a constant initial messages is equals to data dot messages empty array. We expected one because 0. So let's pass this here, and then let's pass initial messages here. Okay, why is it showing some error? That's error. Okay, we're having some error here. Okay, this wants me to show the error type here. So response, okay, data is empty. So let's show the request and then also the the response. So I'm just going to set any here. I don't know why it's not working for the chat, but it's working for the notes. So I'm just going to set this was line, save this, and the error should stop. So now if I save it, you should be able to see the chat message here. Be able to see the loading. Then if it's loading, we should not show the greeting message. So let me just go back let's go into the chat messages, and then if it's loading, we can say if not loading. Let's see. So now let's try and this is a new message. Let's try and send a message hi, and let's see if this will work. So I'll just go back to the actual page and let's see. So while this is loading, we need to also okay, it's working. So we need to also have a button here that shows to start a new chat, or also to click on to toggle or to view the chat history. So we're going to go ahead and modify the header components. So let me just try and reload this page and let's see. So while that is loading, let's go ahead and modify the header component. So we can have this component for, and we can see it is this is loading now, and we should be able to see the message. So I'm just going to come over here and let's add action. Let's set this to boolean and undefined. Then we can get it here as a title and then show action. And then here we're going to just say if show action, then we can have a div class name as OpenCN, import it, and then we're going to have waitful flex item center justify between, and then we say if open, then we can say waitful maximum waitful, and let's give this a padding by 0, 0. We're going to give a padding of level 50 pixels. So yeah, we're going to say H2 going to be chat title, and below here we're going to have buttons here. So let's have a div, and let's close the div, and then let's give it a class name flex item center. We have to, and then let's have a button, duplicate the button, let's import it, and here we can say uh variant ghost size small, class name user pointer, and then bg muted opacity of 0.1. So I'll just copy this and paste it here, and there we can just give it a new chat and an icon of RI add line. So let's also add the icon for this. I'm going to say RI is 3 line, and let's give this class name size 8, and then let's say chat history. So let's add our on click here, and this is going to, let's import constant router equals to use router from next navigation, and I'll just say constant on click is equals to router dot push chat. So let's copy this and let's just paste it here. Then for the to toggle the chat history, remember in the if you go over to use search, sorry, use local chat. Remember we had the is history open and then is toggle on toggle history. So I'm going to get that from there. So let's just go constant, use local chat, and then let's get toggle on toggle history. Let's copy that and then let's come over here on click. So we're done with it. So let's copy header. Let's set here false by default here. So copy header. Let's go into our single page and chat and let's wrap this. I'll just cut this, create a div, and then let me put a class name here, relative widthful, and then let's call the header. Let's say show action true. Then we need to pass the title of the chat. So I'll get the title here, data.title. So just copy this and let's paste it here. So we're going to also copy this, go over inside the single chat page, and let's also pass this here. For this, I'm just going to let's uh let's import this. I'm going to remove the title here. So let me also, if there's no title, okay, let's just leave it like this. So now we should be able to see the we should be able to see the header here. So let me reload this. So let's also say show. I think we've set this to false, so it's not going to show the actions on the home page. So if you were to see the history, so let's also create the chat history here. So I'll create a component. I'll say chat history. RASCE. Let me go back to header components and then let's fix this on mobile view. So if open like this, then we have this list here. So it's full. Okay, I think I'll just say it's too large like this. So it's working. So I think this is not working. So width 8, height 8. Let me see if it will work now. Yeah, it's working. So I just copy this. Change this to width 8, height 8 like this. So we can have the new charts and then the chat history. So let's go and work on the chat history. So the chat history is going to be, if you click on it, it's going to pop up like this sidebar. So I'm just going to come here. So I'm going to say constant router is equals to use router. Let's import that from next navigation. Then we're going to also let me make sure this is set to use clients. And then we're going to also get the use sidebar. And then we're going to set here to open. We're going to get the sidebar is open. Then we're going to also get the use local chats, and then we're going to get, sorry, this a mistake here. So I'm going to get the is history open, and then the toggle history open, on toggle history. And here we're going to also get we're going to import the use chats. So let's import the use chats. This is where we're going to get all our chats. We're going to get the data and the spending. Then constants, chat history is equals to data empty array. So now we have constants on routes or handle on routes. We're going to pass in the chat ID, and then we'll say router push chat slash ID like this. So now here we're going to give this a class. So let's import, okay, sorry, not import, let's say the class name, and then let's import cn. It's a fix, top 0, left 0, height 4, width 80, HU white. On dark mode, we're going to say PG background. And we're going to have border right, then border color of border. We're going to give this a Z index of 9, then transform, transition, transform, duration. We're going to give this a duration of 300, then easy in, out. So now we are going to have, let's see here, we're going to say if if open, sorry, if open, and let me add comma here. If open and its history open, then we'll select 64, else left 0. Then we have is history open. We say translate so x 0 s minus x true like this. So yeah, we're going to define the header of the chat. Say class name, flex item center, justify between bx3 by 2.5, border bottom, and then border color of border. And there we're going to have inside here we're going to have a h2 tag, and we're going to say charts history, and then let's give this a class name, text base font semi bold like this. So yeah, we're going to also give this a button, and then I'm just going to say ri close, or let's just use x icon, and let me give it a class name with 7 height 7, or let's say height 6. Let's give the size of icon, variant, post, and let's give it a class name. I'll say height 4, yeah. Then on click on toggle history. So it's going to just close the history. So after this, if we're going to have the list, the items, so I'm going to say class name, waitful, vex1, vex justify center, minimum height offer will give is 40, maximum height, say car cool 100 pixels, so 100% minus 48 pixel, and then overflow y auto, then padding button 5 here. So now we're going to say if it's pending, then we're going to show the loader, how I loader, I fill. Let's give this a class name with 10, height 10, animate, spin, text primary. So yeah, we're going to say else if chat history your length is equals to 0, then we can say else a div no chat, then else we're going to create a list. Let's give this a class name of widthful space y 2.5, padding x2, and then padding y3. So let's look through the chat history, charts, and let's call list item. Key is going to be equals to chat.id, and then sorry, yeah, we're going to say button. Let's give this small button a class name, widthful, padding x1, padding y 1.5, and then we're going to say py3. Sorry, not py, flex item center, cap to rounded large, hover on bg muted, then cursor pointer. Let's give this transition color. And then let's say on click on route chat.id. So yeah, we're going to set the title and also the icon. So I'll give this an our chat um AI line icon. Let's give this a class name of a width 4, height 4, and the margin top 1.5. So let's give this a text color too. Muted foreground. And I'm going to give this a div, class name, width 4, text left. Let's have a history which is going to hold the title, the chat title, dot title, and then a p tag that will hold the time. So I'll say format, new dates, charts dot created at the. So let's import and formats from date function. We install this function here. Import formats from date function. Right. So let's give this a class name I'll say text small. On dark mode, we have text white, opacity of 0.8, font semi-bold, and I will say truncate, text ellipse, then white space, no wrap, maximum width, excuse me, maximum width 270 pixel, then margin button 1. Let's also give this a class name, and I will say text extra small, text muted, background like this. So we are done with this. So I'm just going to copy this. Let me just move this to the top. So move this, come over to where we have the main content here. I'm going to just add it here. So this is really going to show for the dashboard. So now I think we are done with this. So let's test this out, and we're going to go ahead and so I think I'm having some issue with this. So let me just go back to route chats, single chats. Let's just change this to and then let me console out this. Because you can see the so let's refresh this again. So I have some issues here. So if we go over into the use charts, let's go straight to use charts. Sorry, go to features, click on use charts. Yeah, I was able to just get the data out of the response like this and just return it like this. So like this. Then inside a single chat page, if you come over here, I was able to just get the chat data like this and then just do it like this. So this work. So I also encountered some issue where the chat I sent is saving as the agent. So here is the course. You can check that too. Just go inside the chat, the API. Yeah, the route chat API and scroll down. Yeah, just add generator message ID and let's import generate UUID. If you scroll down, you can see that instead of you using I'm using the message from the user. So I'm just going to please change it to like this. If not, the agent will also, the assistant will also receive message will also receive as the user text. So I think that was it. So let me just remove this. Okay, so I can try this now out. Let me scroll down and then let's click on new chat. And make sure you make all those changes. And remember to add this. If you don't add this, you'll be seeing no ID for some message, and that's why we added this. So since we added this, the AI is the case going to use this function to generate the ID. So uh, ins- let's ask what's your name, and let's wait for the response. We should see the response here. We can see the reply here. Yeah, we can see it here. You can see ID is set here. If you remove this will not show any ID. Now Let me try and reload this page because I was having issue. My message was saving as the agent, so I'm going to refresh. So it should take us to the single page, chat single page, and to make sure the single page, single chat by ID is fetching. So let's see if it's going to fetch. Now we can see we should wait for this to load. Now we can see that it has returned the response. So let's confirm the message. What's your name? And now we can see, yeah, we can see the AI message. So this is working. So you can say, what can you do? And then this is going to give us the response here. And if you click on chat history, you should be able to see the what's your name, the chat history. So this is working. So let's go straight to home. So I'll click on this and go to home. Now we want to make sure on the home page when we chat, we are going to hide some of this. So let's go straight to home. Let's click on main section. So remember we have this chat input interface. So when user type inside this input, we want uh to hide this text here. I say everything from here. We want to hide this div and I want to hide this div. So the user only see the chat interface. Because if I okay, let's say open now. Let's see, go to home. If I type you will see the problem with us having this inside where we have the chat. Like I mentioned earlier on, this chat interface, when the user type, we are not navigating to the single chat page. We are still on the home page. So we just want to hide it so the user does not know that we are still on the home page until the user make reload or refresh, and then the user will be navigated to the chat page, the single chat page. So to hide all of this, we're going to be using the the URL. We're going to be using Nox to handle that. Uh, we can't get the chat ID even when if we're going to chat input, we can't get the chat ID even though when we replace this because Next.js doesn't know that we have changed the state of the URL. So we can't use the use search parameter. It's not going to work. So I'm just going to create a hook that will help us to add it to the URL. So once the user submits, it will add the URL like saying like this view is equals to true. So with that, we can get it. The if view is true, then we hide in the main section, we hide the div, and then we hide these recent notes. So let me just try it out now. So if I send a message and I say, hi, how are you? And you should see if I click on enter, you should see that this is still going to be you can see it's showing loading. If you hover here, if you open this, you should see that it is going to send the message. Yeah, but we can't see anything because we are having only to true. So we need to toggle this to set this to false when the user send the message. So let's go ahead and create the hook to handle that issue. So I'm going to go into my hook, and then here I'm going to call this view use view state .cx, and that's going to be similar. So let's copy from the notes ID. So I'm just going to copy this and come over to the view state and let's paste it. So here I'm just going to change this to view use view state, paste it here, and here I'm going to change this to its chart view. So just copy this, and then I'm going to say underscore set is chart view. I'm just going to replace all of this with it. Here I'm going to say view, and instead of string as string, I'm going to say as string boolean. Let's remove the string. So just say it's the first. Then I'm going to say dot with option, and then shallow was. So let's change this to value to boolean. So I'm going to say set is chart view. So copy this and let's replace this with it. Then click chart view. Let's copy this and replace this with it. So I'll change this to val. So now you're done with this. So let's copy this, go into chat input, and then scroll up here. Let's call it constant, then import it. Then let's say set chat view, copy it, then scroll down to where we have here. Let's just say true. And then let's pass it here. Then let's go into the main section in the home folder, home common folder. And then let's just say constant, let's import it. Sorry, not this. Use view state. So I'm going to say it's chart view. And then I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to say show action. And I'm going to also modify this. So what I'm going to wait, just copy all of this here. I'm going to import CN. Let's import CN from YouTube. And let's paste it here. Sorry. Let's paste the class. And then I'm just going to say if not is chart view. So if it's not chart view, then we can make use of this class. So now we need to hide this div. So I'm going to also copy this. Say if not chart view, then there's no need to show this and this. I'll say if not chart view. If not chart view, then show this text. This how can I help you text and the and div itself. Then we can also do the same thing for the note. So I'll copy this. Then below here, I'm just going to also hide this too. If not chart view, then this will show. But if there's chart view, then there's no point showing it. So I'm just going to also copy this and I'm going to also set this. So if not chart view, then set this to if chart view is true, then set it to false. If chart view is false, and this will just set it to true. So this should work. Let's see. Let's test this out. So I'll go to my home page. I'll go to the home. Let's go to the home. So let's try it again. So let's just answer some. I'll say what's up, and you can see that it worked. So if I check the states here, We can't see the view through, but this is working. This is working. I'll say what's the news about tech. Let's try search too. Sorry, not teach tech. No, tech. Yeah. What's the news about tech? Okay, I'm just going to say latest news on tech. Let's see it's research. Okay, it's asking us if you want to say yes. Go ahead and search the web. There you can see. Okay, let's see. Why is it not working? Web search. Oh, this is not this is not how it's supposed to work. So let me go straight to let's check the let's check the chat API. We have the web search to search notes. Sorry, web search. Mm-hmm. We say web search. Let's check prompts. Let me check the prompts again. Yeah, everything is set. Right? I don't know why it's not finding the search. Okay, let me just search for the latest tech news. Yes, what is wrong with it? Let me try new chat. So let me try it again. So I search for the latest tech news. Yes. Okay, it's working. We can see searching the web. And then it's giving us the feedback summary results. So this is working. This is working. So the search is working. So let's test out the URL, extract URL. So I'll say open AI news. I'll just find, let's just copy this URL and just say extract your extract content from this URL, extract summary content from this URL. And let's see if this is going to call the extract web URL to yes. So it's trying to use web search. Well, you gave it a new request and it's searching instead of extracting, making use of the extract tool. So I think something is wrong here. So I'm just going to try it again. Let's try it on a new chat. Let's see. I'll click on home. Take me to home. Let me paste this again. I'll say extract content from this URL. Let's see. Yes. Okay, it's working as I paste it. Say paste on a new chat. So you can see it's working. So it's, from these contents. So this is working. This is working fine. You can see that it's working fine. So let's try and then let me try and select web search here. What will I ask? I'll say what is NPC latest updates? So I'll set the to web search. Let's see if it's okay. It's working. You can see it went ahead and then it forced it to search the web. I can see, and then it went ahead and find the latest information on NPC. So you can click set the web search, and this is going to search. So let's find notes, find notes of Auth AI. Let's see if this is going to use the find notes or the search notes M2. I don't know why it's still asking for you in a separate. So, so there's something wrong. This is still trying to work on the previous message. Okay, I think this is where the problem is. Let me remove this. I will save this and then okay. I think we don't have any issue here. Let me try and test it. Okay, I say search for my notes. Okay, let me just search for AI in my notes. And let's see if it's going to work. So this is still giving some issue here. Let me try it again. So I just added this part here. Let's see if this is going to look at only the last user role. Okay, find AI in my notes. Just find AI in my notes only. Okay, something happened. Select trigger, use select. So it's okay. Find where I have AI in my notes. I don't know why this failed. Right component. Let's check the chat input. Let me reload this. Let's also let me look at the prompt again. Okay, something is wrong. Okay, two status. Okay, let's go to two call. Sorry, two status. So I'll say note length. I see this is going to try an error. Research. We can see that it found the notes here. So I'm going to try and ask it to find the notes. I think let's find out about LLM. And this work is working fine.